Recording. Hi everyone, how are you doing today? Sorry I missed yesterday's stream. I know we had something really important yesterday with Terry Sanderson's testimony. We'll definitely have to revisit that, or maybe I'll make a video about it. But today we are on day 6, actually. Day 6 of the Gwyneth Paltrow ski crash trial. Terry Sanderson's team presented last week. I don't think they've rested yet, technically. So we're going to continue with that later on. But right now, Gwyneth Paltrow's teams, they are presenting their case. And this is their expert that they have right now. He's like a ski expert, I believe. But they had some issues with his testimony and some exhibit that they wanted to show. We'll revisit that. So let's continue where we're at right now. And then when they take their long lunch breaks, other breaks and stuff like that, we'll do some catch up. But hi, I hope you guys are all doing well today. And hello. Let's watch. Hi, Sherry.
And then the other ski areas that I go to when I do investigations, I look at their data, because the first thing I want to know is what is that rate here? And it can vary throughout the season based on weather conditions and snow surfaces and so forth. But, that's a metric is, are we doing okay? Do we have a problem? Is there something that needs to be addressed? And so I look at it, well, in all accidents, there's all kinds of data you can get from accidents.
How are you?
Collisions. In that way, and then we try to pass that information on. Sometimes we target it towards,
Good morning, Dave.
Safety outreach. You can look at a lot of safety stuff on the National Ski Areas Association website that anybody can log on to and look at the safety pages, and a lot of stuff on collisions
got my notes
in there and skiing safely and so forth. I had a lot to offer in the production of all that.
Thank you.
Hey, casual gamer dads.
Do you have any knowledge of what the rate of ski collisions might be in Utah? How common they are?
Yes, and it would be almost identical. Yeah, there might be, again, minor variations from ski area to ski area. But if you looked at Deer Valley, for example, which I did, and I asked this question during my site inspection, and their rate is just right in there. It's probably 6%, 7%.
How many collisions, and I'm talking not ski accidents, but collisions where two skiers are hitting against each other, how many collisions like that have you investigated, evaluated in your career?
Happy spring.
Yeah, I looked through back through the accident review data that I keep, and to just look at what you saw the other day, the incident report form, and maybe
Morton.
it's got something like an additional patroller comment or a ski instructor's incident report. I looked through that and I figured there had been about 4,000 of those that I reviewed out of about 44,000 accidents with just the incident report form that I looked at. That's all accidents, but collisions, about 4,000. And then things that really got more investigated, where there was things like we're doing here, 550 is, so that's...
yeah, for those of you guys who missed it, so he's a ski expert.
In those collisions,
over a long
I think his last name is like Bogart.
Sorry,
I think. I remember hearing that.
And nobody will think skiing is safe anymore. I want to finish that.
So, when you've done those evaluations, what is your role? What are you trying to accomplish as you evaluate those accidents?
Well, sometimes we need to find the cause. Mostly we want to know the cause, and certainly that's how you can target prevention. But we also want to learn circumstances. Sometimes we have really bad injuries in these collisions, and it's important for us to make sure we know, is there somebody at fault, or people meeting the responsibilities? And so we're looking at that all the time, and part of that is...
How did you fall off the ski lift? Oh my God.
Since we're all responsible as skiers, that includes the ski areas, me, you, if you're skiers, that we share safety and we all do it together, and we all have responsibilities, and if one of us is not doing our job, people get hurt. And so we need to evaluate fault at times, and we maybe address some people that we actually remove from the mountain. We've had people go in cop cars off of the mountain, but we're serious about it. We want our skiers to know that we're serious about it, and they feel okay bringing their kids there, that we're not just turning a blind eye.
So in your evaluation of these various collisions, what have you learned about what the inherent risks of skiing are?
Well, certainly skiers face a variety
This guy looks so familiar.
Risks, and
I've seen
those
him before.
are often codified into especially in states that have a lot of skiing in them, like Utah or Washington State or California. there's what they call like a ski safety statute in the regs, and so it will mention many times. It'll enumerate what some of those inherent risks are. Another place you can find those inherent risks are on trail signs. Are mandatory here in Utah, that they're publicly displayed, but also the ticket back. Sometimes that varies from place to place. But do you want me to list any of the inherent risks? Or?
Sure, yeah, just to educate the jury, given your experience investigating these various
He looks like security guard at my high
collisions,
school.
and just your experience as this
That's who he looks like.
long-time advanced skier, what are those inherent risks?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Overruled.
Oh, poor Owens. I think he's still sick.
Yes. So things that you encounter as a skier, things that you could likely have a problem with if you weren't paying attention and weren't following your role, your duties, of things that we would identify under things like the Ski Responsibility Code, which we can talk about. But terrain changes, forest growth, bare spots, things that you might run into, objects, lift towers, grooming machines, snowmobiles. We try to keep those off the hill when people are around. But, that's part of the sport. People need to get, lift maintenance people need to get around the mountain. So snowmobiles would be in there.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
I was just going to say, what about inherent risks relating to ski collisions?
Yeah,
in particular?
and that's where I was coming to.
Yeah.
So
I think they mentioned Jenny might go today, but I don't know.
And things like inbounds avalanches, you can actually get, even if they do the mitigation, you can actually get into an avalanche inbounds, and that's a risk you hadn't seen identified for a while, but about 5 or 6 years ago we started adding that one. And collisions, skier collisions, or even collisions with lift towers and objects, but skier collisions, as we know, 6 to 7% of the accidents, we can eliminate some things, but an inherent risk you cannot. And the definition there is the risk is inherent in the sport. You cannot remove it without fundamentally altering the sport as it exists today. So that means following our good responsibilities and being prudent skiers, we can reduce the risk, but we can't eliminate it.
So does that mean that sometimes collisions occur despite people reasonably skiing on both sides of an accident?
Yes, that happens all the time.
And when you investigate collisions, do you sometimes, after a thorough review, conclude that you can't determine who was at fault?
Yes, that's common.
So just to put that in another way, in your evaluations, will you come to the conclusion that a certain accident is, and the evidence
is this guy here? Is he security guard?
Information about it is not clear
You always
enough
see
for
him
you
back
to
there.
identify who is responsible for it?
Yes.
Let's talk about the skier responsibility code. You
Which
mentioned
guy,
that,
Morden?
Yes.
and it's been brought up before, but since
Chris
you're the ski
Wilson?
expert, let's have you teach us about it for a second. I believe it is defense. Give me just a second. Sorry.
Someone mentioned that he looks like a young
It's
Clark
Defense
Kent.
91.
Which I totally
Should
see
that be
now.
Published, or I guess I should talk to the judge.
No objection.
91 is received.
Oh, Terry's there today. Hey, Terry, how are you?
Okay, so let's
You back
put
there on the
this
left?
up on the screen. It's also on your screen right there, Mr. Bogger.
Yeah, thank you. I see it.
And I'll turn it here so it's.
Did you guys watch Terry's testimony? What were your
Okay,
thoughts?
So, is this the skier responsibility code you were referencing earlier?
It is, and it's actually changed in the last few years, but that's the one that
He
was
looks
in
young, yeah.
existence at the time of this accident,
Okay, got it. 2016.
2016.
February.
2016,
7 points to your responsibility
And
code.
How do you know about this skier responsibility code?
Well, it's key, excuse me. It's key to all of the duties that we were just talking about in order for people, the skiers, for us to do our part. And it's a national code, started back in the 60s with the
Sorry.
National Ski Patrol system before they had professional ski patrols at ski areas. And it's used all over North America Canada has something called the Alpine Responsibility Code. It's very similar. It has a few more details on it.
Canada's always doing things differently over there.
Testified in trials in Australia, talking about a code that they have. Again, very similar to this. But these are basic rules of the road. You have to give people, so you can put some order into the chaos that is skiing. You know, skiing's very dynamic, as you know if you're a skier. And so you're trying to put some basic rules in that people can follow. Their common sense. And, go ahead.
Do you know, are there ways that skiers can become familiar with this responsibility code?
Yes, this is published at all ski areas. It's on trail maps typically, and you'd find them on big trail signboards too at the ski area. Websites will have it. There's all sorts of places you can go to find this, but it's everywhere.
Okay, and let's talk about the particular points here. I'll pull them out. Maybe should we just go through them one by one? Is that okay?
Sure, however you want to do it.
Okay, so the first one, always stay in control and be able to stop or avoid other people or objects. That seems fairly common sense.
Yes, that's if that one doesn't work, the rest of them aren't going to work.
Oh, stubbing the toe, that's
And
the
then
worst. Or stepping
the
on
second
a
one
Lego.
maybe, is more important. People ahead of you have the right of way. It is your responsibility to avoid them. Can you explain what that means for skiers?
Hi, Lil.
Yes, and the presumption is when people are skiing down a run, the people in front of you aren't going to have that rear view like you would. You'd be in a better position as an overtaking skier to see the people in front of you.
Got it.
Yeah, he's supposed to testify about this
You must
exhibit that
not
they
stop
had, but now that
where
he
you
can't
instruct a
talk
trail
about it,
or not
it like halves his
visible
testimony.
from above. What does that mean?
So I agree, this is kind of
Well,
useless.
again, it's just about being visible. And so if there's a breakover in the terrain and you were on the bottom side of it, the skier that's coming from above isn't going to see you. And so it's to prevent surprises. And again, if you're skiing in control, if you're following the first rule, when you're coming up to terrain changes, that's one of the things that skiers have to manage is their skiing, their speed, their rate, their course, and most importantly, their lookout. That's what allows them, even if they come to a terrain change and there's let's say a small child taking his skis off on the downside of that hill, you're not going to run into him even though that person might not be following the code. You're not following it either if you just go tearing over the hill. You have to be able to be in a position to maneuver so you don't hit anything.
Okay, so if a skier were taking, are you familiar with the term GS turns?
Yes, giant slalom.
If a skier were taking GS turns, what principles here should that skier
What do you
follow?
say? Giant what?
Well,
Giant slope?
with a GS turn, and again, just backing up for a moment, skiing is very dynamic. It's people that are changing positions relative to each other all the time.
Okay.
And people are going at different speeds. People are using different styles, and you're mentioning one of them. You know, short radius turn or a slalom versus a larger radius turn, more rounded turn, a giant slalom. And these are different styles, and there's no prescription for how you have to do it or even what your ability is, any of that. There's no speed limit. I mean, there's slow skiing areas, but there's no number. So the idea is skiers have to be able to be in control, and it's the lookout. In a GS turn, you're taking wider swaths of terrain. You're moving across more, you're using more of the available hill space. So again, if there was trail density that was suggesting maybe you should be skiing shorter radius turns, that would be a reason. But typically when people are skiing giant slalom turns, their speed is usually faster. And people that are skiing short radius turns, I mean, if they try,
like
they can
this?
ski quickly. But most of the time, the turn is what controls your speed.
Okay.
So if you're making more of them, you're probably going slower.
What about, let's assume a skier is overtaking another group. They're skiing through a group that's skiing slower. What responsibility does that skier have?
Well, again, as the overtaking skier, you're looking at the rule number 2, people ahead of you have the right of way. And when you're coming into a group, you now have less space to maneuver. And your lookout has to be sharper because you have more things to focus on. Again, remember, everybody's not moving in unison. They're moving dynamically, and people can turn suddenly. And so,
Okay.
again, if you're
Have you guys been
a prudent
skiing
skier,
before?
this isn't necessarily covered in the code, but if I'm going to make an abrupt turn on a crowded run, that's a problem for me. If I didn't look, I need to look up. It doesn't say you have to look uphill, but so the code gets you just so far. And I think, if I may, one of the things about the code is if you try to look at any one rule and say, for example, in a collision, because I have to look at this all the time in these investigations, or when I'm training people, I would have to tell them, never focus on just one. That's just one part of the puzzle. There's usually something else. And if I had a penny for everything that was involved, the failure of the lookout. For example, if I might have two skiers in a collision, and both are trying to be not the uphill skier, and I look at them and I'm going, but you were changing your positions, you had different speeds, you were merging and converging on each other. You both have the responsibility for your lookout. It can't just be straight ahead. You have to be looking, and that's part of why you have to go to number one, and that's the king, and then you go through the rest of them, but you can't hang your head on just one. Now, in some accidents, it may be
I went skiing before as a
really
kid.
prominent, and you can
once.
rate it that way.
We didn't
But
learn
I'm just
anything. It was like, good
you
luck,
need to
don't
consider
die.
all of this, and the lookout you can't forget.
Right. So, is there
Appalachian
anything
State University in Boone.
about
1 kilometer
what can
high?
you tell us about the rules of skiing reasonably that relates to skiing within your ability? Is that one of the rules?
Well, it's not a rule per se, but it is right here that you have to be in control. So that means for whatever slope you're on, whatever the snow surface might be, it might be a hard, icy day, and you're going faster, it might be a little harder to control your speed. You need to then, it's not that different, I guess, from driving there, because, if the weather's bad and your braking distance is bad, then you have to give more room. And I think creating space is a key, but you have to ski within your ability, and you want to assume that maybe not everybody's doing the same thing, and leave a margin.
Okay, so what about if?
Yeah, they're trying to reiterate that
example
Terry
of a
wasn't
skier
skiing within his
may
ability
have
that day,
certain
based on the
physical
ski instructor's
disabilities.
testimony.
Does that skier have the responsibility to take account of those disability or those limitations and ski appropriately?
Yes, of course.
So Terry's blind in one eye,
Let's
hearing not
move
so
away
great
from this
apparently,
for
or
a
wears
second,
hearing aids.
and ask you about a hypothetical that connects to Dr. Scher's testimony. You were here when Dr. Scher
Yes.
testified
I
earlier,
was.
correct? And he talked about bindings releasing. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you have
Well, see, the issue is that Terry was saying that he was skiing safely. He was skiing on the right side where the slow area was, and he was just, he wasn't going like crazy. But he said he was just staying on the right side. But Gwyneth's side's testimony said that like, Terry was going fast, going like left, right. So we're getting two different accounts.
knowledge about how bindings release in ski collisions?
Yes, I do.
So if you were to assume a certain skier came and hit another skier directly in the back at a high rate of speed, would you expect bindings to come loose, the skis to come off the skier?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation also not contained in his report in the lease. There is nothing mentioning any binding release anywhere in the report.
Go, Kristen.
Sustained.
Kristen's fired up today. We're caught up with the live now.
Let's try take another hypothetical. Give me a second.
He was really fired up earlier. So the reason why his testimony was not supposed to be this meh is because they were supposed to show this
Forget about
other digital
bindings.
animation.
Use that same
But the judge wouldn't let that in.
Someone skiing directly into someone else's back. Would you expect that person to launch over the person they hit, a couple feet down the mountain?
Same objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
Sustained.
Oh, Kristen. Woohoo. You winning today. Oh, he doesn't look happy. Smile. He's like me.
Is
It's
there
my
a
resting
space
space.
on the hill where skiers, where you let me think about it differently. If a skier were trying to avoid collisions in ski in a kind of safe and cautious place on the hill, where should that skier go?
Well, you could look for certainly terrain within your ability, and if you want to be cautious, you probably want to be on easier runs. And if you were wanting to be away from more people, specifically if you're concerned about skier collisions. And
I don't know, Chemo.
runs
I have
are
no
getting
idea.
crowded these days. You know, you pick the right time, or you wait for opportunities. You can wait for traffic to go by, and then you can go. Staying on the margins of the run is usually good because you only have one side to defend, if you will.
So if a skier were taking short radius turns on the right side of a run, would that be within the parameters you've just described?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know, because that's a lot of lawyers on that side. It's like 4 of them or 5 I've seen so far. Wynn only has like 2 lawyers that I've seen.
I did cut you off a little earlier when you were talking about the inherent risks of skier collisions, the things you learned about what the inherent risks are in skiing, investigating collisions. I want to make sure you got out what you wanted to on that point. Was there anything else?
Well, I mean, that's a big question.
Objection vague.
Sustained.
Okay, Your Honor, may I take
Approach
a
the
second
bench?
to consult with my counsel? Thanks.
Sure.
It does seem that there is an unusual number of lawyers at Terry's table. What I think Terry's side, they really should have really gotten Dr. Bain to testify in person. I thought his testimony was really important. And I thought that they should have had their own maybe digital animation as well, just so they can picture what Dr. Bain was trying to say. The fact that Gwyneth Paltrow has this, Deer Valley Resort employees testifying on her side. There is an expert that basically went up there and contradicted Dr. Bain's testimony, and they had digital animations. I feel like that might resonate more with the jury. It might be easier for them to digest this information. Like, I'm still kind of divided. I do believe both sides think I believe both sides think they know what happened to them.
Okay, thanks for your patience.
But
Sure.
I think the jury's going to lean more towards
You personally
Paltrow.
went to the site of this collision, correct?
I did.
Or
And
just
were
reward.
you
Don't reward any of
there
them.
When Mr. Brill...
Don't award any of them.
Maybe I should ask first, do you know Mr. Brian Brill?
I do.
And who is he?
He does animations, the ones that you've been seeing here, and he does them all over. For ski accidents, I think he does other things too, but he's very, very precise in laying out the terrain and the features in the terrain. That, the trees are all the right height and the shadows are correct and all of that.
And you were here, and you'd seen the animations before, correct?
I have.
Objection, Your Honor. This goes beyond the scope of his report. There's no mention of animations in the report.
Overruled at this point. I
And-
need to see how it's tied in.
Sure. I was just going to ask that given that you've been to the site of the collision, does the animation to you accurately portray the location?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as
It's
to
a killer.
relevance. It
Killer.
doesn't matter. It was a demonstrative of the other witness's testimony.
A fine mustache.
In this case,
What is his name, actually? I only know Owen's
what
his
did you
name.
review?
What is his name?
I looked at all the deposition testimony, the documents, and various forms. We did the site inspection. I did work with Mr. Brill on the animations. I talked to Mr.
Objection, Your Honor.
Graf.
Strike. Relevance.
Sustained as to relevance. Why don't we take our lunch break at this time? It's just a little afternoon, and we'll take a recess and return at 1:30. Thank you.
Oh
You're
God, they're such long. All right. Let's hop around a little bit. So they're on lunch break right now. Let's do lunch break. Viewing testimony together. Let's do that. Replace pin message. I'm older. I think the witness is handsome. People loved the son-in-law's brother, Mark Harris. You guys didn't mention anything in my chat
Questions?
about him, but
In light of the court's earlier rulings? Okay. We'll see you back at 1:30. Thank you.
Bruce was tearing Terry to shreds. Oh, I haven't seen that one yet. I watched Bruce's reaction to, I think it was parts of Gwen's testimony or maybe the opening statements. I don't remember. I haven't seen that. Okay, so I want to let's highlight some really important testimonies today. So today, they finished off with this guy, and then they went to, this guy. I think he's a really good witness. He seems like a happy, chipper dude, and nothing the cross-examination lawyer said to him just like broke him down. Like he was just chipper and happy. So I think he made a really good witness. And then additionally, so they're gonna go. Oh. Hi. Oh. Dropped on my foot. So he is the I think he's the is it like a biomechanical engineering or something like that? Hi. Ball back. I'm gonna give him this one instead. It's flounder. Okay, trade. Thank you. Sometimes you gotta barter with your dog, If you just take their toy away, they give you the stink eye. Okay. Yeah, that is Steve. I give him Stinky Flounder instead. He's right here. Well, how's Stinky Flounder? Hi, David. How are you doing today? Good morning. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, so I thought his testimony is really good because, I was really stuck on Terry's side of the story because Dr. Bain made a really good point. He said that he couldn't understand how there could have been rotational force when Terry and Gwen came into contact, and then he didn't understand how they could have rotated in such a short time to have it so that Terry was underneath Gwyneth Paltrow. And so I thought that made sense. But then when this expert went up there, I liked his explanation too. I thought he did a really good job. Let me get to the point with his explanation. So he's going to go up on the board. Man, this actually gives me a little bit of a physics PTSD. I hated my physics class so much. He's going to do all these math equations on there. He's basically just proving why Dr. Bain, Terry's witness, why his method was wrong and how he did his calculations and it was not done correctly. So that's basically what they're going through right now. Dr. Bain's testimony. And if you guys remember who Dr. Bain was, Dr. Bain had he was the bald white guy with the green screen in the background. And he was talking about, he's a neurologist, but then he also had some background in biomechanical engineering or something like that. It's in my notes somewhere. Okay, I might be messing this up. Hi, Bleep. How are you doing today? How's it going? So yeah, we're gonna do some math right here. Oh god, this just reminds me of physics. I hated physics so much. I felt like everything that we learned in physics, when it came to time to taking the test, it had nothing to do with what the teacher taught us. So now he's going to talk about the center force of gravity. And I think this is actually really important. So let's the turtle man.
Looking down.
Why is he the turtle
somewhere
man?
around here. Now, if you have a force that goes through the center of mass, so let's say the force goes through, then the person will accelerate in this direction. They'll accelerate along the line of the force.
Okay.
But what happens when you have a force that doesn't go through the center of mass? It'll create an acceleration going in that same direction, but it'll also...
Bleep, have you played Resident Evil yet?
Torque is equal to the force times the distance that will cause the person to...
Oh god, the torque. This torque equation, this is physics 2 right now. Oh my god.
Rotate. And that's really important because if the force does not go through the center of mass, there's always a rotation. So if you're hit on this looking down, this would be the right side, then the person's going to rotate counterclockwise in this image. The same thing is true if we look at a skier from the side. So here we have our skier, and here's their pelvis and center of mass.
See, this is why I wish Dr. Bain testified in person, because the when you're listening to a video testimony, it's like, you got to have visuals for them, especially when you're trying to explain physics stuff. Because I had to keep rewinding Dr. Bain's testimony at some points to really understand what the heck he was saying, because I was getting lost.
ski boot. And if the person, for example, has a force applied
Oh,
below their center of
gardenias.
mass,
Are they annuals?
then there's, again, some distance. That's going to create a torque and a backward rotation so that the person moves backward and falls back.
Is that supposed to be Terry?
There's two things to note with this for skiing in particular that's different than most other events. Skis have releasable bindings. So if I'm looking...
Oh, yeah, don't worry, David. Yeah, I understand. How is Resident Evil 4? I haven't had time to play Resident Evil 4. The video that I made recently about the trial, that took me forever. Oh, my God. I started it Friday after I was done streaming, and it took me all night Friday, all day Saturday, and morning of Sunday. And I was like, holy shit, where did my weekend go? I felt like I didn't even enjoy my weekend. I didn't even do anything my weekend. I just worked.
Looking at the side view, the boot is held in by a heel piece and a toe piece. And so if you have someone pitching forward, if the ski slows and the person's center of mass moves forward, it'll create a torque on the boot and it'll release the heel of the boot.
We twerking.
And for someone
bad
of
joke.
Miss Paltrow's size, that could be anywhere from, well, it's approximately 143 foot-pounds. So 143 pounds acting over a foot.
Okay, so are they saying that Gwyneth Paltrow is 143 pounds? I think Terry's like 5'5" now, but Terry said that he was 5'8" and he weighed like 170, 180, but he weighs like 160 now. But yeah, I guess Terry shrunk by 3 inches as a result of old age. That's a lot of inches.
Same thing is true for the top-down view. If we look at the toe piece for the binding, if there's a torque on the ski, a twisting torque, the ski will also release from the boot. And for someone of Miss Paltrow's size, it's about 37 foot-pounds. So in front of the boot, if there's 37 pounds, 1 foot ahead, it'll release. If it's 2 feet ahead, it's half that value.
And I think this is a good thing that he brings this up, the boot release. So he's saying that, like, you know, how much pound is needed in order for the boot to release from the skis? Because I don't think that was really mentioned in Dr. Bain's testimony, but I like that he's talking about this.
Yeah, so roughly 17. So these are the principles that we need to understand the mechanics of an impact in a fall.
I wish he was my
So when we
physics
apply those
teacher.
principles to this case, what conclusions do you draw?
Sure. The first is that Miss Paltrow's version of events is consistent with the laws of physics and how people move and rotate.
And what about Mr. Ramon's version?
For Mr. Ramon's version, I couldn't get it to work. It doesn't match with the laws of physics. The complete part of his testimony just doesn't fit.
And so can you explain why it doesn't fit?
Sure. So Mr. Ramon's version, maybe I should sit down.
Oh, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
No, keep staying up there and sing karaoke.
So in Mr. Ramon's version, he says that he sees Miss Paltrow contact Mr. Sanderson squarely in the back. And he says that it's in the middle. It couldn't be any more in the middle than if he tried, or if she tried. And then also that she rode him down. I think the quote was something like, in his deposition, he says, like she couldn't have been on his back any more than if he had strapped her to his back, something like that. So as they're going down in Mr. Ramon's version, Mr. Sanderson goes spread eagle, arms out, legs out. And the key for me is that Mr. Ramon.
And Ramon's version, he keeps changing. He's like, spread. Okay, he keeps saying that like the arms was spread out like this, and then no, they're actually by the side. No, they were spread out like this. No, they were by his side. So Mr. Ramon changes a lot. I don't know what I was not getting about Ramon's testimony, but I felt like he kept changing the story about that. I don't think he was saying it because he was lying, but I think it was just because I don't know if he was just really nervous on the stand.
Ramon says that the inside edges of those skis that are going into this V catch, and Mr. Sanderson stops on a dime. And if that were the case, then Miss Paltrow would keep moving. And, well, maybe I should draw.
Sure, go ahead if it will.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, so I'm going to try to draw a top-down version of this. So if we have
Mr. Ramon is a kitty.
Mr. Sanderson, and here are his skis.
Again, I think this is a good illustration.
And then I'm going to use a different color for Miss Paltrow. How about blue? Miss Paltrow contacts him from the back. And now, this is the same whether one ski is between his or both skis.
That's a dog. It looks like a cat. I
Skis are
can't
apart, it's a
tell.
little bit different, so we can get to that in a minute. But if his skis are
Parsley.
between his, let's just say.
Yeah, I don't know why I got parsley.
And
I
then
only
he
use it once in a
falls.
while to make stew.
And here is his, so they're moving in this direction. That was probably obvious, but I want to make sure that was clear. So now we're still looking down.
Okay, sorry, I talked to that. I'm gonna I'm sorry.
A little bit different, so we can get to that in a minute. But if her skis are between his, let's just say, then when he falls, and here is his, so they're moving in this direction. that was probably obvious, but I want to make sure that was clear. So now we're still looking down. Here's Mr. Sanderson's back. Here's his head. Here's one arm. Here's another arm. Here's one leg, the other leg. Now, remember, Mr. Ramon says that his skis are in a V,
Yep.
spread eagle. So now,
Yep.
if that were to happen, then he stops very quickly, and Miss Paltrow is going to remain in contact somewhere around here, and her skis
Yes.
are going to stay underneath Mr. Sanderson. When that happens, it's like the center of mass continuing to move forward while the skis slow.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. So Ramon said that Gwyneth Paltrow smacked Terry smack dab in the back. They both fell forward. Terry landed on his face, but somehow Paltrow slid on top of Terry, and she slid about 5 to 10 feet. But this guy is saying there's no way that she would be. Oh my God, Sue zoomed in. This guy, sorry. This guy is saying there's no way she would have been able to slide over him like that because her skis would have been stuck underneath him. And I was like, oh, that's true. So I don't know. I love hearing from these experts because, you know, I don't know anything about skiing. I don't know anything about collisions, but these are things that I would have never have thought of. So keep going on, mister.
Rapidly, which creates an upward force at that heel. It's going to create a heel release. But as you heard in the testimony, all the skis were on. It doesn't work. It takes actually very little force for this to release, the heel piece to release in a scenario like this. So it doesn't match with physics. And it's the same way whether one ski or both skis are in between.
Okay, so how do you know this, especially about the bindings releasing? How are you confident about that?
Oh yeah, and
My experience, I mean, I've seen tons of binding releases. I know how bindings work. It's just physics.
Right, and you've specifically done research on binding.
And I think everyone said that everyone's skis were still intact. None of the bindings released. They said that Terry's skis were still intact. Paltrow's skis were intact. I think Ramon backed that up. Ski instructor backed that up. And Terry agreed. And I think, I don't remember what Paltrow said about the skis, but I think everyone said everyone had their skis intact.
Being releasing.
Oh, yes, yes.
And you said earlier that there were other scenarios, the skis maybe between Mr. Sanderson's skis, maybe they're diagonal. Did you do evaluation of all those sort of scenarios, and did any of those work?
No, I couldn't get any of them to work. So the key is either she would come out of the bindings or she would be stuck on Mr. Sanderson. She wouldn't be able to move past him. If her skis stayed on in various versions of this, I don't know how she continues to move downhill the 10 feet that Mr. Ramon said she wound up if her skis are trapped underneath him.
And would you expect her to get an injury in any of these scenarios?
Well, certainly there's that potential, yes, a lower extremity injury for sure.
If, for example, her legs get stuck in one of the scenarios you mentioned.
Right. So, for example, if her ski is rotated out to the side going in that V with one of his skis, the other, whether it's on the outside or the inside, can't wind up. So if her ski is on the outside, his ski is going to push her ski out. If this is her ski, as he's falling and moving into that V configuration, it's going to go from this position to here, and it's going to push her ski outward, which I would expect would create a toe release, a twisting release of the bindings, because it actually takes about 18 pounds of force, between 15 and 20, depending on how her bindings would be set. So very little force to release that toe piece. But even if it didn't release, then her ski winds up getting trapped by his, and she can't move forward. So, and in many of these scenarios, her leg would get twisted in a really odd way that would likely create injuries.
Okay, great. I think you can sit down again. And now what I'd like to do is ask you about whether you were involved in creating any animations that would help the jury understand your opinions in this case.
Yes.
And, Your Honor, if I may ask for permission to show the witness these animations so that I can...
I love that he drew this out because it's so much easier to visualize what the heck these people are trying to say if they're drawing it. Like, yay, we're in classroom again. Amazing. Okay, they take a little mini break. We're going to come back to the animations. And you know what? These animations are so important. These animations are not entered in as evidence, but oh my God, they're so important because now the jury can see, oh, I guess I can see Gwyneth Paltrow's version of stories. Because initially, I couldn't understand Gwyneth Paltrow's version of stories. Sanderson made sense to me. Paltrow's version, it was like, well, someone said that, you know, Terry was skiing really fast and Gwen was skiing more like, you know, steady. But then like, how did Gwen say that Terry came up behind her really slowly and it wasn't like an impact? Wasn't he skiing faster? Wouldn't there be an impact? And then another thing was, I think the ski instructor said that like, before he saw the impact, he saw that Terry was a little bit further away than Gwen. And then like really quickly, he saw like the collision, right? And so that to me just didn't really make sense with the story that Gwen said Terry slid slowly behind her and there's no impact. But now that like we see this animation, I'm like, oh, I guess I can visualize it this way.
Remember I had the force that was offset from the center of mass. That's going to create a rightward motion for her, but also...
I wasn't aware Sanderson made sense to anyone. Okay, he made sense to me when I went back and listened to Dr. Bame's testimony again, though. When Dr. Bame said Terry was hit by Gwyneth Paltrow, she landed on top of him, he broke his ribs, and then she slid away like what Ramon says. And I was like, oh yeah, I can see that. With the Gwyneth story, I was like, when she explained it the first time, I was like, yeah, I guess I can see that. But then when I heard more testimonies, I was like, okay, never mind. I don't think I can't envision her version of events. But now I can. And these animations are great.
Create some initial rotation. Now, in this portion, there's a number of possibilities. She could be adding weight to her right ski because of the contact from Mr. Sanderson. When you ski, if you're in, let's just take a...
Wait, garden BS ain't cheap? What are you guys doing to your garden? Are you doing like an overhaul or are you just like planting stuff? I had to do an overhaul and we spent we actually saved a lot of money though, but we spent like over $1,000 redoing our yard and then probably like another $1,000 because I bought a lot of flowers.
Snowplower.
I hope they don't die.
Position. If you weight the right ski, you turn left. So if she weights the right ski here more because of the contact, she's going to turn counterclockwise. The contact from Mr. Sanderson, if it's more to the right, will turn her counterclockwise.
Sorry, I completely talked. So this is the animation right here, and I think they did a really good job. Between
hers. There we go. She felt a contact directly in the back, along her back. It sounded like her buttocks as well. The person was grunting, pressing against her, but they were on their skis for a period of time. If in the situation he's also moving to skier's right, which is in the left in this image, that will create, remember I had the force that was offset from the center of mass. That's going to create a rightward motion for her, but also create some initial rotation. Now, in this portion, there's a number of possibilities. She could be adding weight to her right ski because of the contact from Mr. Sanderson. When you ski, if you're in, let's just take a snowplow or what my kids call pizza position, if you weight the right ski, you turn left. So if she weights the right ski here more because of the contact, she's going to turn counterclockwise. The contact from Mr. Sanderson, if it's more to the right, will turn her counterclockwise. So as they're moving to the right here, there would be some counterclockwise rotation. And here, her ski can catch, or she could pitch to the side, or they could both pitch to the side. They could both lose balance. We're not sure what happens. But as they're rotating, they're continuing to fall. And Miss Paltrow's version has them spooning essentially as they're coming down together, which would make sense if their legs got caught up. If he was contacting her below her center of mass, where his right leg was contacting her right leg, her thigh in that area. Also consistent with Miss Paltrow saying that her right knee was splayed open at the end, and she felt right knee discomfort. That all could happen there. So as she's rotating and he's rotating counterclockwise, they fall to the side. Now, at this point here in the animation, I guess maybe the next frame, if I can do it.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Patty.
Mr. Sanderson lands on his right side, maybe the right back. It's hard.
So what I couldn't understand was, how did Terry come from behind and end up being underneath Gwen? But he's saying that because Terry, based on Gwen's side of the story, because Terry was coming to the right side, he already kind of had that like turn, right? And he also explained like, maybe like Gwen already had like some, I think some, what did he say? Like she might have already had some force on her right side. She might have already been leaning a little bit. So that kind of explains how they could have rotated in such a way that she would have landed on top of him. So I can see in Dr. Bame's story, he's going by Terry's version, I think, where Terry said that like, oh, I was skiing parallel and she came from behind me and then I fell. Because he was saying that like, I don't understand how there could be a rotational, how could there have been like a rotational, like turn? So that sounds redundant. How there could have been rotation if Terry was skiing forward. But I mean, now he's explaining his side. I'm like, oh, okay, I kind of get it.
Hard to say. If he lands on his right side, kind of like Dr. Bame said, he needs to land on the elbow. That can happen. That can create lateral rib fractures.
Don't worry, Keldon, I will.
His arm could be out. He can land on the side and create lateral rib fractures. He could land on his side and a little bit towards the back. And Miss Paltrow could land on him. She could be fully on him, maybe with her buttocks or her back or some portion of her mass, compresses his chest front to back, and that can create his rib fractures. There's a lot of different ways this could happen. I can't tell which one of those is right, but all of those are consistent with her version of the events. As they hit the snow, they would continue to move forward until friction slows them down. And it's also important to note, we haven't talked about the head injury, but hitting the back of the head or the side of the head, he could have his head turned. All of those are possibilities for him to contact his head on the snow. So that's not inconsistent as well.
Yeah.
Would it be helpful to show it in real time? You've been doing it kind of.
And then also I was saying that like, if Terry was underneath Paltrow, well, wouldn't he have injured his back? And wouldn't he have like broken the ribs on his back? But he was saying that like, oh, if Terry landed on his elbow, that it's possible for the ribs to break in a way that, you know, it broke for Terry.
Slow motion, which has also been very helpful.
Oh, they got to be big? Oh,
Maybe start from the
expensive.
beginning and just play it.
Objection lacks foundation for trajectory, speed, and direction.
Overruled. It's a demonstrative of this witness's testimony only.
All right, thank you.
Yes, play the animation.
Okay,
Sorry, yeah, go ahead, Dr.
this is from the beginning.
And if there's anything you want to comment on as it happens, feel free.
Sorry, it cuts off right here. So Sanderson is blue, Paltrow is black. Christensen, Oaks, Apple. Who's orange and green? I can't see. Ramon. Who else was there? Moses. Oh, Moses. Moses is orange. Apple is the daughter. Oaks, Christensen. And who's green? I don't know who green is. Oh, I think green was the female that was next to Terry. And I think he said that she looked like she was like, he didn't want to crash into her because it looked like she didn't know what she was doing or something like that. I think that's what green is.
Right.
Boom.
I think that accurately reflects the version
Good visual.
Ms. Paltrow testified to that matches the laws of physics and biomechanics as I understand them.
And would it be helpful to show, there's one other animation that has a little zoom in from the other angle. Would that also be helpful?
I think, yeah, it can't hurt.
Let's show that then. Permission to approach Your Honor for that.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. He's a paid witness. He's a paid expert
This would be
from Paltrow's side.
number 4. It's called zoomed inside.
So he's here to show how Ms. Paltrow's side would make sense, but Ramon's version of events doesn't make sense. I know, right? These illustrations.
Number 5. Oh, sorry.
No, David.
Thanks. Okay.
Dr. Scherer, maybe since we've already gone through the slow motion, let's just play this one from the start, and then you can add anything that you can provide to the jury from this angle.
Sure. Here, let's play first, and then there we go. I'll wait until the contact point. So it's coming up. Here we go.
Boom.
There's contact, fall, to the
Fall?
right. This one doesn't show the road.
Okay, so what I want to know is this right here, you see this cabin? That's a private home. There's a private home on the ski slopes. Would you not have cameras? I feel like, come on, contact the owners of this property. They must have outdoor cameras. Wouldn't that be crazy? Or they did or not.
rotation quite as much, and we don't know the amount of counterclockwise rotation as well. There could be a little, there could be more or less.
Right.
We're not sure.
But if you go backwards a little bit into the moment of the collision, this one maybe shows. Does this one show the skis coming between the skis?
Yes, it does, and I think it's better visualized in this one.
Yeah, and again, what's the significance of that in terms of how the mechanism of
The one who
fall
likes to
occurs?
people watch?
Well, that's Ms. Paltrow's testimony, and it works for the physics of them falling and rotating slightly counterclockwise. Frankly, if it wasn't both skis, if it was one ski between hers, the kinematics would be the same. For example, if his right ski were on the outside of her right ski, it wouldn't change the general kinematics. This is generally, and I keep saying generally because we don't know the exact details of it, this would work.
So if we flipped the positions of the parties, and Mr. Sanderson was in front, Ms. Paltrow came from behind, using this as a good visual for the jury, will you explain your opinions about what we would expect to happen on Mr. Ramon's account, I should say?
Well, Mr. Ramon's account is very different because in Mr. Ramon's account, Mr. Sanderson goes spread eagle and his skis go out into that V and the inside edges catch. And that changes the kinematics, the motion. It's a very different version of what happens with the contact.
And in terms, I guess we've covered that. So maybe we'll wrap up here. We've covered a lot of things, a lot of new things perhaps for members of the jury and those of us in the room. Will you...
I think it would be really cool too to have a house on a ski slope, but I don't want to get sued if they run into my cabin. You know, they might try to sue me. Oh my God, your cabin was in the way.
will you summarize for us what are the main points that you want to get across for the jury here?
Sure. The first is that Dr. Boehm cannot say with any accuracy that Ms. Paltrow landed on Mr. Sanderson. His calculations are wrong, and when you look at the equations done properly, Mr. Sanderson can land on the snow and sustain his injuries without Ms. Paltrow falling on him.
And if I may, Dr. Scherer, was it your understanding that Dr. Boehm's opinion was that his account was the only possible way the injuries could occur?
Yes, Mr. Ramon's version was the only possible way. He said Ms. Paltrow's was impossible, which I believe is false. I think Ms. Paltrow's version is possible.
I wish we could have the two experts duke it out, like debate.
Right. And would you say that Ms. Paltrow's is the more likely of the two accounts?
Well, considering it's the only one that matches with the physics of what would happen in contact, yes, I think so.
Hi,
Okay,
Tim
I
Jules.
interrupted you were going through your main points. What was the next one?
Well, I think we've covered it. The second thing is that Dr. Boehm cannot say that Ms. Paltrow's version is impossible. That's absolutely wrong.
It sounds like you're saying, in contrast to Dr. Boehm, that there are various ways this accident could have happened. The injuries could have occurred for Mr. Sanderson. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you've evaluated the various testimony, correct?
I have.
And you've done a careful analysis from a biomechanical engineer's perspective on what different scenarios might be likely or how they would happen, correct?
Correct.
And is it your opinion that Ms. Paltrow's version is the more likely of the two versions that you looked at, Mr. Ramones and Ms. Paltrow?
Yes, once again, it's the only version out of the two that matches with the laws of physics, the biomechanics of it.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to tell the jury that maybe I interrupted you on and you missed out?
All right, he was a great witness, and when he does the cross-exam, or when he gets cross-examined, I think he does a really good job of keeping his cool too. Because the other guy was getting a little spicy. I want to watch. I'm gonna have this open, but I do want to watch. Let's watch Terry's testimony. I'm sorry I didn't get to stream it yesterday. I did watch yesterday's entire trial in 2x speed, but it'd be nice to watch it with you guys. This one, right? Okay, so just to do a little recap, this is Whitney Smith right here, the one who rescued Terry down the toboggan. This is like a ski patrol. He's like the higher up, like, I don't know, ski patrol manager. I think that's what you can call him. And then who else testified? Oh, here's Terry. All right, let's listen to Terry. So Craig Ramon does go back up there again. Oh, I have the meetup link. Wait, can we talk about that? When I was making my video, I wanted to show you guys this, and I thought it was interesting. Let's see. Crime Laugh. Pull it up. So I wanted to talk about this because this is really important. Okay, so in my recent video that I uploaded, I criticized Gwyneth Paltrow's team for making this whole meetup link thing, GoPro thing into such a huge deal and ended up not being a huge deal at all, right? But I thought it was because they were just trying to hype things up and try to get into the mind of the juror and then the jury and in our minds as well. Because I think they did a really good job, right? They're priming our minds into thinking there's a GoPro footage, there's something going on with the link in the email, and Terry's side of the team and his family, his friends, they're hiding something. But what I didn't realize was they actually could not access that link. That link wasn't live. Apparently, somehow Terry was able to get his password, log in, activate the link to show that the meetup link was really nothing. And it was a picture of Whitney. But I was just like, that's so crazy. So they both had experts on both sides and they weren't able to get this meetup link live. Like, wouldn't all he have to do? Wouldn't he just have to like say, forgot my password, get the password set into his email, reset it? I don't know. I thought it was really weird too. And I thought the defense, they didn't do a good job at making sure that this whole GoPro meetup link wasn't a huge deal. Because I think it was a huge deal to a lot of people, me included. But I was able to log into Meetup. And you guys remember the daughter's testimonies? They said that they tried to click on the link in the email, but it didn't work or they don't remember. And everyone in the chat was like, if your dad crashed into Gwyneth Paltrow, how would you not remember a video of him crashing to Gwyneth Paltrow? Well, it's because the Meetup link wasn't a link to a GoPro. It was literally a link that links to a picture of Whitney Smith. And I can understand why they wouldn't remember that because that was 6+ years ago. It didn't have Gwyneth Paltrow in it. And then also when they said that they couldn't get into the link, it's true. When you click on the Meetup link, it prompts you to make an account. And you know, sometimes when your family, they send you shit. Well, you're too lazy to make an account. It's like, I have to make an account to watch this. I don't remember this. But yeah, apparently the Meetup link is now live. And Owens is not happy about it because he was like, well, we tried getting to the Meetup link and we weren't able to. And the judge is like, well, how is it that your expert wasn't able to get into the Meetup link? But there was a viewer who watched this trial. They were able to use, I think they used like Time Machine or something like the Internet Archive and was able to pull up what the Meetup link was. I think that's what the judge mentioned. But we got in. So I made an account on Meetup. I'm ready to meet up people in my general area. We can go skiing together. No, it's telling me to log in really quick. Oh, God. Okay. Let me figure out the login really quick because I think I just... Oh, no, the password's not saved. I think I just made up a password on the spot. Oh, God. I might have to do forgot password. Oh, okay. We're good. Okay, we're good. So I made up a Meetup link account and this is the link to the meetup link that Terry put in. And yeah, there is a picture of Whitney in there. She's there. She's smiling. And why is this so smaller? Okay, she's there. She's smiling. Very Terry uploaded this and wrote, Whitney kept me entertained while probing me with questions to evaluate my senses. A dedicated outdoors person, a horse lover from Michigan. She also took me down the toboggan by herself and won the DV Women's Downhill Race Contest. A sweetheart. Craig Ramon wrote, thank you. So we have this picture here. And these are the people who, so if you guys don't know what Meetup is, it's just like a website or an app where a bunch of people get together and they can do things together like, rock climbing, maybe go canoeing together. In this case, they went skiing together. And so we have Craig Ramon in here. We have a former member. Don't know what happened to their account. We have Very Terry. Joanne, I remember they mentioned her a couple times. I think she was there with Terry at the aftermath. Kurt, I don't really remember much about Kurt. I went to Terry's profile because, just being a little bit nosy. But here's Terry right here. And it looks good, looks good right there in his picture. I'm going to read his introduction. So, introduction. But you can call me Terrific. I'm an optometric physician, originally from Montana, now relocated from Idaho. My family's raised, and it's time to play a bit more. I'm barely advanced, maybe a 7 or 8, but can enjoy a leisurely pace as well. Why did you join this group? To find like-minded and smiling skiing lovers, to improve skills and enjoyment of the mountain, and to maintain the topic year-round. How long have you skied? A little bit for a long time. What level skier do you consider yourself to be? Advanced, but I'm happy to enjoy the company of a beginner or intermediate, or improving my skills chasing an expert. Typically, 4 to 5 hours is enough for me. On average, how many days do you ski per year? Exactly 25 times last year at Alta. Hope to see you there. What ski resorts would you like to ski this season? I'm always looking for soft, off-piste, I don't know what that means, and new terrain to make it interesting and adventurous. So far, so good. So this is Terry's account right here. Looks happy and chipper. I think I did some more stalking of Terry. So this is more Terry stuff, which I already read. Yeah, same thing. So this is Terry's profile here. He's been a member since 2013. And this actually sounds really cool. Meetup. Has anyone ever done Meetup before? Kind of cool. So we got Terry right there. We got a picture of him. We did a little bit of a stalking on Craig Ramon. He attended 12 events. He's been a member since November 2014. Hi, Craig. And then picture of Whitney right here. And I want to get into... Because there's like a chat thread. Okay, so let's read the chat thread because we are nosy. Okay, 2,587 days ago. So this is before the event happened. Oh, see more comments. Okay, so Dan writes, I am out for this date, but interested in March dates. John says, I'm a maybe. I work there, but I'm not sure of my schedule yet. Wait, I work there? Maybe he just means working in the area. Very Terry. I have 3 days at DV as a part of the Alta season pass. Does anyone know, is my Alta pass all I need, or do I need to get a separate pass at Alta? Kurt replies, I have not used one of mine yet, but I think we need to present our Alta or snowboard pass at the DV window with photo ID. Very Terry. Okay, I'll be at Alta tomorrow and we'll make a point of asking. Thanks, and looking forward to skiing with you again. Joanne. Hey, Kurt and Terry. I used all 3 of my DV passes last year. Just present your Alta passes at the DV ticket booth and they will issue you a day pass. See you Friday, if not sooner, at Alta. Kurt replies, the text erroneously referenced 10:30 as a meet time. The header listed 11 a.m., which is correct. Craig, just give Deer Valley your pass. They have your photo. It'll be a great day. I will be on the hill at 9:30. Barry T, great info. It's just that easy. Craig, sorry I can't make it. I will be a great day. Barry Terry, unlike. Scott, see y'all there. Using my ski Alta pass. Should be a fine day. Chris, I might not make it. Struggling with a few things. If I'm late, do you have a cell to carry you with you, Kurt? Or anyone in a group? I would change my RSVP if I'm not going to make it. Kurt, my cell, text referred number is Mass. I usually check it once per hour while skiing. Thanks, Kurt. Not likely to make it today. Changing my RSVP. If I come up, and I'll reach out and try and meet up. So I think 2,587 days is the day that they all went skiing. Scott writes, great day. Thanks for organizing. I hope you feel better, Terry. So this is after when they're done skiing. Same day, of course. A great day. Thanks for organizing. I hope you feel better, Terry. A bump on the head sucks, but at least it wasn't something important. ... with the little peace sign and little winky face right there. Very T replies, yes, Kurt, you organized a perfect day for skiing. Thank you. That's true, Scott. ... I still have my wheels. Exclamation mark. Was nice to get to know you a bit today. ... Craig writes, Scott, Terry was not doing the man thing. Terry had a bad hit to the head. You do not have the ski patrol take you down the hill if you have a pain in your ass. Barry T replies, yep, Scott, kind of unusual for helmeted skiers to get the toboggan ride for something other than knees. Yep, Craig, I was so happy to see that sled show up. I really did not know up from down. Craig replies, Scott, the thing you didn't see was Terry was knocked out cold. Bad hit to the head. Not sure if Terry has broken ribs. I did see the hit. Terry did not know his name. I asked Terry what his name was, and he did not know. Scott, it scared the hell out of me. And so I feel really bad for Scott because I think Scott was just trying to be funny, you know, he's trying to be a little facetious. And then he comes back and he's like getting a bunch of like text thread replies. Scott writes, please forgive my weak attempt at gallows humor. Any blow to the head is a serious matter. Wait, I wonder if Scott is Canadian. French people, Canadians, they tend to write things like this, right? O-U-R? Or was it people from the UK? I don't remember. Any blow to the head is a serious matter. I'm very glad it was not more serious. Hope there are no repercussions. Barry Terry replies, this is about the next day. I got it, Scott. Thanks. It's great to know Craig had my back and still does. ... Exclamation mark. Peace sign emoji. Thanks to all your concern. ... It's official. At least 2 broken ribs and a concussion. The ribs only hurt when I moved. ... Winky emoji. Harry replies again, same day, the day after. The concussion is causing some rather bizarre physical and personality issues unlike anything I faced before. I'm hoping that comes around quickly. ... Next day, same day. Craig, Scott, thanks for the humor. I got it when you were trying to make light of the whole thing. You guys did not see what I see. No need to say you're sorry. And then Craig writes this probably about 6 days after the accident. You cannot make this up. Gwyneth took out Terry last week. Last Saturday, her son broke his arm skiing at Park City. Gwyneth was staying at the Montage. She took her plane out of Millionaire Airport. I wish I did know so many people, which makes me so mad. What makes me so mad is that Gwyneth took out Terry and just took off. So based on this thread, it seems like they truly believe that, Gwen is at fault here. It's so crazy how there's such a huge difference in version of events. I don't know. I wish that house in the cabin, I wish they had some camera footage just so we can watch it. I'll meet you guys in Area 53. Everyone already knows about Area 51. All right, don't sue me if you guys start showing up at Area 53 and disappear, okay? Okay, so we're not going to listen to Craig Ramon's testimony. I don't think it really adds much, but they talk about the meetup link, and Craig's like, yeah, that's me replying to it, and honestly, not much going on. Let's listen to Terry. So this is Terry Sanderson. He's the one who's accusing Gwyneth Paltrow of hitting him from behind while skiing, being questioned by Kristen, spicy lawyer.
Inside the courtroom.
I love spending time with my daughters and have them hear what they have to say, but in this case, I didn't want to be here because I wanted them to speak totally freely and without the discomfort of being in my presence if they had something to say.
Is that why you weren't here?
Absolutely, yes.
We're going to cut to the chase on a lot of things because
But it's not like that he wasn't here just for his daughter's testimony. He actually wasn't here for like other people's testimonies as well. So I don't know why Kristen would ask that when that could easily be disputed.
made counsel a promise that I would have you in less than an hour, and so I'm going to be true to my word here. It's 10 o'clock. We'll be done before 11. Okay. I want to talk about skiing. Tell the jury about your ski experience. What type of skier were you?
At that time, or do you want some background?
We don't need a whole lot of background.
Okay.
I want to say his lawyers messed up. They messed up royally. I don't know how they allocated their time in such a way that one of their most important witnesses only had an hour to testify. This guy apparently has, suffered from a bad concussion. There's some aftermath effects about it. And she has to rush him off the stand because they were only able to get 1 hour for his direct testimony. I think they screwed up so badly with that. Yikes.
Back in 2016, what type of skier were you?
I was advanced intermediate. There was no places I would go except serious bumps, narrow little gulches, and didn't do any big jumps. So other than that, I would go just about anywhere.
Okay. How often would you ski?
2 to 3 times per week.
Okay. For how many years?
Well, I started 37 years ago. It was a winter sport for my family. We lived at high elevation.
Okay. And in all of your years, other than the ski collision with Ms. Paltrow, have you ever been in another ski accident?
Never, never.
Have you ever skied with the ski patrol?
As a matter of fact, I had the good fortune. I learned to ski from a family that owned a ski resort. They were relation, and they would come out to Snowbird, and they were, I think, it was a whole family-run operation with 8 children, and so they were ski patrollers and they were instructors, and I had the very best of company every winter for a week when the kids were out of school. And then I had the good fortune of having a Lions Club friend, Scott, who's still a dear friend, that lives up in Spokane, and he was a ski patroller for Targhee. And he said, Terry, come up with me, on this weekend. And I said, I'll slow you down. He said, you know what? Just follow me and do what I do. And that's what I did. And I had the good fortune of spending a lot of time with Scott and seeing and observing what ski patrols do and how they calm people down and reassure them they're going to be okay. So I really appreciated that experience.
So it sounds like you've skied at Snowbird, skied at Targhee. Had you ever skied at Deer Valley on the day of the collision?
No.
That was your first time ever skiing
It
at Deer
was.
Valley?
It was.
Okay. Let's talk about that day. A couple of preliminary things. I asked Ms. Paltrow on Friday how tall she was. How tall are you?
I think I'm now 5'5".
Okay. And what was your weight at the time of the collision?
Well, in the VA, you don't take anything off. Whatever you walk in with, your coats, heavy coats in wintertime, boots,
I give that excuse too when I how much did you weigh about?
Fully dressed, or undressed, probably 63, 62 pounds, 163, 162.
Okay, all right. So the jury's heard about meetup groups. What is a meetup group?
A meetup group was just a lifesaver for me being new to this area. Hard to accumulate friends. And so when a fellow that I was on a hike with, a new fellow, said, have you heard of meetup? And I hadn't. So he says, look it up and sign up. And I did. And it was a wonderful organization of groups of people where you had a shared interest, whether it was dancing or concerts or skiing. And so I signed up and joined some groups, and it was really a life changer. Okay.
So my understanding is the day of this ski collision, you were with kind of a group of people in the meetup group. Is that fair?
That's right.
All right. Did the group have a plan? I mean, were you the organizer of that meetup group that day?
No, I was not. I asked Kurt to take that over because I planned on being gone that day, and Kurt organized that.
Okay. It sounds like obviously you weren't gone that day. You ended up being able to make it.
I came back a little early from wherever I was and just said, I'm going to go ski today. And I happened to see on the list that day also was a lady that I had met when I first moved here, and she happened to be a ski instructor at Canyons, but she had been at Deer Valley as well. And so I called and said, Debbie, I'm going to go. I'll pick you up. So I picked her up at Kimball Junction on the way and went there with her and dropped her off the skis. And
really? You thought his testimony sounds over dead and artificial?
Okay, she let our group out because she's very familiar with Deer Valley. And so she said yes and gave us the rules of the road. Did you want to hear that?
So
I thought his testimony was fine, but I was listening to 2 times speed. So when it starts getting a little bit emotional and important, I'll slow it down to normal speed.
Meetup group, you guys kind of ski all together-ish?
Well, and this ski meetup group is unusual. It's like herding cats. You've got those that just want to go, and they kind of know who one another is, and so they go ahead and group up, and sometimes I wind up skiing with the beginners and getting them started and making them comfortable. And so they don't stay together well. We meet, usually we'll say, let's meet at Alps at 1:30, and so that's what we do.
Okay, so you mentioned we set forth the rules of the road for that day. What were the rules of the road that day?
Well, the only rules of the road, we are pretty familiar with the rules of the road, so we don't go over that at the time, but Debbie just said, we're going to start down Bandana because that's how we'll get to the blacks who are really good skiing, so our group knew that's where we're headed.
Hey,
and
Jake.
She said, whatever you do on Bandana, do not go down the middle of the run.
Why not?
It's packed and crowded with people. She said, go down the edges. She said, it'll be clear. And so when I came over the edge of the hill, there were heads bobbing in the middle. It was just compacted with little heads and big tall heads, and I just diagonal. I went straight over to the right edge of that run.
And is that where you stayed prior to the collision?
I did. I stayed there the whole time because it was wide open.
So you were over to the right side to avoid the people. Did it have anything to do with your vision? There's been a lot of discussion about your right eye problem,
yes.
And we'll talk about that in a few minutes. But skiing on the right side of the run, did that have anything to do with your right eye?
Yeah, maybe that's one of the things, yes.
Okay. And we'll talk about your vision in just a couple minutes, but I want to focus on the collision right now. Craig Ramone, he just testified.
Oh, yes.
You saw him. He also testified last week.
Or Craig.
At the time, back February 2016.
He was one of maybe an average of 15 people, 10 or 15 people would come, so I shared his company during those times. And I knew him only as being an amazing skier, strong skier, and knew that. And I appreciated the fact he tended to like to follow the group and be behind as a protector because he brought a lady that was a person I knew that was his neighbor. So he would bring her up and ski behind her as a protector.
Yeah, it could be hard to meet people depending on your lifestyle. Yeah, it really depends on your lifestyle. If you're the type of person that goes out a lot, you meet out with like a lot of friends, you meet their friends, you're not shy and stuff like that. It could be really easy to meet people. But if you're like the type of person who like doesn't really like going out as much, you know, you kind of like staying inside, it could be really tough to meet others. Yeah, depends on the lifestyle. But yeah.
So good guy, good guy.
Did you guys hang out a lot before
You
this
know,
collision?
of course, at lunch, we spent time together, and there may be a couple of other occasions where we met with him, but usually there was somebody else there along with us.
Okay.
So I don't remember being exclusive with him.
All right. So, Terry, take the jury through what happened in the ski collision. Take it from, say, getting off of the lift.
Yes, happy to do that. It was really a very nice day for skiing, and I was really looking forward to it. And of course, Deer Valley has amazing groomed runs. Found that out right away. And I'm starting from when I get off.
When you got off of the ski lift.
Gotcha. So I was on a chair with probably 4 people. I think Joanne, Debbie, Craig, and there could have been another person besides myself. And we had already met and discussed going down the right side of that run, or going down the sides. And so I came over the top of the hill and saw that and headed for the right side, and I'll pick it up there. And everyone just kind of dispersed, some more to the right and more to the left. And I remember looking and seeing no one. And generally, beginner runs, people are afraid of the off-piste, of the off-groomers, and so they stay away from that area where the snow is piled up. And off-piste can be a rough ride. If you have to divert and you run out in there, some skiers can't make it through there easy, and it's a lot of bumps. So I went right down the run and started.
Do I believe him? I believe that he believes that he was hit by Gwyneth Paltrow. Same thing. I believe that Gwen believes that she was the one that was hit. I think they're both pretty convincing, in my opinion.
Just making nice soft turns and staying within that boundary. It could have been as much.
Okay, I'll slow it down just so we can really listen to his cadence. There was something else that I wanted to mention. Someone said in the chat. I don't remember. I don't remember. It's fine.
It's just 5 yards wide, but it might have been more like 5 or 6 feet. Can't imagine and can't remember. Lots of room. And so I'm just skiing easy and paying attention, and all of a sudden in front of me is 2 big signs. I've never seen that big of slow down signs. It seemed like they were 4x8, like a 4x8 sheet of plywood size high, with great big letters, slow down. I went, whoa, and I'm looking around, and the crowd's about the same as me, and speed-wise. And
So did you pay attention to the sign?
I did, and I backed off of whatever I was doing, and then another big sign, like 10 feet away, the same 4x8 sheet up there, big letters. Well, they're serious, must be lots of merging trails down here. So I just backed off, and again, the skiers were on my left. We're all about the same speed. And
I will say, though, for the jury, it's going to be tough for them to side with him because they're going to be like, he looks like he's fine on the stand. But I think sometimes it's like when you're struggling, sometimes it doesn't look like you're struggling. Like I could totally understand if he struggles like behind the scene, but like when he's up on the stand, he seems fine, maybe eloquent even. But yeah, I don't know. It's tough. But people could also alternatively say that like, oh, this guy's faking it. He's completely fine. He has no issues whatsoever. If I can't see it, then there's no way he doesn't have issues. But I can see both sides.
I could see down.
Sorry, my takes on this case is just very boring.
The edge of the run went. It curved around. A tree line came out a little bit.
I don't have spicy cakes.
The little run curled around, and I could see about half of the. I don't know if it was Montage or the Empire. Could about half of that beautiful building, and it was wide open. There was nothing in front of me, and so I came around that corner, and it takes my breath away to think this is hard because I don't like going through this scene. I just remember everything was great, and then I heard something I've never heard at a ski resort, and that was a blood-curdling scream.
King Kong.
Just, I can't do it. It was, and then, boom. And it was like somebody was out of control and gonna hit a tree and was gonna die. And that's what I had until I was hit.
I also feel like so much time has passed. So by the time that I think Gwen, I think by the time, I think like Deer Valley Resort got a subpoena in 2019, right? So that's like 3 years after the accident happened. I feel like people's memories just got jumbled up. Like, did they really remember what happened to them and the details and stuff like that? especially when there's so many people on the slopes that day. The ski instructor, when he said that even though he had his eyes on Moses, part of him being an instructor to Moses, he has to be well aware of his surroundings. But they're saying there was a lot of people on the slopes that day. So was he really able to point out who Terry was, who Gwen was? Well, Gwen, yeah, because, that's like the celebrity client. But was he able really to point out who like Terry was?
That's what was going on in your mind.
Overruled?
That's what's going on in your mind when you hear that scream.
When
It's to say, oh my gosh, somebody's out of control, and they're really seriously out of control. Not time for a hockey stop. I didn't go think about that, but most people could avoid that, I think. Good skiers.
Okay. And I'll move on.
Okay.
So you
All right, I need overruled. He's overruled.
thank you. So you hear this scream.
Yes.
What happens next?
I got hit in my back so hard, and I'm right at my shoulder blades, and it felt like, and was perfectly centered, and the fists and the poles were right there at the bottom of my shoulder blades. Serious smack. Never been hit that hard, and I'm flying. I'm absolutely flying.
Now, you're not airborne.
Well, all I saw was a whole lot of snow, and I didn't see the sky, but I was flying in that sense. I had no control. And I remember this thinking, okay, you really got to hang on. And then I thought about the crowd on the left, and I thought, I don't know who's wanted over there, and I do not want to get them mixed up in here. And I've heard, that maybe that's not decided about how my ribs really got hurt. I absolutely lurched with what little I could off of my skis a little bit more to the right to make sure nobody over here got involved on my left side.
shoot out, I lurched to the left. Someone catch me! Just kidding.
And then it was like the ground's coming up, nobody in front of me, just me going to the ground, and you're falling far further than 90 degrees like you'd fall on a floor. You got that extra, and so it's quite a ways to hit the ground. And I just said, okay, you got to protect your face, and your head, and that's the last thing I remember. It didn't happen. I did glance over and saw, just out of the corner of my eye, I could see, not glance over, but I could see somebody going by, and I'm going, okay, they're safe. Last thing I remember, everything's black.
Did the person who struck you land on top of you?
I wouldn't know that. I absolutely would not know that. I was just surprised. I had no upper body strength enough to be able to catch myself. I had no idea.
Do you remember hitting your head on the ground?
No, that part, no, that's all gone. I just remember my arms collapsing, and that's the last thing I remember.
What's the next thing you remember?
I'm getting an adrenaline rush here, I guess, living this again. Just being here and present too.
And let me just stop you really quick. You said you're getting an adrenaline rush. Is this something that you enjoy?
Adrenaline rush? Not this
No.
kind. Not now.
Okay. All right. So what's the first thing that you remember? Or the next thing?
Guys, there's a poll, okay? If you haven't voted yet, go vote in the poll. So far we have, who do you believe so far? Oh my God. Terry went down from 20% to 11%. Gwyneth went from, wasn't she at 40? From 40 to 55. Neither 15%, not sure 18%. If you haven't voted, go vote.
Thing that you remember after you're
yes.
on the ground?
The first remember is everything is still black, like I'm unconscious, but it's like my subconscious is going into protection mode, like, you better pay attention here and listen to what's being said to you. And all I could recognize was that someone was really angry at me. And it was a man, and it didn't come out clear in the beginning. I couldn't really hear what he was saying, but I
Hey,
just knew
Christy.
he was mad, and he was right above me, right close to me. And I'm feeling a little afraid.
So Craig and Terry are saying that Eric Christensen, the ski instructor, I think he's like an expert ski instructor, has been one for 30 years, also teaches like high school pottery on the side or something like that. The guy claims that he doesn't yell, and he's like a very cool, calm, level-headed guy, and has never yelled at Terry. But why? Well, I guess why would Eric Christensen, in a very cool, calm, collected manner, say, "Hey, your pal just took out Gwyneth Paltrow"? I don't know. I can imagine him saying like, "Hey, your pal just took out Gwyneth Paltrow." Like I could see it being a little bit spicy. But yeah,
And
I don't know.
I tried to move, and I could not move a limb. I couldn't move my head.
Hey, Justin.
I couldn't move my body. Nothing was responding. Just this message I was getting. And the next thing, it became a little more clear, and I heard him say, "Do you realize that you weren't skiing under the rules? You hit somebody. You hurt somebody." And just insistent that I was the bad guy. And that's why I said, this has got to be a husband or boyfriend that's really mad at me. And I sound like a big...
Did you know who he was?
I had no idea. No idea. It was just a very angry person trying to bully me into believing something that I didn't think could happen. Was I heard a woman's voice, right? Again, couldn't move. And about the third time he went through that, and it's getting louder, and I started to understand what he was saying, and he was really insistent that I was doing something wrong and hit somebody. And I remember in desperation, because I couldn't move anything, I couldn't fight. I couldn't flight. Who's
I don't know, man. So far, his story sounds pretty solid to me.
try? And I tried moving something, and I could move my skis a little bit.
I don't have a
Just-
soft
just
spot for
hold
old
my
people,
knee,
okay?
just slide my skis a little bit. and that's an important point. My skis are still on. They're still on. And I'm thinking, I got to placate this guy. He's really mad. If he decided he wanted to jump on me right now, he could finish me off. I remember.
So he's explaining why, because a couple people at the scene said like, "Oh, Terry was apologizing," and they're like, "Well, why would Terry apologize if he wasn't admitting to his fault?" But when he gives his explanation, I'm like, okay, I could see that too, you know? Because for me, sometimes like, well, a lot of times when someone runs into me, I always say, "Oh, I'm sorry." I just can't help it. It's just how I am, right? "Oh, I'm sorry," even though it's not my fucking fault. I gotta stop doing that though. But I always say, "Oh, I'm sorry, my bad."
I remember saying,
Okay, now you're
Twice.
whispering.
Well, I think at this part, he said that he was hit from behind. He didn't want to fuck with the people on the left side, so he pivoted to the right, fell down, doesn't remember hitting his head, and I think that's when he claims he lost consciousness, because then all of a sudden, I think he's starting to wake up again, and he hears like this guy yelling at him. He's a little confused. He's like, "Oh shit, I must have hit like the guy's like girlfriend or something." And he's trying to respond to the scenario by mouthing, "I'm sorry." So I don't know. That makes sense to me.
I know I am,
but
because
maybe-
that's what I heard. Nothing was coming out. My lips were moving. My tongue was moving. There was
I had issues with Craig Ramon's story, but Terry's story, I'm like, okay, I can see that happening.
nothing coming out of my mouth, and my heart rate went up again.
You saw a pretty
It
lady.
looked like what you were mouthing was, "I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. And I was just going, I can't believe it. I thought, try again. I'm sorry. Nothing was coming out. And to me, I heard nothing.
When you kind of mumbled, whispered, whatever you want to call it, "I'm sorry," was that you apologizing for causing the accident?
No, absolutely not. I was trying to placate this man in the only defensive manner that I could.
Okay. You've talked about the man who was yelling at you. Miss Paltrow last week talked about and admitted that she was kind of cussing you out as well. Do you remember any conversation that you had or anything that she said to you?
Absolutely not. There was one voice that my brain was focused on. Thank God, I guess. And that was self-protection, I guess. I only heard a male voice, a mad, angry male voice. I heard nothing. Maybe that happened before I came to that point in consciousness.
Were you still on the ground at this time?
Still on the ground, absolutely, face down on the ground.
How did you end up getting up?
Well, that's a story too, but basically, I heard Craig saying, "Terry, are you okay.
Now, this is Craig Ramon.
Well, at that point, I didn't identify his voice. Things were a little strange yet. And I heard, Terry, are you okay? And about the third time it hit me, somebody is here to help me. I didn't, at that point, except an angry man was there. And I said, oh my gosh. And I went through.
All right, I'm going to speed it back up now.
And I looked up and I could see Craig standing there above me, 8 or 10 feet. And on his immediate left, my right, was a man in an all green outfit and with a helmet on and ski goggles and, looked good. And I thought, oh, he's here to help me, right? He looks like he's from Deer Valley. And so I was going through the things, answering his question about, that were my thoughts. Now back to my injuries. Craig is saying, are you okay? And I said, oh, my ribs are so sore. There's just this really deep throbbing purple pain here. And then I said, my vision is swimming with sparks. And they were unusual sparks. I'm going, is that my retina? Is that my eyes? And it wasn't a retinal detachment, a retinal hole or anything. And I'm going, that's my brain. I'm thinking, those sparks on my brain.
And all this time, you're still on the ground.
I'm still.
Yeah, Kristen needs to clarify that. Rachel says, how was he mouthing, I'm sorry, if he was face down in the snow? Kristen needs to clarify that. Were you face down, or at this point, did you already kind of like had your side turned? I don't know why she doesn't clarify that. Kristen, come on. You got to address her doubts here.
Still, actually, yeah, the next point is that after I tell me about my ears my ears are buzzing. Oh, and I said my brain is like it's on Novocaine. And then I realized, oh, I'm not seeing, I missed a spot. And that's where I looked up and couldn't see them and got frightened about that.
I'm sure Owens will address it though, because they didn't get to finish the cross-examination.
And I realized, going, oh my, what's going on? And then I went like this, and happy I could see. So I missed that part. That happened before I started telling what all is wrong with me, answering his question. And then Craig said to me, as I remember, of course, my brains are a little bit stretched out of place, and I remember him saying,
I'm here for the lawyers.
And what I thought I said was, oh my gosh, I can feel this pathway in my brain. It's going around and trying to figure out who I am. And yes, I know I'm Terry. And then he said, do you know where you are? And I said, I know I'm skiing, but I don't know where I am. And that's when the man in green took off. I was kind of noticing that he really wasn't interested in what I had to say. He wasn't asking questions. He was standing there rather stoically, head not moving, goggles on, just resting on his poles and his skis.
Oh, no, definitely. These, when you do direct examination, cross-examination, this whole thing is always rehearsed way ahead of time. He's rehearsed, Gwyneth Paltrow's rehearsed, the experts rehearsed, everything is rehearsed out.
And was sort of disinterested. But when he skied off, my heart sank because I really thought he was the one person that was there to help me. And I'm laying on the ground with my head.
He said bye.
On the hill, and I couldn't see where he went. So I was really.
Terry, how'd you get up?
The question is how I got up, and that might have been the question in the beginning. But
right. How did you get up?
I realized that I was getting cold, and snow was packed in around me. I was starting to get a little shivery, maybe from a little shockish, maybe. And I got to go. I got to get my skis downhill, and I started sliding my skis around and my legs around. I think Craig must have been shell-shocked about this guy leaving too. I don't know what he thought, but I remember getting my skis around, and it's so painful every time you have to contract your.
Terry.
Thank you.
How did you get up?
Thank you. That is one of my habits. I just focus. After I got halfway around, a man showed up in front of me, and I thought he came from the right. And I don't remember if he said one word to me. He just reached down and grabbed me and jerked me up on my feet, which I was not ready to be up on my feet. My head's swimming. I'm in pain, worried about falling down again and breaking a rib, puncturing a lung. He gets me up, and I'm on the edge of the run, so it's bumpy. It's hard to get my skis under me, and I'm stomping down the snow and trying to get them in a spot. Got my poles wedged in, and I think I've got it in stability, and he's gone. And this time,
He said bye.
I could watch him go all the way down the hill. And I'm standing up, but am I feeling safe? No, people are going by.
Yeah, so we're getting contradicting stories. The Eric Christensen, if you guys believe him, the ski instructor said that he got to the scene, he took off his skis, and then he went over to Gwyneth Paltrow, took off her skis, and then went over to Terry, took off his skis. Everyone got up. There was some sort of exchange. Ski patrol came by. Terry and Ramon talked amongst themselves, said they were okay. And Eric Christensen maintained that he was the last person to leave the scene. So he said that, Ramon and Terry skied away, and then Eric Christensen left. So we have a lot of different stories. I also want to mention that Terry and Ramon said that ski patrol never came by to check if there was okay. Eric Christensen said they did, but Gwyneth Paltrow said she doesn't remember that. So I just feel like people are just, I don't know. It's hard to rely on memory. Everyone's just remembering different things.
you know. And I'm thinking, I do not want to get hit again.
My understanding is that you and Craig tried to ski down a little ways, but then didn't quite make it too far. Is that accurate?
Yeah, he said, "You think you can ski?" And I'm thinking, if the option is getting left up here, I will try anything. I got to get off here. So yes, he said, "Follow me," and I did. And I don't know how I was skiing. I don't think I was edging. I think I was probably snowplowing. And he finally turned around and said, Terry, stop. You've forgotten how to ski. And of course, it was just, we were trapped in.
Okay, so someone says, I slowed it down because someone's comment in the chat. Where is it? Oh God, I don't remember where he went. Someone was making fun of him for saying the part where he quotes Ramon. I couldn't believe how dirty the snow was. Shut up. So I try to be a little bit forgiving when people are telling their story. And I know sometimes it sounds over dramatic or cringe, stuff like that. But I film myself a lot. And when I rewatch videos of myself, I'm like, oh my God, I'm coming across a way that I'm not trying to come across as. And sometimes I come across as like really cringy, aggressive, dramatic. And I don't know, like I film myself a lot. So I can totally see like sometimes you come across as cringy and stuff. So that's why I'm a little bit forgiving when people are up on there. But if most of their testimony is just really bullshitty, cringy, and I feel like something is off, that's when I'll like call it out. But I don't know. I didn't think it was that bad.
He said, I got to find help.
Your Honor, there's some hearsay here.
Eventually.
And I do agree. I think Gwen is a great storyteller. When she told her story, I think she did a really good job.
Craig got help, yes?
Yeah, he said, I got to find help. And so he disappeared, and I just put my head down and prayed that
Jerry,
I wouldn't get back into it again.
have you seen my vlogs? Oh my God, guys, go watch my vlog.
I felt pretty vulnerable. And he disappeared.
What happened when help arrived?
You know, Whitney showed up, and I was so grateful to see someone. And
Now, is that Whitney Smith?
Yes, that's her name. Mm-hmm.
And the jury is seeing pictures, and we're going to put another picture up in just a couple minutes. Is she the one in a red jacket that there's a picture of in this case? Do you know?
Yes, as a matter of yes, that's her. Mm-hmm.
All right. So did she take you down on the toboggan, or how did you get down?
She did. She said, "Are you okay?" kind of thing. I don't know.
Yeah, don't worry, Burke. You're not alone. A lot of people think the same. I just have a different opinion.
She did. I don't remember the conversation. It was a little easy stuff, and so got in, and I remember Whitney saying to me, "Now, you got to remember these things because I'm going to ask you again later." And she told me that she was from Michigan, moved 5 years before, and started on the ski patrol here 5 years before. She loved her job. Her name was Whitney, and that she had a horse named Titan that she wore in the years off. So she told me to remember those things. I'm going, this is a brain test. She's wanting to check if my brain's okay. And from that point on, I quit worrying about myself. I quit worrying about my injuries. It was just like, I'm going to remember this. I do not want to have any brain injuries. And I locked onto that and nothing else. And later on, she did ask me, and I could repeat it back to her exactly as she told me. And she won the women's downhill in the ski patrol women's competition.
Sounds like you still remember some of these details.
I was so determined to hang on to those facts, yes.
All right.
She was his angel. She saved him.
What type of medical attention did you receive? Still at the ski resort?
Yeah, Whitney is not a paramedic. She's not an EMT. I didn't really expect her to have advanced knowledge about neurological testing and triple testing and cranial nerve testing. She did a great job of doing exactly what she's supposed to do, just to be at that triage level to decide what kind of care I needed.
Okay, so what type of care did you get? What type of medical treatment did you get
No
when you got down to the bottom?
No medical treatment. Am I missing something?
Did you get checked out at the Instacare or anybody?
Oh, after
Yes.
we left there. Yes, I asked Debbie, I said, where can I go and get checked and see what they say? And she said, well, let's stop at the Instacare. I know it's on the way. So I'd never been there before, but that's where we stopped and went in there.
All right, so you got checked out. When did you learn that it was Gwyneth Paltrow that you were in the collision with?
It was brought up, I think, that the people that came in to the room to check on me that were part of my group, they check in and check out once, and which is what I tell them, go ski and go enjoy yourself. And so it came up, and it probably was Craig who said, I heard him say it was Gwyneth Paltrow. And to me, it's like, I'm not into celebrity worship, so I didn't care at that point.
Did you think it was cool to collide with a celebrity?
Absolutely not. That is not who I am, no.
Did you ever write that? Ever tell anybody that?
I don't think it came out in those words, but I don't remember that. But I think I was trying to communicate to my kids, and the reason was because I got calls from friends that knew my kids that heard I got
20 minutes before trial starts.
at the ski resort, and so I thought I gotta let my kids know I'm okay. That was my main point. I don't want them to worry about me. I'm okay. And so I started it out, and May said,
Hold on a second. Man, because Charles gonna go on for another like 4 hours. Let me grab something to eat really quick. It's gonna take 2 minutes because I'm eating like crap. All right, guys, get up, stretch, use the bathroom. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, I came back in 4 minutes because I gave my dogs their cookies. Their little cookies. Okay, how are we feeling so far? Seems like a lot of you guys do not believe Terry, which is fine. I like bone broth. I cook with it all the time. I'm gonna start my own scent line. Call it Ode to Taco Bell. Gonna capture the essence of the aftermath of Taco Bell. Sounds delish. Make sure you send me a sample, okay? All right, guys. He's lying. I don't love GP, but I can't just get into skewering her for something I don't think she's responsible for. If I was the jury, can I just not award anyone? It's like, well, I'm not awarding her and I'm not awarding him. That's it. Can they choose that? Is that a contradicting verdict if they award no one? Like, hey, no one's really proved that. I don't know. I would just award no one. But I believe that they both think that they're right.
I'm famous or something.
We're going to pull that up. Could you pull it?
Thank you.
Like, Terry, you pay for your own lawyer fees. Gwen, you pay for your own lawyer fees. End of story.
Yes, Defense
Bye.
Exhibit 111. We're going to call it the I'm famous email.
Come on, get that email up and ready.
Do you see them? 9:30. From you to Jenny, Polly, and Shay. Those are your 3 daughters?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And the subject said, I'm famous. Do you see that?
I do.
Why did you write, I'm famous?
You know what? Again, my head was scrambled. All I was trying to do was desperately communicate with my kids before they heard from somebody else I got crushed. So I didn't pick my words well, not at all how I felt. And I really was trying to add a little levity to a serious situation. And it
Not telling you.
I know that it's where it is.
So you write,
I'm eating junk
famous,
food this week.
And then here's what happened from my friend and eyewitness. And then there's the link.
The link.
The link. We now know what the link shows.
Okay, sorry, I thought you were going to the GoPro. I'll withdraw my comment.
I'm just talking about the link.
Yes.
Okay. So we now
Oh, his honey would not be happy. She smacked him upside his head.
know what the link is.
Yes.
Correct? The link is
Figuratively.
it's a really bad picture. You'll get a clear picture. It's the picture
No,
of
I'm not.
Whitney Smith. Oh, it's right there. Fantastic.
Thank you.
It's that. And then that leads to later comments back and forth between you and Craig.
Yes.
In that, under that picture, can you read what it says?
Yes. Whitney kept me entertained while probing
You
me.
want to speak in a mic?
Oh, yes.
I'm thinking Gwen probably has
Whitney
insurance
kept me
for this,
entertained
right?
While probing me with questions to evaluate my senses. A dedicated outdoor person and horse lover from Michigan. She also took me down in the toboggan by herself and won the DV Women's Downhill Race Contest. Sweetheart. I was grateful for her.
Are those the things? First of all, did you write that under her picture?
You know, I don't know what time it was added. Carlene,
Okay, so that emotional bit right there, I do believe it because I think his entire family's just emotional. Like, remember when the daughters went up there? They were kind of emotional as well, especially that one daughter. She was like very, very emotional. I think they're an emotional family. And him and his other daughter, Polly, they do yoga. And so people in yoga, sometimes they're very spiritual. He does this a lot, you know. He's like a yoga emotional dude.
was hurrying back from St. George.
But I know some people are like, I call BS on that. Look at this guy, fake emotional. But I don't know. I buy it.
And depending, I don't know, she helped me a lot verbalize things because things weren't making sense at all in
right.
communication, and she may have helped and participated in that.
Those details, are those the details that Whitney wanted you to memorize as you were taking down the toboggan?
Yep.
All right, can you
I'm just,
go
I
back
know,
to the emails? All right, so you send that out to your 3 daughters.
I did, yes.
Okay. And Shay, who testified last week, she responded to you with the top post, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you read what it says?
I can.
Actually, let's put the subject. Read what the subject says.
It says, I'm famous. At what cost? Question mark.
Do you know why Shay wrote that?
Well,
Do you know?
I think she may have called me. Did she? Right after this, and so
Speculation.
Right.
Sustained?
Do you remember?
I'm pretty certain that she checked in on me and made a phone call, and
That's possible too. That's what I thought initially, David. I thought that he relied heavily on what Ramon saw, and then because of that, started building this like obsession with the trial, the case. That's what I believe initially. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think Ramon was a horrible witness for him. Not saying that Ramon's a bad guy or anything, but Ramon, his testimony sucked booty.
Do you remember what you told her
I did like Ramon though, but I just think his testimony just sucked.
during the phone call?
yeah, I had a chance to talk about my symptoms exactly. I think, and that I said, you know, as many people that were on that slope that day, maybe a couple hundred within that vicinity, there has to be a GoPro picture or video. If it's a helmet mount, they're going to look over just like Craig did, right? And they're going to go catch it. They hear a holler, they're going to catch it. I'm going, I just know there's one out there. We got to find that. That is the evidence we need. And so
Terry,
she misinterpreted.
did you have a GoPro?
Absolutely. I do have one, yes, but I did not have it on that day.
Do you know of anybody in your ski group that had a GoPro?
No,
Have you ever seen a GoPro video of this accident?
absolutely not. no, I would have loved to have it. It was what we needed.
All right. Okay. We can take that off. Thank you. Let's talk about your injuries. What injuries, to your understanding, did you sustain in this collision?
At this point,
Right now.
Right now.
What your understanding as to what happened to Terry in this collision?
at this point, I know that I had at least 4 broken ribs. I sustained a concussion, and that's the 2 main factors, I think. And then later on, I had some.
He passed the brain test. Yeah, he did pass the brain test that Whitney gave him. But when he went to the doctors the next day, they told him that he had 4 broken ribs and a concussion, though. So it must mean that, yeah, he passed the brain test, but he still had a concussion that was diagnosed the next day. Why did the daughter say there was a GoPro? Oh, God, the GoPro thing is pretty wild. So we all thought that there was GoPro footage and maybe it was some missing evidence. I don't know, maybe some of you guys still think that, but apparently when the dad called the daughter that day, he was like, oh, there must be someone with the GoPro footage. The scream was really loud, blood curdling. Someone must have turned their head towards the accident and captured it all on camera. And so the daughter thought, oh, there must be GoPro footage. And then in the email, she was like, Dad, I can't believe it. What are the chances? It was all caught on GoPro. So she's the only one that mentioned the GoPro footage. No one else mentions it. But in that email, it sounds really bad because they're like, wait a second. Did Terry had GoPro footage? Wait a second. Did Craig Ramone have GoPro footage? Where is it?
Right.
But it seemed to be been nothing.
It just has its own idea and thinking where it needs to be, opposed to what I'm thinking.
Okay. Let's talk about how your ribs, how your brain injury, how that has affected you. Okay. Have things in your life changed?
I'm like living another life now.
Okay. And let's focus on, we'll kind of go step by step, different things. Physical wise, how have you changed physically since the accident?
This guy's full of it. Liar, liar, pants on fire. It was a cash grab from the beginning. He threatened those daughters of his to incorporate, and the Ramones lying for a cut. Sorry, that is what I believe. That was always in the back of my mind, but I will only believe that if they prove some sort of evidence. So maybe there was an email thread of him conspiring in the background, getting people to get their story straight, getting them to lie and stuff like that. Or if he had previous incidents where he sued people for frivolous things, right? So that was always in the back of my head. But since we don't have any evidence showing that, yeah, I don't believe that. You can see him shake at times, 100%. I feel the exact same way. How do you diagnose a concussion? Is it symptoms that the patient reports? I have no idea. I'm assuming they did a brain scan maybe, and then maybe they did some like more some other tests on his brain. I have no idea. Maybe his doctor will testify. That would be great. The doctor in the VA. That would be great information. But I don't know if I don't think they ever even had a doctor testify, right? But I mean, because Whitney is not like a trained she can't diagnose people. So I think she just did like there was that brain test that you do. What is it again? It's like you name 5 items, you wait 5 minutes, and then you ask them to name the items again. So I'm sure there's been scenarios where people have passed that test and still have concussion, right?
Well, I can't ski anymore. I was told that if I did and had another crash, that I could wind up full-time in a nursing home. The odds of that's very high.
So no more skiing.
Well, and I tried not to go back, and I did ski a few more times by myself just to see if I still could. I had this ungodly looking fluorescent red outfit I bought, a MIPS helmet to protect my brain.
I feel like he should have worn this fluorescent outfit and bright helmet and all that stuff. I want to see what it looked like.
And I thought, I can do this. This is my love and joy. I meet friends, I make friends, I stay with them the whole year. It's a year-round activity, and it's a lifelong activity. And so I tried, and I felt like I was skiing through landmines. Just ridiculous. Looked ridiculous, all bright fluorescent red. Wasn't thinking very well. And then I'd have to stop every 30 yards and look back behind me to make sure no one was right behind me. Saw a reaction. And gradually gave it out just 3 or 4 times, and I think I was done.
Okay. Before we go into more activities, what about physically? Do you have pains, aches, pains, problems? Your physical being, how are you?
I'm a much more careful person. I don't take any risks and more brain damage, and I'm not sure I understand your question exactly.
Have you had any kinds of balance issues or headaches?
Of course, initially, that was just my life was living in an orange chair, sitting there.
Yeah, my weight for believing his testimony that he had a concussion afterwards as a result of the impact are the witnesses. So he had his ex-girlfriend testify, a son-in-law's brother that they used to be friends with. His daughters testified, and I found them to be credible witnesses. They seem like normal, decent people, not people who are just like in it for the money. I mean, there could be, maybe some evidence comes out later on that shows that they're all in it for the money together. But yeah, I don't know. I believe their testimonies when they say that Terry was off after the accident.
And sleep for 12 hours and then sit for half an hour until Carlene, I gotta go back to bed.
But to be fair, it's not.
The issue that I'm having is just that, because it's Terry's burden to prove that Gwyneth Paltrow hit him, and yeah, I don't think he's there. I don't think he's there. I think they're gonna side with Gwyneth Paltrow because she's got great exhibits, animations. Her live experts showed up in person, and the entire Deer Valley Ski Resort employees are all testifying for her. So I'm pretty sure she's gonna
Not like that anymore.
No, it's not. No, I had no anymore. No, it's not.
Yeah, I need to ask my friend who's an ER doctor about these concussions and brain scans and stuff like that. I have no idea. I haven't read any literature about it. But and in terms of like him having different answers about how long he was concussed for, or not concussed for, how long he was out for. I don't know. Keep in mind, if you believe that he had a brain concussion, I feel like he might have some wonky memory about certain facts as well. That's why I was being a little bit more forgiving about like him saying like, oh, I was out for like 1 second, 5 seconds, 5 minutes, 10 seconds, or 10 minutes, something like that. So I don't know. I don't think he knows how long he was out for. And and Craig Ramon was probably giving different stories about it. I don't know. Is Jenny going to testify? My understanding was she was not going to testify. But then last week, Owens mentioned that there was a Jenny that was going to testify on Tuesday. So maybe we'll hear. Owens did say that they have 4 experts that are going today, and so far they're on expert number 2. So they must have 2 more experts going today, and I don't know. I don't know if Jenny's going to testify. Let's see.
Let's talk about mentally. How have you seen yourself change mentally? What are some things that you've noticed or difficulties that you've had mentally?
Many things I don't have the words or the intelligence or training to explain.
You have lots of words.
I admit. This has been a bizarre part of this process is I never feel like I've explained enough. It's like big gaps. I got to start from the beginning, and everyone may recognize that by going through and building a case, and they don't know what I'm talking about until I get to the subject. So everything's backwards. I'm building from the little things and then saying, oh, I'm talking about apples. You're going, I had no idea. Upside down and backwards. Communication just feels like I can't connect. And so I keep trying, desperately trying. And personality changes is not something I just know it's different. Things are weird.
You ever get lost?
Oh my gosh, that was among the first signs when I tried to get out and work on the green team. And
wait, whoa, what's the green team? What are you talking about?
I volunteer for lots of groups, like a couple hundred hours a year at least, I would think. Green team is one of those.
The green team sounds really cool. I wonder if they have a green team in LA.
Significant, a large group of heavy lifters who pick up
I'm a heavy lifter.
Plastic and aluminum recycle after concerts, and USANA was the main one, even though we've done Liberty Park, and it's a group of maybe 15 people, and we stay up until 1 o'clock in the morning picking that up there. And recycled the last year I worked in 2015, 23 tons. And it's not just walking, 16,000 steps on what I saw, and it's bending and stooping and lifting and picking up and dragging a bag, and it's hard work, but really, really bonding with a lot of people and doing that, so that's what that is. So I tried going up there, and usually I carpool, and that day I didn't, usually the driver. And so I parked and went and did our thing, and it's maybe 12:30, 1 o'clock, and went back to the car and headed home.
Jerry.
I'm going the wrong direction. I'm going, what's going on? I've done this dozens of times. I was lost.
Yeah, I've always wanted to do like beach cleanups and stuff like that. It'd be really
just
cool.
to clarify, this is since the ski crash, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
And my instincts are always knowing where north is, and it's really been good having grown up in the mountains. It just was instinctual. At night, I had no instincts anymore, anyway. And so I headed just instinctually where I thought I was supposed to be and wound up north or south or somewhere else, and that happened the second time.
Had that ever happened to you before this ski collision?
I've never been so needing maps. And so I'm pretty sure I've lost visual memory because it doesn't, knowing those turns and the houses where you turn, the streets you turn at, that feels like, and I know a little bit about that, that feels like a deficit I have, I don't retain that anymore. I can be there a dozen times and I still have to use maps to make sure I get there. Really odd.
What about emotional, Terry?
I still get lost in LA, man. I fucking hate LA so much. I get lost. I hate the highways. Ugh.
How are your relationships with your family and friends since the ski accident?
You know, my interaction with my family has been more difficult, and I think of course, I'm desperately to be close to my family and my girls, but something's wrong in my essence and what I bring to the table with them, and communication is not as smooth, and it's been more difficult, no question. And they've told me they've noticed some changes. Yeah.
Now, I didn't know you before. Jury didn't know you before. What kind of relationships did you have with your girls before this crash?
My goals are always angels. I'm their protector.
Oh, no, no, no. Trust me, Blake. Using Waze, using Google Maps, Apple Maps, whatever in LA, it's complete trash when it comes to getting onto highways, getting off highways, and it tells you where to go, but it's really, really confusing. You can even ask Jan. Jan gets lost all the time when he comes to my house, and he's been to my house a couple times. It's I don't know, LA highway is just horrible, disgusting. And then they make you do a lot of like unsafe left turns, especially in Koreatown. I fucking hate that. And then you got to navigate your own way. And then sometimes they're very insistent on you making unsafe left turns. I fucking hate LA so much. Driving here sucks. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed what he said. Sorry. Go ahead, Terry.
Before this crash.
My goals are always angels. I'm their protector. Things happen to them. I'm testifying that I heard about it. It hurts to see them in that place as their protector. I rode home with them and sobbing, so I get caught up in that.
Do you love your girls?
Oh my gosh.
There's been some discussion about your relationship with Jenny and that it's not always optimal. From your perspective, what is your relationship like with Jenny? And how has it been, even before this accident?
Yeah, Jenny and I probably don't communicate as well as I do with my other two daughters. Not probably, definitely we don't. Just have a hard time in that process, and I will not give up. I try to push to keep those lines open, but there's been times when there's been long breaches in our conversation. And yeah, I feel like her protector more than anybody does. So it's been harder for me to transition from being a parent to being an adult, an equal adult. I just feel like I need to intervene more on her behalf and help her. It's been hard.
Let's talk about Carlene. We heard her testify last week. She's a catch. Why'd you let her go?
It was my choice. I wouldn't have, but I had it. After 8 months, I had to tell her to leave. I said, I'm not asking you, I'm telling you, you got to leave. And
Why'd you tell her to leave?
I knew she didn't buy into this. She didn't buy into me not being the same person and coming into a relationship. And I said, I'm not sure I'm going to get back to normal again. And I don't want you to feel like that I'm a crippled vet and you're going to stick it out with me, because I know you would. Half a brain or whatever. I know you would, but don't do it. You need your life. You run right now. And it was a sad time for both of us, I know. And she's in a great relationship with Bill now. And that was the purpose. And I think better than what I would have done, honestly. It's hard to admit that, but it's true.
Council, is it a good place to take a break?
Sure.
Okay, we'll take a short recess.
Thank you.
Why don't you stand now, and then you're welcome to step down during the break.
Fake crying. I don't know. That seemed real to me.
Council, would you approach the bench, please?
Amber Heard School of Emotion. What was Amber Heard's acting coach name again? Christina Sexton, right? Oh, I would say the worst actor is still Amber Heard. Next would be, I think Murdoch did better than Amber in terms of emotions. And I thought he was fine. I thought it was fine. I thought Terry was fine, yeah. All right, court back live yet? Not yet. All right. Lots of sidebars. Is it Owen's turn to come up? Owen's a funny guy.
Okay, call him in.
I committed to get this done quickly.
Yes, you did.
Your Honor, we have hard copies of the depositions. There was 3 sittings, and can we go put them up there,
Yes.
1, 2, 3, and give you a copy?
Yes.
Do you mind? This is Peter's.
Yes. But put them there just in case the witness needs them.
Oh, is court back? Is court back?
Okay. All right, so let's get back to some of the things that you've noticed. We've heard from others, but I want to hear from you.
Yes.
Have you
Oh my god, I would totally do that. You struck me as being like the guys that chased down the first seals. Do you watch the YouTube channel? The people in Namibia, and what they do is they catch the little seals and they free them from the nets. Oh my god, I would totally do that. I'm the type of person, if I see a little bee struggling, I pick up a little bee. If I see a spider struggling or like a little ant, I'm always helping the insects too, except for mosquitoes. Fuck mosquitoes, cockroaches. No cockroaches. Fuck gnats. Fuck flies. Fruit flies. I hate all those fuckers, okay? But if you're like a little ant, you know, if you're like a spider, I'll help you out.
Had any type of anger issues since the collision?
Yeah, they're awesome. I love them.
You've noticed.
There's no question I have a much wider range of temperament than I had before. Much wider.
What about their social life?
They're super cool. I follow them on Instagram too.
Before the ski accident, what kind of things did you do?
You know, I look back in the last couple of years. In fact, I did that, and I just realized I was in the groove of my life at that stage. I had a lady in my life that I dearly loved, and we just did everything together, and spent, I believe it was 2 years together, and had cleaned up our lives in physically great shape. Both of us like to hike and walk and travel, and really were enjoying our lives. And we spent some time in St. George, where she's located, and I spent some time here. It was wonderful. We cleaned up the businesses of homes and combined homes and parents' homes, and we had, as I hope.
Yeah, I didn't realize how fit you had to be one of those guys. Because I was like, oh man, I thought anyone could just do it and just volunteer, but no, like you had to be fit. You got to run fast. You got to be strong enough. I didn't realize seals can be like 200 pounds. Like I thought they were just like cute little baby seals, but there's some big old ones out there. They're scary. You get hurt too.
Everybody noticed she is an amazing woman, and so I had a great deal of connection with her.
And so since the ski accident,
Yes.
do you still go and do fun things and have that zest for life?
I've been self-imposed.
Don't you like my chain
90%
smoking?
staying in the house. A recluse, self-imposed recluse. Just not feeling as fun, not feeling as engaged in other things, just don't have that same spark I had, and don't feel the same about when I go to places.
You still travel though.
You know, I have traveled because...
What? Let's talk about travel for a minute.
Yes.
Before the ski collision, did you do a lot of travel?
A lot of travel. It happened to be something that Carlene liked to do, and so we traveled a lot. Went on the only cruise that I was ever on before the crash, and yes, we had more plans.
I feel like we needed to get Terry's ski group to come testify for him and say that like, hey, you know, I've skied with Terry before, and he skis really safe. He doesn't do the what was it, the GS turns? Like he just does really safe. He stays on the right side, but they didn't come and testify, or they didn't ask him to. He needed more witnesses to come testify. Craig Ramon was a mess.
Did you ever travel alone before the ski accident?
I did travel alone in a few
Craig
places.
tried.
Yes.
He tried.
Okay. What about since the ski collision? Have you still traveled?
I have traveled, and as part of the problem, I'm just easily confused about things. So I usually request having somebody else along. Also because of this funny aberrant foot thing, want to go its own way. I don't feel as safe. And then also, things would happen. Like I put the wrong name, I get their name spelled wrong, and important flight tickets. And
Some people just don't want to be involved in lawsuits and stuff.
So it was difficult, and I really wanted someone to go with me. I didn't feel as secure traveling alone.
Have you traveled alone since the ski accident?
I have not. I had one time when one friend, there's actually two, but I had one friend when we had planned a trip to Europe.
Oh, wait.
A physician's assistant. And
They're back. They're back. Judge Kent.
Thank you. The bailiffs are bringing in the jury.
Hey,
and getting
Judge.
them ready.
Judge always got a bow tie on. I like his attire. What kind of bow tie you got on today? Judge had like the Slytherin bow tie on
No,
last time.
I won't bring them in the room until they're ready.
Oh, let's get up and quick, actually. Oh, yes, we are live. They are back from their long lunch break. Oh my God, this trial and then the Murdoch trial, they take long lunch breaks. Remember the her defamation one was like they were like 1 hour and then back on the dot. Whew. Don't forget to like the stream. La 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 la. Yeah, the trial's gonna be over this. Yay! I guess I'll keep stretching then. Keep stretching. I could hear Kristen in the background. So, where's everyone from? We have anyone from Australia today? Shirt, thank you. I actually, I really like this shirt, but then there's a color in it that I really don't like. Taking the Texas, Canada, Pittsburgh.
you can come back
Oh,
up
you're
to
in.
the
Oh yeah, that's right, Kelda. I
witness
remember you're in
stand.
London. Alaska. I wasn't in Alaska. Ontario originally. British Columbia, now Canada. Fresno. I know where. Ooh, Stockholm, Sweden. Friend who lives in Sweden. Hey, Pasadena. Oakland, California. Oakland, I used to go to Oakland. If you're talking about the one that's near San Francisco, I used to go to Oakland to get
Okay, we're ready
Korean
for the
barbecue.
jury.
What's up, Gwen? Oh, that is her security guard. Handsome looking dude sitting in the back. He kind of looks like the guy from what's his name? The guy who's in Split. Bay Area. I used to live in Bay Area. It was too cold. Not like it. Vegas. TwitchCon's happening in Vegas this year. Oh, Ireland. My friend went to she says like Guinness in Ireland tastes really, really good because you drink a tap. But she didn't like it how I think she complained about eating too much potatoes when she was in Ireland. So she had to eat her she like brought her like packaged cup noodles and shin ramen with her. You love Ireland? It seems beautiful. I definitely want to go visit your times. I have not. Got family in San Bernardino. A Xanax shake for lunch. Ugh. I grew up in Idaho before moving to Cali. Now that's cold. Have she talked about her vagina candles yet? Just curious if they randomly brought that up. No. Do you guys want to go on the Goop website? We can go shopping on our website. Let's see. Is it goop.com, right?
All right. Thank you. Mr. Egan, you may continue.
Goop.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Bogger, we just have a few
RDA.
more questions, and then we'll get you off the stand here. First, is it your opinion that both Mr. Sanderson and Ms. Paltrow had the responsibility to exercise reasonable care to avoid a collision with each other on the day of their accident?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're familiar with Ms. Paltrow's account of that collision, correct?
Yes, I am.
Have you heard her testimony, in the trial testimony that she gave to this jury?
I have.
And you also reviewed her deposition?
Yes.
And if you assume that her account is correct, is it your opinion that she did comply with the standard of care or the reasonable standard that you just said that was her duty?
Yes.
$75. Oh my
Her
God.
account was correct. Did Mr. Sanderson comply with that duty?
No.
I don't know what it smells like.
And why is that?
Well, if you assume the facts that we're looking at,
I don't wanna try
Paltrow's
it.
version, then you'd have to conclude that at the moment of the collision, she was a skier below and was hit from behind, and that collision. I know I said there were a lot of other factors, but in this case, that seems to be the key factor, and that's where the failure of someone's lookout at the last minute, even if they can be in control the entire time, making great slalom turns, whatever it might be, but you can be a very good skier and you can be skiing in control, but if you have a momentary failure and there's someone below you of your lookout, then you have a collision. And by definition, if you have that collision, that's not in control because you can't stop and or avoid anything below.
me
So
shut
by
up.
definition, that's skiing out of control, even if it's momentary.
Did you review the
All right, I'm serious
evidence
now.
relating to Deer Valley's paperwork and obtaining of information about this accident?
I did.
And do you have knowledge of the standards for ski resorts in terms of that kind of a investigation of an accident?
Yes.
And did Deer Valley comply with that standard?
Yes, based on the facts that they had in front of them, yes.
And did you see any evidence of inappropriate documentation?
No, what I reviewed looked like it would meet the industry standard of care. It would be very similar to all the ski areas that I visited and know I'm familiar with their record keeping and so forth. These are typical business records kept in the course of business.
In your experience, thoroughly investigating over, I think you said 500 ski collisions, do you sometimes conclude that the evidence does not allow you to determine who is at fault?
All the time, yeah. Sometimes you just don't have enough information. Sometimes you have conflicting information, and you just, there's plausible versions, and you can't know which one's right, and you just have to realize that you're not going to be able to determine fault. So
I feel like they could have foregone this guy's
That's all
testimony.
my questions. Thanks.
Thanks.
Ms. Van Orman?
Bone broth candles. Oh God, I have a friend, and I know she would buy a bone broth candle.
I'm
That's
going
like
to be
totally
really,
her
really
thing.
quick with you. In fact, we're just going to do the opposite
Yes,
of what
lavender.
you just testified to. So you were just asked if Ms. Paltrow's version of the accident, assuming that was true, would Mr. Sanderson have violated the skier's responsibility code? We're going to flip that.
Okay.
You've heard Mr. Sanderson and Mr. Ramon's version of the accident. Assuming those were true, they would have complied with the skier's responsibility code, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Paltrow would have violated the skier's responsibility code.
That's correct.
Good question, Kristen.
And in fact, the skier's responsibility code, it applies to all skiers. They all have to follow it, right?
That's correct.
No matter if somebody has a disability in their eye or if they're turning to look at their children to watch them ski.
All skiers have that responsibility at all times.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Kristen. Oh, she kept it short. Thank God.
Thank you. Mr. Bogger, you may step down.
Oh no, if you got some like smell, that means you got some sort of like infection thing going on.
Mr. Egan, you may call your next witness, or Mr. Owens this time.
He was supposed to go up there to show a very important demonstration, but they didn't allow them to do that, to show this animation thing.
So Dr. Edgley, the court wants to
Like he was supposed to go and explain the animation again.
tell the truth.
But they think they already showed it to us, so I feel like it didn't really matter.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be
Yeah,
the truth,
same.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
They're very picky about scented. Same thing, like I can't wear perfume because it gives me headaches. Hi, who is this guy? Hello, you witness?
Would you begin by stating your full name and spelling it for the jury?
It looks tall.
Stephen R. Edgley. That's a Stevenedgley.
Oh, Edgley.
Yep.
You're gonna need to speak clearer than that, sir. Steve Edgley, 1250. Hey, I like his name already. Yeah, I'm gonna be very honest. Growing up, no one taught me how to wipe my vajay in my butt.
Edgley, are you employed?
Yes.
Where are you employed?
Girls need to know how to wipe properly.
And are you over the acquired brain injury division?
Yes. Physical medicine and rehab is my specialty, and I'm over that section.
How old are you, sir?
49.
Okay, and just background, undergraduate degree.
I was in
where
my
that?
teens.
I studied psychology with a pre-med emphasis at BYU. My med school training was in Chicago at Loyola University in Chicago. and I did a 4-year residency in physical medicine and rehab at the University of Utah.
And then did you go there? Did you stay at the university?
Yes.
And have been for how many years?
Overall, 20.
No, it's important.
Okay,
Girls,
and do you-
women, they need
do
to
you
learn how to
hold an
wipe when you get
endowed chair
UTIs.
at the university?
I do.
Do you teach? Are you a professor there?
I do.
And you personally had an acquired brain injury. Is that true?
Yes. So I had a stroke in 2001, 21 years ago.
Oh.
And did that event play a role in your area of study?
It did. I was initially matched for a residency training in ophthalmology, actually. I took 1 year off to deal with the recovery aspects of my stroke, and then began physical medicine and rehab residency training.
Are you board certified in your specialty?
I am.
You are a physician, MD, correct?
Yes.
And do you deal with people other than stroke people, other acquired brain injuries?
So in my practice, it's a very busy practice. 95% of my practice deals with acquired brain injury.
And what is that, as opposed to brain injury? Like if a baby is born with a brain injury, that's
It's
not acquired, right?
Acquired. So acquired brain injury encompasses strokes, traumatic brain injury, concussions, and a myriad of other brain injuries related to surgery, anoxia, near drowning.
Did he say stroke people? I didn't get that. I
Anoxia is
didn't hear
like
that. Did he?
Oxygen
Owens?
deprivation.
Yes.
It don't surprise me. He says
Like
lesser height people,
and
remember?
maybe a child who's found at the bottom of a swimming pool, rehabilitated, brought in, and they come and see you.
Yes.
About how many patients have you seen in your career?
So I have, let's see, I see about 15 separate encounters per day over 20 years. That equals over 65,000 patient encounters of acquired brain injury.
Thank you. And do you consider yourself an expert in brain injuries?
Yes.
And the fact that you have personally had an acquired brain injury, does that also give you additional insight?
It makes me kind of unique in that I have experienced.
What?
Have you reviewed voluminous records in this case?
I have.
So the court complaint, records and reports from the VA hospital, is that fair?
Yes.
About 1,000 pages or so?
Yes.
And deposition transcripts, Gwyneth Paltrow, Terry Sanderson, the daughters, Sam Goldstein, Dr. Fong, all of those?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
And medical records also of the Park City Instacare, Cognitive FX, Sam Goldstein. Have you reviewed those?
Yes.
Do you believe that you have the foundation to render expert opinions in this case?
I do.
The jurors have already heard that the patient or I should say Mr. Sanderson, has a mild traumatic brain injury. Do you agree or disagree?
I think I have poured over the records. I think it's possible.
Okay.
But the testimonies are inconclusive.
Did you tell me that the most important things you look at are how long they're unconscious and how long they've lost their memory, amnesia?
That's correct. So that's going by the Cantu concussion grading system, which is preferable because it's the most objective and not relying on subjective symptoms from any patient.
Okay, so a concussion, if you hear someone has a concussion, are those your two lead questions? How long were you out, and how long is your memory out?
Exactly.
All right, and apply that to Mr. Sanderson, would you?
So it is unclear whether he lost consciousness. Now,
Got a nice neck.
Let me be clear. So let's define consciousness. So when you are unconscious, you are totally
Hold on, I need to hide this shot.
lifeless and limp.
The long crime chat is crazy.
Not speaking, not moving. That's unconsciousness. I based on the records, there is a very inconsistent evidence that he did in fact lose consciousness. So I am not able to state that conclusively.
Okay. What do we know about, for instance, Christensen was the ski instructor. He testified to no loss of consciousness. You with me?
Yep.
And Brad Falchuk has not gone yet. Ms. Paltrow has stated no loss of consciousness. Craig Ramon did say loss of consciousness. Have I sort of summarized some of the people who talked about that?
Yeah, and the plaintiffs himself has said, loss of consciousness, 5 minutes, and then again a later 10 minutes.
Okay,
Yes.
so Mr. Sanderson kept changing what he
Yes.
was telling people, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, a few seconds, 5
Yes.
minutes, then 10 minutes. True?
Yes, and I think that is why it's important to clarify loss of consciousness with the post-traumatic amnesia. So, the plaintiff will not remember how long he was unconscious, if at all. He will remember the first memory he had of that event.
Okay.
And-
So consciousness, I heard you say 5 minutes, and I just want to be clear. One of the ways we rate sort of the severity of the concussion is very short to no concussion, up to 5 minutes, and then over 5 minutes.
So
Is that true?
So to clarify, no loss of consciousness but post-traumatic amnesia is a grade 1 concussion.
Thank you. Whitney Smith, I guess, was another provider who said no loss of consciousness. Are you aware of that testimony?
I don't recall.
Okay,
Yes.
Whitney was the toboggan person.
Yeah.
And
Toboggan person.
She quizzed them, I guess, but let me move on. Okay,
Toboggan person sounds like a fun job.
Even if Ramon's testimony is believed, that would put him only in the second category, less than 5 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, and first category is essentially no loss of consciousness.
Yes.
Okay, now let's go to amnesia. Applying what you've learned about Mr. Sanderson, how long was his amnesia after the collision?
That is also very ambiguous and multiple reports. I hear and read that he had a conversation with Eric Christiansen, which he does remember, which was traumatic in his opinion.
So Sanderson remembers Christensen yelling at him. True?
So,
is that what you're referring to?
Yes, that is the allegation, yes.
Okay, and he remembers his friend Craig Ramon talking to him. Are you okay? Are you okay? True?
Yes.
Okay, so what does that tell you about, like, length of amnesia?
It was brief, if at all.
Okay, so you said the two big things we look at for severity of concussion is...
All right, guys, the takeaway from all of this is if you're ever going to do anything sort of risky, like sports, skiing, snowboarding, just wear a damn GoPro, okay? Wear a damn 360 GoPro on your head.
how long they're out.
Never know what's going to happen to you.
Forget things.
Yes, and I will add, people experiencing brain trauma have a period of fogginess and as the
I think it's my fault because I was playing the audio at 1.5 speed. So sometimes when you listen to people at normal speed, you're like, oh my God, they're speaking so incredibly slow. Court testimony ASMR.
Plaintiff himself said, quote, I rung my bell.
I rung, okay. At
I
one
rung
point
my
he said,
bell, yep.
I rung my bell. I hear you. Go ahead.
So I am not able to say, it is probably it is likely that he did have some confusion, but if he had no loss of consciousness and no post-traumatic amnesia, it can't really be called a concussion.
All right, fair enough. And confusion, let's just talk about that issue. He has memories at the actual incident site, correct?
I suppose. I don't think.
Objection, Doctor. That's when you do not answer.
Length of period of confusion. Do you remember what he told the toboggan person, Whitney?
Toboggan person.
About whether he... Do you know what Whitney observed in terms of his confusion level?
Or Whitney.
No.
Okay. She wrote alert and oriented ×4 or something. That's in evidence. I'm asking now to comment on it.
Overruled?
No foundation.
Overruled?
If Whitney, the toboggan person, observed no alert and oriented ×4, are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
And is it 4 out of 4?
Yes.
Like 4 is the best score?
Yeah.
I'm,
yeah.
I want to know what that scale means. Please tell me.
So let's see. Oriented to person.
Did your husband ever go to
Please.
jail?
I
hope he did. But I know it's tough to put people like that in jail.
And location.
Place, time?
Time, yes.
I don't know. Okay.
Person, place, time, situation.
Did you say president or present?
No, person.
Person, gotcha.
So,
all right. And the jury's heard on those issues, so that's okay. I asked Terry, would it surprise you if at the Instacare they found no confusion? He said no.
Got probation.
Is that consistent with your knowledge of the events?
Yes.
Have you seen texts he was
I
sending
hope he got
out
some
even
therapy.
at the bottom of the hill about Whitney?
Overruled?
Go ahead.
I have heard about the text. Yes.
All right. Is it your opinion that if Mr. Sanderson suffered a concussion and it was mild, it was mild?
Leading.
That's
Overruled?
Go ahead.
What's the question again?
Oh, the
Is it
carpet
your
cleaning stuff is
opinion
so fun to watch.
that if Mr. Sanderson
But I don't watch carpet cleaning stuff anymore because it messed up my algorithm and I started getting really gross video recommendations. Like the carpet cleaning, I think it's because like the carpets are dirty, but it's so fun to see it being clean. It's like really satisfying. But yeah, I started getting really weird recommendations, so I had to delete that from my history. So I'm gonna have to watch them on my old account or something. But yeah, it's really cool.
Sanderson suffered a concussion, it was mild.
That's your algorithm.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And is that based on the things we've been discussing, or are there any other issues?
You can pause the history. What? Really? I just went back to my history and just deleted it.
Confusion. I'm just
Oh,
wondering, are
power
there other
wash.
issues we ought to hit before we move on to your next opinion? Okay, go to that issue.
A helmeted low velocity impact. Also,
Low velocity impact. What does that mean?
so he was not going fast.
Okay, what do you know?
Like in a car accident. He was not going car speeds.
Okay. And you read, for instance, the depositions where they discuss it was actually kind of a slow fall.
Yes.
And that's important when determining how hard the hit was or something for the concussion severity.
Yes.
Thank you. Any other factors we missed?
I don't think so.
All right, let's go to your second opinion here.
I want a power washer, but they're so expensive.
None of the medical records
I feel like I would
support
waste so much water if I ever
plaintiff's
bought one.
claim
I'd clean everything out there.
that perceived symptoms of cognitive decline are related to the ski collision. Is that your opinion?
Yes.
Maybe I'll flip it around. Comment on his symptoms. What percentage of his symptoms that he now complains of are related to the ski collision?
I can't really do with that. I think it would be better to analyze what he had going on in his brain before and after the collision.
Please do that.
So the plaintiff, and I'm in no way trying to pick on the plaintiff, but he had a number of brain conditions. He had a stroke, which he lost his eyesight in his right eye.
Stroke.
Yes. He had evidence of a microvascular disease
In his brain?
in his brain. and most importantly,
That's what I'm thinking too. So it's like a dual purpose, right? So they have him for expertise, but then maybe they want to show the jury like, oh, this is what someone with, who had a stroke and a brain injury will look like. So maybe Terry, you can't believe him. But Terry did have a stroke though, and he seems fine still. And there are different levels of severity, but I could totally see Owens putting him up there just as like a dual purpose.
he had evidence
What's a cistern?
of hydrocephalus clear back in 2000.
Which I feel bad though, because I feel bad for him. Like I wouldn't want to discount his expertise and then like have him, be used just as a prop, as like, oh look, this is someone with a stroke and this is what they really look like. That's kind of sad. But I do think Owens did that as a for a purpose.
And let me talk about the hydrocephalus and.
Okay, let me make sure we get the whole list, though. These are preceding brain problems from his pre-collision, true?
Yeah.
Are we showing this, whatever this exhibit is, to the witness and having him read off of that?
No.
He's not reading off of it, but please turn it around. It's a different topic.
Owens and his exhibits.
So
that was not a prop. That was getting ready to show it, but we'll go on.
Yeah. Okay. Restate.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I heard you say, with regard to pre-collision brain problems that the plaintiff had: stroke, microvascular disease, hydrocephalus. Any others?
Not that showed up on the MRI of his brain in 2009.
He had a history of migraines. Is that something you'd put under that list or not?
Yeah. Yes. So.
Sustained?
Okay.
Pardon me?
I didn't even
strike.
I couldn't hear. Just
move to strike the answer.
Motion granted.
I didn't even know what his answer was going to be, by the way. I'm just trying to get this list together. But
the answer is stricken, the jury must disregard it.
Thank you. So, if you think of another one we ought to talk about, please tell me. Okay. You said you want to talk about hydrocephalus. What is that word?
Hydrocephalus is where the ventricles have too much pressure, or a condition called normal pressure hydrocephalus, which is equally kind of devastating.
Dumb it down for me. Does hydro mean water?
Yes.
What does cephalus mean?
Brain stuff?
Brain.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Water on the brain.
And then this is very confusing. Normal pressure hydrocephalus is not a normal condition. Is that true?
Not at all.
Overruled?
It's. I mean, when I see the word normal in a diagnosis, I think, oh, that's normal. But in this case, normal pressure hydrocephalus is or is not a good condition.
So, it is a well-recognized medical condition that is degenerative in nature, meaning it gets worse with time. About only 1 in 500 people between the age 60 and 70 have this, and it gets worse with time.
You said hydrocephalus means water brain. What does that mean? There's too much fluid in the head, or what?
It specifically means that there is too much fluid in the ventricles of the brain.
And what's a ventricle again?
So fluid filled cavities that feed the spinal column and eventually get resorbed by the body.
And you said it's progressive. Just comment on that. So let's say there were no ski accident. Comment on its progressiveness in Mr. Sanderson.
So it's been 14 years since that initial MRI. So that's quite a bit of time. I would expect symptoms to crop up like loss of memory, like trouble with balance.
Okay. Let's move on to microvascular disease. By the way, I want to know if these things are related. If someone has the hydrocephalus like Mr. Sanderson, does he also have to have microvascular disease?
No.
All right. And do you believe the microvascular disease caused the stroke?
Yes.
Okay, so those two things are related.
So
go ahead.
So a stroke of the central retinal artery is a harbinger of future
What did I miss?
strokes and a indication that
You're talking about Terry's previous health issues?
microvascular disease.
So microvascular. Micro means small. Is that right?
Yes.
Vascular means like blood flow?
Yes.
Oh, look.
All right, so small blood flow. So in lay terms, does that mean the passages of blood flow are narrowed in his brain?
Yes.
Sustained?
I'm trying to get to the most like 8th grade level, which is what I understand.
Yeah.
So comment on Mr. Sanderson's pre-collision brain as it related to microvascular disease, please.
So 2 points. So
Owens.
some microvascular disease can cause very small strokes, which are not able to be detected by scans, MRI, CT. Also, number 2, microvascular disease is a great risk.
Oh, you must get night terrors and sleep paralysis.
A future stroke.
Do you believe this, is this your opinion, all symptoms the plaintiff claims is explained not by the collision, but by his pre-accident conditions? I'm trying to get his opinion out there, Your Honor.
You think he's
You
creepy?
can ask him what his opinion is.
Yeah, sustained.
Okay, comment on your opinion on that issue, on the issue of his current claims
Oh, my
as it
ponytail's getting
relates
headache.
to his pre-accident conditions.
So, in a more likely than not scenario, in this 76-year-old brain now, concussion symptoms should only last for 1 to 3 months. There is a wide berth of evidence that when the concussion symptoms last for longer than 3 months is highly correlated with monetary gains or litigation.
Explain that, please. Monetary gains or litigation. Go ahead. What's your point? And relate it, please, directly to Mr. Sanderson.
Your Honor, this goes beyond the scope of his expert report.
Could you approach, please?
He's got a morbid tone in his voice. He does. It's the dry humor that throws me off sometimes. Live? Okay, well, let's look at our poll. Poll says 12% of you guys believe Terry, 57% of you guys believe Gwyneth, 11% neither, 21% not sure. I wanted to add a fifth category, but YouTube doesn't let me do that. What are you guys' thoughts so far? I think they said that Gwen had 4 expert testimonies today. So I think after him there should be one more. And then tomorrow, maybe her kids are going to testify.
Objection sustained.
Strike the answer too.
And the answer was stricken, and the jury is ordered to disregard it.
Does the jury even remember what the question was? I don't.
Comment, would you, on the patient's pre-existing anxiety and depression?
So he has been medicated.
Mob reporter? I don't think so.
A number of years for depression and anxiety.
What content does it do?
Do you believe those things play a role in his current condition?
Absolutely.
And just comment on that, would you?
So I should log on to Maple Story and just level up really quick.
When symptoms of concussion last for 3 months or longer, anxiety and depression and other psychiatric conditions are the likely cause of that prolongation.
The last sentence? I missed the last word, I'm sorry.
Prolongation.
Prolongation.
Yes.
Thank you for explaining that. Can you just comment just a little further about that? What do you say it a different way for me, would you?
Yeah. So the symptoms of a concussion should last no more than 3 months. When the symptoms of concussion last longer than 3 months, you start looking for, and this is highly correlated with underlying depression, anxiety, and other psychiatric conditions.
One thing you noted in your report was plaintiff has a history of seeking medical attention at an abnormal rate, 72 times in 10 years. Is that your opinion?
Leading.
Sustained.
Well, comment on how frequently Mr. Sanderson went to his doctors in the 10 years prior to the collision.
So
he had a stroke about 21 years ago.
Note that he had an extensive history of seeking care.
And what does that tell you? Why is that important?
Two things. One, either he has many medical issues before the collision, or he is kind of hyper focused on his symptoms.
And that's pre-collision we're talking about?
Yes.
And then pre-collision, just as a part of aging,
Hollywood lawyer?
did he
I've
note
never heard of
a
her.
decline in his mental or physical acuity level?
So, what's
Has she been on Law and Crime or
interesting,
Court TV, maybe?
Is within 1 month of the collision, he went to his own family doctor and said, I feel like I'm getting old.
This is within 1 month before, correct?
Yes.
And did he say, I'm having a hard time doing the things I've always done?
Yes.
Leading. Overruled.
Overruled.
Why was he?
It says.
Why was he feeling that way? Do we know?
I.
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Yeah. So I.
I'm just asking.
She was in Runkle's
Do you have
chat.
any
First time I've heard
thoughts
of
on that
her.
issue?
Hearsay.
Sustained.
Yeah, he speaks better than
using
me.
Your medical opinion. I'm just wondering, what does that tell you as a reviewing medical expert?
Foundation.
Overruled.
Oh, how long ago was
ahead.
this stroke that your stepdad had?
I'm getting old and I can't do what I used to do. Go ahead.
To be fair, though, when they brought up the form, like I'm getting old, I'm not doing the things I used to. It was like under the weight loss category. It seems like he wished he was more physically active. You know, he was getting old and eating out a lot, not eating healthy. I don't know. I didn't think it was a big deal.
So.
Overruled. Go ahead.
So, I have had many patients of his age say the same thing. Yes. And I think it's important to clarify one thing. So, the brain is an organ, just like any other organ. With time, it accrues conditions, problems, just like any other organ. The plaintiff had evidence, including objective evidence on MRI and things like that of these disease processes before the clinician.
Okay. And this was the stroke workup. Is that where he had the imaging?
Yeah.
Before. And do you know of any of their plaintiffs' experts who actually reviewed the stroke imaging before the collision?
Foundation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I do.
Did they? Did any of the plaintiffs'
They
experts
had to cut his chest
review the
open.
imaging to your
Jesus.
knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
And if we're trying to figure out, hey, what's this guy's brain like before, and what's this guy's brain like after, it would be nice to put those side to side, wouldn't it? And actually compare?
It would, and that's what the defense has done. Yes.
All right, let's just talk about aging. Have you seen? May I show him a document, Your Honor?
How much did you spend on that?
Sure. Have you seen Defense Exhibit 103?
I wonder if the cats are here. Let me check.
3B?
I have.
And does that appear to be a true and correct summary of Mr. Sanderson's health before the incident?
It does.
Okay, and Your Honor, I move to publish it.
Any objection?
We object, Your Honor. It's what we've talked about before. There's irrelevant medical information there.
I'm about to establish the relevance.
If he hasn't established it yet.
I thought he said I'm about to
Admit
stab.
103 and 103B
Owen.
for demonstrative purposes only to allow this witness to illustrate their testimony.
Is this okay for a minute?
Sure.
This is the same thing, I just don't trust technology. So 103, and Doctor, do you have a binder right in front of you? You have a binder.
Yeah.
May I approach?
Yeah, these are
Oh,
expensive.
can you see it right here?
Yes.
Oh, the monitor. It threw us the first week that the monitor wasn't working. Can we do the first third?
What is it? Just like a summary of all of his
Can you see
issues?
that okay, Doctor?
Yes.
And is this the note you were just talking about? Thinks he's gotten old all of a sudden, not doing things he used to do?
Yeah, it is. Yes.
And then, let's say that big. Then, blind in right eye, were you familiar with that? And, all right, can you see that okay, Doctor?
Yes.
And is this the note you were just talking about? Thinks he's gotten old all of a sudden, not doing things he used to do?
Yeah, it is. Yes.
Okay, Sanderson's health report before the incident. Thinks he's gotten old all of a sudden, not doing things he used to do from 2/2/16. Sanderson is blind in his right eye and severely impaired in the other. He routinely walked into walls. He would ask people standing on the right side of his field of vision to move so he could see them. One of the reasons he retired was because he had a stroke event that deprived his eye of oxygen, impacting his vision. He adjusted his skiing to one side of the slip to try to avoid hitting others in his blind spot. He had to be picky about what days he skied to avoid days with lighting that would further limit his depth perception. 3, prostate cancer. 4, he is severely hearing impaired, has difficulty hearing high-frequency voices, sounds like a woman's voice. B, hearing loss is severe. Heart palpitations. Mr. Sanderson, is this supposed to be Dr. Sanderson? Dr. Sanderson is 76 years old, experiencing the effects of aging. Microvascular disease, CT of the head. Moderate diffuse volume loss, atrophy, brain volume decreasing, MRI finding, retinal artery occlusion, and mixed calcific and fibrofatty plaque, clogging an artery, something about a CT in the neck, depression, migraines.
And then,
Get it back up.
let's say that.
Welcome back.
Then, blind in right eye, were you familiar with that?
I was.
Page 398. Oh my God, this is a 400-page.
His medical records.
I did.
Did you see evidence that he walked into walls before the incident?
Yes.
He would ask people standing on the right side of his field of vision to move so that he could see them. Did you see that in the evidence?
Yes.
One of the reasons he retired was because he had a stroke event that deprived his eye of oxygen, impacting his vision. Did you observe that in the evidence?
Yes.
We're going to go through all these. It's going to be leading, Your Honor, every time.
Overruled.
He adjusted his skiing to one side of the slope to try to avoid hitting others in his blind spot. Did you observe that?
Yes.
He had to be picky about what days he skied to avoid days with lighting that would further limit his depth perception. Do you agree? Did you see that in the evidence?
Yes.
By the way, I mean, if I close one eye, do I have depth perception? Is it still three? Comment on that. Is it still three-dimensional or is it now two-dimensional?
You do want to
The scope of his expert testimony, Your Honor.
It's telling about aging.
Overruled.
Okay, so I'm closing one eye. Does that hurt my depth perception or it doesn't?
That does.
Just comment very briefly.
Well, you have basically got a monocular situation.
There's a cat back there.
And so depth perception will be severely impaired.
Prostate cancer, were you aware he to this day still has metastatic prostate cancer?
Yes.
It's not like it was cured, true?
Yeah.
And he is severely hearing impaired. Did you see that in the record?
Yes.
He has difficulty hearing higher frequency sounds like a woman's voice. Did you see that?
Yes.
Hearing loss is severe. Did you see that?
Yes.
Heart palpitations. Did you see reference to that?
Yes.
And he was on 2 heart medicines, just prior to the ski collision, 2 blood pressure meds for his heart.
Yes.
Is that related to the palpitations, or are those high blood pressure issues separate from the palpitations?
So they can be related to the heart. They can be related to anxiety.
Okay. Do you have an opinion one way or the other?
So I cannot speculate.
Okay. Mr. Sanderson is 76 years old and experiencing the effects of aging. Do you believe that?
We all are.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Microvascular disease, we talked about that. Moderate diffuse volume loss, atrophy, brain volume decreasing. Did you note that he had that prior to the ski collision?
So I read it down in the report. Yes.
Okay. And what does that mean? Do our brains all shrink as we age?
Yes. Some more than others. And
Talk about Mr. Sanderson, please.
brain atrophy can be caused by a number of factors.
Okay. Comment on Mr. Sanderson, please.
Um,
What do we know? Why did he have that before the ski collision?
we don't.
That's what
I
I'm
don't
asking.
had it before.
I'm asking if he knows it.
Overruled?
Tell us if you know why he had it.
I don't. It's a vague symptom finding, and it could be caused by a number of things. Commonly, people who drink alcohol excessively.
I keep getting notifications trying to see if that's a cat back there.
Have brain atrophy, but there are a number of other causes.
Did you see any evidence in the VA record that he sometimes drinks more than 6 drinks a night?
I did.
And did you see the advice from his providers was, don't do that anymore?
I did.
We want you to abstain from alcohol.
Oh, alcohol.
Yes?
6 to 8 drinks a night of alcohol?
I did see that. Yes.
All right. We're going to move faster here. By the way, it says moderate volume loss. So mild, moderate, severe, are those sort of the 3 categories?
Yes. And that's referring to the MRI in 2009.
Retinal artery occlusion. We talked about that. That's the eye thing. And clotting in arteries delivering blood to brain. Is there anything you want to comment that you haven't talked about on that issue, number 9?
No, I don't think so.
Depression, you've talked about that. Anything more you want to say about it?
Depression and anxiety.
Okay. If he says, since the ski collision, I've had more depression and anxiety than I did before, what do you attribute that to?
So, any symptoms past 3 months, I would attribute it to this.
Can't see the witness. What is this camera angle?
Multiple factors, not at the accident.
Okay, migraine we've talked about. Let's go. We're going to march through these very fast. In addition to going now, starting on 103B12, did you know he had degenerative disc disease in his back prior to the ski collision?
I did.
Did you see reference to a foot drop, that he, at least for a time, he actually was dragging his foot?
I did.
Weakness in his back and spine?
Yes.
Loss of sensation, did you see that?
Yes.
And just general back pain? Did
Yes.
you see that? Knee injury, yes?
Yes.
And that was actually from a ski collision? Do you recall this? Not a collision, a ski accident?
I did not know that, yes.
Shoulder injury, shoulder problems. Do you recall him having those?
Yes.
And hamstring injury, right torn hamstring?
Yes.
Osteoarthritis, did you see that?
Yes. And what may be more relevant to this case is the osteoarthritis in the neck region, which would make moving your head side to side kind of painful or difficult. That, along with the vision impairment, are, I think, relevant.
All right. My partners here are telling me I should wind up. Can you at least look at insomnia, respiratory problems, poor male sexual reproductive health, lower urinary tract issues, kidney problems, hypercholesterolemia, weight gain, and restless legs? Are those all conditions you saw in his pre-collision medical records?
Yeah.
Why are these things important when we're talking about aging?
It is a long list. Some of these conditions are more relevant than others, but the some indicates that he is 76, and with 76-year-olds, sometimes I have multiple medical conditions like this.
And these are all pre-collision events, right? Pre-collision conditions.
Yes.
And what does that tell you in terms of his aging, like at 69?
Well,
that he was?
So like I said before, we all are.
Aging.
Yes. And so in terms of the brain as an organ, we talk about brain reserve, and we talk about cognitive reserve. Brain reserve tends to go down and down, starting at around age 25. It goes down faster with time and aging.
Okay.
Cognitive reserve indicates that the patient's ability to cope, adapt, be resilient, and find effective workarounds for that brain decline, which we all are undergoing at very.
I'm trying to figure out. There's a cat in my backyard.
So conclude here.
I keep getting notifications.
They're about to stand up and criticize you for not personally meeting with the patient. Did you personally meet with Mr. Sanderson?
No.
And what did his actual treating providers at the University of Utah, or excuse me, the VA, Veterans Administration people, what did they show on all their neuropsych testing?
So I did not press to actually meet and examine the plaintiff because I think it would be a kind of a condescending to him and also to me.
The subtitles are all messed up.
Over a totally normal physical exam, as the medical doctors at the VA had well documented records.
And they documented high, average to superior in essentially all categories.
Sustained.
Can you comment on their findings in terms of some kind of graph?
So I think you're referring to the neuropsych test.
Correct. Just give us, and then I'm sitting down, give us a couple, 2 sentences on that, would you?
So a neuropsych test is really like an MRI of the actual mind and its function.
And what was it as to Mr. Sanderson after the collision?
He had 3 neuropsych tests, and it was superior to above average.
Thank you.
And
those are all my questions. Thanks.
We'll take a short recess right now.
Bye,
Thank you.
Owens. Short reset. Oh, let's get up and stretch, everyone. Oh. How long is this break going to be, Judge? Never tells us. Judge.
You can step down. We'll take about a 10-minute break.
10 minutes, okay. Ooh, 10-minute break. Ooh. Oh man, we have about what, like 2 more hours of trial? All right, let's go back to Terry. Hi, Terry.
And my yoga instructor, and she decided right before the trip, Terry, I don't like you anymore. I don't know what's different. You're a different person. I don't like you anymore. And canceled her.
How'd that make you feel?
It was like, oh my gosh, I'd known her as long, and one other one as well, as long as I've lived here. Almost 5 years, I'm guessing, at that time. And it's like, personality, like, that's something that develops from the time you're a child. What do you do about a personality issue? Something's changed, and I don't know, more aggressive. And
Hi,
you know what?
Chris.
That lady will not
Or Christ.
answer her phone or text. And I have...
Well, we're not going to say her name on this
No,
being
we are
broadcast,
not.
so
We
we're
are
not
not.
gonna, we're not going
She's
to
a lovely lady. Yes, she is.
Have your other friendships been affected as well?
Yes, another lady that I knew for quite some time, a sweetheart, also a woman. We just got off kilter a little bit. Well, after I told Carlene she had to run, it was a few weeks later. I couldn't realize how lonely I was. Yes, I should have taken more time to observe that, but I was so lonely because we were together all the time. So I reached out to her, and we spent a couple of activities together, and I couldn't believe the words that came out of her mouth. She said, "Harry."
It is hearsay, so you can't testify as to what she said. But how did it make you feel?
Well, it made me feel like, what's wrong with me, and how do I fix my personality? How do I fix it? I'm a different person. It's a very complex issue. And I lose self-confidence. The person I am, I'm going, what happened?
Terry, are you trying to improve yourself?
I've been in denial. I've been in denial about my issue. I refuse to believe I have brain issues. I've just done everything I can. I knew I had a critical window to restore stuff, and I did everything I was told and everything I could find out about trying to get those neurons reconfigured in a good way, and I haven't found it's helped, so I'm still in denial. I keep thinking there's got to be something.
Are you trying to improve yourself?
Yes, I don't want to have brain issues. I'm trying to prove I don't have it. Everything I do, I'm trying to prove I don't have that wrong.
There's been a lot of discussions about how Terry was before the ski collision. And could you put up Defense Exhibit 23, please? And I'm actually going to move forward the admission of the entire Defense Exhibit 23. I'm assuming there's no objection.
Bring it in, Kristen.
Yes, I do.
With your provider?
It could be. I don't know. I usually saw her once a year or once every 6 months, so if that's what it says, I believe it's.
Okay. And just for reference, Terry, I know you weren't here, but this is the I'm Getting Old exhibit, the I'm Getting Old visit. Could you go to the next page, please?
I'm getting old.
Defense 23. All of Defense 23.
I have nothing in front of me now.
It's coming. Don't worry.
Oh.
All right. So this is the second page of that exhibit.
Thank you.
Just got over a URI. Do you know what a URI is?
I do.
What is it?
Upper respiratory infection.
Okay. So you just got over that yesterday, you think, at least according to this record. No cough, just runny nose, and upper respiratory symptoms. This is going to be his test for the cough. Had not had a persistent cough, etc. Weight gain. Thinks eating out too much. Were you eating out too much?
Yes. Carlene and I.
Was he like McDonald's, Taco Bell?
And not getting enough exercise.
Yes.
Thinks you've gotten old all of a sudden. Terry, what does that mean? Did you tell your doctor that?
You know, I relate it to the URI. If someone who's just gotten over a viral or bacterial infection, either one,
Yes, he sucks.
Cough and just feeling worn out, I wouldn't doubt I wouldn't say something like
At least
that.
in America.
And in fact, it says, does not think depressed, mood is good, just not doing the things you used to, but also thinks you're going to start skiing again and reinstate your...
Wait, KFC has an option for crispy or extra crispy? What? I know they have like regular or spicy when you order fried chicken in general, but yeah, KFC sucks butt. It used to be good.
gym membership. Did you have a plan?
Yes, I absolutely did have a plan.
All right. And that's all I need for that. Talk about planning, and I meant to ask you about this before we move on. Do you know what executive functioning means?
Yes, I'm familiar with that term actually from before.
What's your understanding of what it means?
It's the ability to coordinate your actions through your life, to be able to put things together, make decisions about them, get things done, and be efficient and effective, and be able to multitask and be effective, be efficient and effective.
You were able to make a plan in your life and kind of follow through with that. Have you been able to do that since the ski accident?
Nah, man. Yo, go to Jollibee's. Skip KFC's. Go to Jollibee's. Oh my God, Jollibee's. Their chicken's so good.
The examples of not being able to do that are one of my collections I keep track of all the things I want to do and can't do. And there's thousands. There's at least 12, I guess I should say 1,200 or 1,500 items on my to-do list. I look back at 2016, it repeats every day, whatever changes I make. I look back at 2016 and there were half a dozen back there, which is Stephen Covey's rule, right? That's what you get done. You mark
Like
them,
all gravy
you
tastes the
get done.
same.
It's just now continuous stuff I don't get done. And I can't tackle because
At Jollibee's, they just give you like big containers of gravy. You don't even have to ask for it. Jollibee's. But I don't know if they have Jollibee's in Georgia.
I can't figure it out. It's just goofy. The things that I could do, I was really handy. My dad was a handyman. And I learned and I have the tools. I have an example.
You know what? I would love to hear the example, but I have made a promise.
Go for it.
I would love to hear the example, but we fucked up and only gave you 1 hour for this direct examination.
I want to shift gears.
Let's do it.
At some point,
Be honest, Kristen.
after the ski accident, some time passed, and there was a press conference that was held. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. I wasn't involved in that. I wasn't even your lawyer at the time. Was the press conference your idea?
Absolutely not.
Okay, I was trying to find a video of this press conference. There's a little clip from Court TV. Where's the whole press conference? I want to watch the whole thing. I want to see what he says.
Do you know why the press conference was held?
Your Honor, is he waiving his attorney-client privilege? Because if he is, I'm going to drive a bus through that.
It does. All fast food gravy tastes the same.
What's the objection, counsel?
He just violated his own attorney-client privilege, whose idea it was.
Objections overruled as to relevance.
What is your understanding as to why a press conference was held?
But like not in a bad way. Gravy is like God tier level. Fucking amazing, but it all tastes the same.
We understood.
It's its own food group? What?
And hold on. I don't want you
Okay,
to talk about anything that you talked about with your counsel.
Thank you.
Okay. Did you have an understanding why a press conference was held?
Yes. I knew that it was very important to have a video of that particular activity. It would just be convincing and would settle this beyond all doubt.
Like a GoPro?
It would.
Exactly, like a GoPro. But all the other cameras up there had to be somebody. And that's what I knew. In fact, I even looked recently and put up a notice at Deer Valley if anybody had a copy.
After that press conference, did any GoPro videos surface?
No, none.
Have they ever?
No, never.
Terry, did you cause the ski collision with Mrs. Paltrow?
Absolutely not. I swear to my God and my family and my other Father in heaven, it's like, no, I did not.
Why did you bring this lawsuit?
Strike like religious oaths here.
Sustained. And
Why
the
did you bring
jury
this?
should disregard the last part of the last response.
Why did you bring this lawsuit?
You know, I realized after a period of time that no one
No, Popeyes you don't eat with gravy. You eat with ketchup. Okay, ketchup and hot sauce.
believed how serious my injuries were. Just because I wasn't out and interacting continuously didn't mean there was something wrong with me. I really, really wanted an opportunity. I knew there was damages, and then there was lots of insults added to that singular incident. Lots of insults along the way, dozens of other times where everything went contrary to my value system. And I just went, you know what? My daddy would say, if you got the truth, you bring the truth, don't let anybody back you down. And that's what I felt I needed to do, and I'm here to prove that truth, only with facts.
That's all I have. Thank you.
I might have a bloody nose.
Type 1 in chat if you can see me. 1 in chat if you can see me. 2 in chat if you can't see me.
Yes.
All right, let's talk about a few things. So we're not going to get done with you today because we have witnesses this afternoon, but I think we can go till noon. Is that all right with you?
Yes, sure. Whatever you like.
Did you ever say to me
Yeah, I see who the liars are. Hi, Cocoa Bean.
I wrote, I'm famous because it's cool that I had a collision with a celebrity. Was that your thinking at the time? And you said yes. Do you deny it?
Not if you have it on record, no. I don't deny it. I don't remember it. But
Well, let's go to page 15. Can you bring that up? Move to publish the deposition.
Your Honor, he said he doesn't deny it, so why are we publishing?
Deposition to be published.
Whoever thought it was cool that I had a collision with a celebrity. Do you recall that?
Yes, I guess I did say that, absolutely.
And that's not a true statement, is it? You have said this in your deposition, true?
Honestly, I don't ever remember saying it.
Bring it up
but,
whenever you
but
can.
I don't doubt you. I misspeak a lot.
Okay, this is page 15, line 5 through 8. So the words "I'm famous," this is my question, seem to say, I think it's cool that I had a collision with a celebrity. Was that your thinking at the time? And your answer was yes, I guess, yes. Now let's go to your weight. You testified today that you were 163 and 5'5", true?
Yes, I did.
And do you agree that at your deposition you told me you were 175 to 180 and 5'8"? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Qualified, yes.
No, I don't want to qualify.
can't
Did you
answer
tell
it.
me that?
So
Like
do
I
you
said,
mind?
how much do you weigh? And you said 175, 80. How much did you weigh? And then you said 5'8". How high are you? How tall are you? 3 inches different, right?
I just found that out. I didn't realize. I've had
Sir,
people telling me that.
you
honestly.
told this jury that at the time of the accident you were 163 and 5'5". Did you not, like 2 hours ago?
I did, yes. Yes.
But you told me in your deposition years ago that you were 170 to 180 and 5'8". True?
How many years ago did we do this?
3 years ago.
I've lost a lot of weight. I'm down to my usual weight.
You know we're interested not now in your weight today. We're interested in your weight on the day.
Thank you. I knew where that was
Do you
going.
agree you were 5'8"?
Yes.
Have you shrunk 3 inches?
I couldn't believe it either. I wanted to argue because I think I'm 5'8" yet.
You do
So
have degenerative back disease, and those discs are
I've
getting
always-
squeezed. Is that why?
I have to say yes. I've always been 5'8.5", and I knew I shrunk a half an inch, but wow.
Mr. Sanderson, we're trying, and counsel, let's not speak on top of one another so
Thank
that
you.
we have a clear, clean record.
You're right. Yes, Your Honor.
When we talked about you being unconscious, and do you agree?
Here, let's listen to it normal speed for a second. Oh, they're back. They're back. Cross-examination. Back from break. Cross-examination of... His name is like Stephen Edgley, right? Damn, all this gravy talk. I just want to eat a bowl of gravy now. Just a big old bowl of gravy. Bathe in it. Oh, maybe some canned cranberry. Yeah, we made gravy for the first time at Thanksgiving. It's so easy. I can't believe how easy it is to make gravy. I'm not cooking this week. I made a vow this week. I am not cooking until Thursday. Roast beef with a drip pan and use the drippings to make the gravy. Oh, when I make like beef stuff, I just put it in the Instant Pot. But could I just can I spoon like the top layer of the Instant Pot and use that to make gravy or no? My girlfriend, when we were teenagers, would get a Diet Coke, fries, and a gravy. Oh. Some people dip their fries in milkshakes. I think that's so gross. Don't need. Who does that in chat? I'm looking at you right now. All right, well, while we're waiting. Oh, let me go to these tips. Ooh. I always just got a Coke with mine. Yeah, Coke is so addictive. I fucking love Coke. I'm addicted to what's it called? Carbonated drinks, sugary drinks. Try not to drink it, but man, every time when I sit down and eat, I just like insta crave like Coke, or what's the other one? La Croix. Anything fizzy, anything sugary. Oh yeah, the Wendy's thing. Yeah, that's what I hear people do. Oh, I don't mind mixing sweet and savory because, you know, Thai people, they do that a lot in their dishes, but I don't know, man, Frosties and French fries, I'd have to be on drugs.
Yeah, have them stop at the door. Go
I don't
ahead,
do
Mr.
Coke, not anymore.
So after this witness, there are 3 witnesses who haven't been able to testify, and so they're going to testify by deposition.
Oh.
Are they ready to go on Carrie Oaks? Because we withdrew that one, but we want to know, are they ready to go?
Be ready.
And,
Yes.
and are you reading our parts too?
I don't know what your parts are, but
We handed them.
Yeah, we got them about 15 minutes ago.
Right. It's just a matter of reading them, though. I just need to know, because otherwise,
We wanted to play video of ours.
but you know, if the court wants us to read them, we'll read them.
Your Honor, we can't, Dr. Fong's video, as you know, took quite a while. We don't have that time if they want to call Carrie Oaks and rest. So,
Our video is 15 minutes.
no, but we're entitled to our talking too. So can
they
we
do
do it
theirs
on
on their
paper,
own?
Your Honor?
What was the last question? I didn't
Can
hear.
we just do it all on paper, the reading back and forth? We don't have time to review their
Mr.
video.
Sykes, are you fine with reading the deposition?
You know, Lawrence,
Actually, Kristen Van Orman is talking with James right now about it.
Right, but we're talking about like, we're going live here.
Right, and we've handed this to us, 15 minutes ago. We gave him our part a couple hours ago. We'd
Well,
like to.
James is right here. I don't know who.
Well, did you talk to Kristen?
I did not, but as I understand, Kristen is
We're-
amenable to reading it.
We're
Is
trying to
that
get
correct?
Dr. Bain. We'll go along with that if we can get Dr. Bain, but I'm
Oh,
not
Dr.
sure
Bain is
we
coming
can
back?
Get Dr. Bain, except
Get
for
Kristen in here, would you?
2 o'clock for sure tomorrow afternoon.
All right. Well, let's finish with this witness, and in the meantime, maybe it'll sort itself out. If not,
I would hate to work for Owens. He seems like he would be like a
trying to
very annoying
contact
boss
Dr.
to
Bain
work
right
for.
now. Okay. Let's have the jury come in.
Ratatouille. I love ratatouille. I've always wanted to learn how to make ratatouille, but I don't think it looks. I want to try it because they make it look so good, but it doesn't sound like good. I still want to try it. Yeah, Owens has been complaining about the time over and over and over again. I think just getting on the judge's nerves. At Nando's? Is it Nando's Peri Peri? That's the only one that I know, and we don't have it here. But we have it in the East Coast.
Dr.
Yeah, I didn't know they had
Ashley,
ratatouille there.
Thank you for being with us today and overcome a great deal to be able to be so accomplished, and we appreciate that. I'm going to go through a few questions pretty quickly, and I'd just ask if you wouldn't mind answering them yes or no, because they should be yes or no questions, and I think we can move this process along. Is it true, or is it the case that you're paid $500 an hour for records review and $700 an hour to be here?
I believe you have that information, and that is correct. That there is an opportunity cost by my not being at my regular practice. I'm not here for money. I get paid to offset the opportunity cost by my not being at my regular clinical practice.
Yeah, good explanation.
So that is yes, though those numbers are correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And is it true that, and as defense counsel pointed out, you did not ever meet with or see?
I want this blazer that he has.
Yes.
I want it in blazer form for women's.
So you were paid to review records and do sort of a forensic records analysis, correct?
Yes.
We went over what you had reviewed in preparation to give and offer your opinions, and I didn't see that you ever reviewed the records of Dr. Boehm. Is that correct?
I don't think they were ever given to me.
Okay, so that is correct. You did not review them.
I don't think so.
Okay. What about the records of Dr. Wendell Gibby?
Yes.
You did review them, or
Yes.
you did not?
I did.
Gibby came in
review,
person.
The devastation of Dr. Gibby.
Okay. That was not on the list of things that you said you relied on for your opinion. Are you aware of that?
No, I was not.
Okay. So is it your position that you did rely on some of Dr. Gibby's records to formulate the opinions you've offered so far?
So I did rely on the opinions of Dr. Gibby, yes.
Okay. And I did also not see that you ever reviewed the deposition of Whitney Smith.
You're a wizard,
that we've heard
Harry.
from in this case, is that correct?
I think that's correct.
Nor did I see that you reviewed the deposition of Carlene Davidson. Is that correct?
Who is she?
She's the plaintiff's former girlfriend that's offered testimony in this case.
So I did review her deposition.
Okay. And what about the man named Craig Ramone? Did you ever review his deposition?
Yes.
Okay. Neither of those last two were on the list of things that you say you rely on, so you were in fact partially relying on them for your opinions?
Yes.
Okay. I think we already covered it, but you did a forensic document review in this case, is that correct?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And in a nutshell, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you offered 5 main opinions in your expert report that you provided to us, is that correct?
Right.
And really, because of court rulings, we're going to focus on 2 of those, is that all right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's me, Keldon. That's why I used to hate cooking.
Your first opinion that defense counsel went through with you is that compelling evidence indicates that plaintiff's concussion was mild and that he lost consciousness only momentarily, if at all. Is that your opinion?
Yes.
So you do believe that there's a chance he did lose consciousness?
There is a chance, but more likely than not, no loss of consciousness. I have not seen any compelling evidence to formulate otherwise.
When you say compelling evidence, you're stepping into the place of the jury to weigh evidence, isn't that correct?
Unless you're making stir-fried noodles.
When you weigh the number one opinion that you have that you've offered in this case, and you say that it wasn't compelling, is that because you weighed evidence?
I read, poured over many reports.
Yeast?
Many
baking soda?
which were inconsistent. And I'm left to wonder, did he actually lose consciousness or not? I don't know. I would say more likely than not, the answer is no.
Okay. And for the reasons that you gave when defense attorneys were asking you questions, that's why you say that it was more likely than not that he did not lose consciousness.
Yes.
Okay, do you need to have a loss of consciousness in order to sustain a concussion?
No.
Okay. And is there dispute among your peers and those of your specialty into the actual definition of what unconscious means?
I don't think so.
So all of those that are in your specialty would say that a loss of consciousness involves, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but lifeless and limp is the way you put it. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if we've heard testimony before this that you can be unconscious or have a loss of consciousness but still be somewhat awake, just disoriented or not alert, that's not correct.
That's disorientation, not loss of consciousness.
Okay.
Teaspoon and tablespoon.
Amnesia
Rip.
that you talked about with defense counsel is or could account for Terry Sanderson's inconsistent testimony about how long he may or may not have lost consciousness.
Yes.
Okay. So that is a very real possibility in this case.
Yeah, actually, you cannot comment on your own unconsciousness.
Gotcha. So then we would be forced to rely on the testimony of those that were there or those that reported what they had seen?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a hard time spelling unconsciousness.
We've heard some testimony earlier about a triggering event. Are you aware of things that could be considered a triggering event?
The concept, yes.
Okay. Is Alzheimer's disease caused by a triggering event typically?
No.
Okay.
Salt in a shaker.
Caused by a triggering event?
Sugar's in a container.
Is NPH caused by a triggering event?
No.
Okay. Can the presence of NPH exacerbate a concussion or the symptoms of it?
It can in theory, but only for a brief period of a time. Brief meaning weeks to months.
Okay.
Not certainly not 7 years.
Okay. And the jury's heard a lot of testimony about a condition called PCS or post-concussive symptoms. Are you aware of that condition?
Yes.
So is it your testimony that the presence of NPH could not be a risk factor in possibly leading to PCS?
Let me back up. So, you should be aware, if you're not already, that the DSM-5, which is the list of psychiatric conditions, the fifth and most current edition says that if a concussion lasts more than 3 months, look for other causes and
Depression, anxiety, psychiatric
I believe
issues.
that they have totally eliminated PCS from their diagnostic manual.
So, and I don't want to misstate the answer you just gave me, but is it your opinion then that PCS and NPH are not related at all then?
You're asking me to state a categorical answer. Yes. No. I cannot say that there is no small, association.
Okay, so when Dr. Bain, for instance, testifies that it's rare, but PCS can occur after the occurrence of a concussion, is that accurate testimony?
I would like to, so I have an issue with the term PCS because I don't think
PCS is persistent post-concussive symptoms.
It's so whereas it was a valid condition, it's not, at least in the psychiatric world, it's not recognized as a condition now.
Okay, so and maybe I inartfully asked the question, but essentially, if I hear what you're asking or what your response was, and again, I don't want to restate for you, but you're coming at this from a psychiatric perspective, where PCS might be more of a clinical or medical diagnosis. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. Can anxiety and depression be risk factors for possibly having PCS?
Again, I take issue with the term PCS, post-concussion syndrome.
Okay, what about, and I think we're talking about the same things, but I believe I'm talking about post-concussion symptoms, and I don't know that they refer to it as syndrome anymore. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you want to talk about
Yeah, be careful with the IRL stuff. There's a lot of scams out there.
We can have a dialogue. Yes.
Okay. And maybe that's my fault for misstating it before. I'll ask you the same question then. Can NPH be a risk factor for post-concussive symptoms?
So NPH is
normal pressure hydrocephalus and normal buildup of cerebrospinal fluid in the brain's ventricles.
Chronic degenerative disease that is likely exacerbated by a number of
you didn't ask, but I had to tell you.
The immediate aftermath of concussion being one of them. But more likely, much more likely than not, the concussion symptoms
I'm going to take out the
have
caption.
Long, years ago, gone away. And what we're left with is a brain that has NPH, microvascular disease, history of stroke, and is 76.
Okay. And you said a history of stroke. I want to make sure the jury's clear. Mr. Sanderson had a stroke-like event in his eye. Is that what you're referring to when you say stroke?
Let me be clear to the jury. So the American Stroke and Heart Association considers retinal artery occlusion as a stroke event. Yes, not a stroke-like event, a stroke.
Okay, but there's no scans, and you've poured over many in this case, that show any sort of brain bleed or any issues besides the MPH and other issues that we've talked about that would be related to that stroke event. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you read anywhere in the medical records that you poured over that he had any sort of NPH symptomology before the ski crash in 2016?
NPH symptoms are insidious at onset.
Okay, what are those? I think they're called the triad sometimes. What are the three main
triad
symptoms of NPH?
So this is a very layman's way of explaining it, but you have cognitive deficits, including memory loss. You have imbalance.
And I hope when I get old, I don't have brain issues.
And that can lead to falls. And you have urinary incontinence, loss of the function of holding urine in your bladder.
So just to recap, the triad is memory issues, ataxia, and then incontinence is typically how that's diagnosed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you did not see any of those symptoms in Mr. Sanderson before the ski crash in 2016?
Before 2009.
And what were those symptoms that you read?
Well, no, before 2009, that's correct. But yet it was commented on the MRI of 2009. And given that those symptoms are insidious in their onset, happening over years, maybe decades. 14 years later, I'm not at all surprised to find the plaintiff experiencing memory and loss of balance issues.
Okay. Did you review any of the MRIs taken of his brain in 2017 after the collision?
Yes.
And did those MRIs that you reviewed, did those show any sort of a worsening of this NPH?
They commented on it. I don't know if the scans showed worsening.
Okay, so you don't know one way or another if it worsened or not, but they did mention that that condition was present.
Yes, and that NPH is a clinical diagnosis verified by radiology findings.
But nobody had diagnosed his NPH before as having the triad that we talked about before, correct?
I did not see any mention. Yes.
Okay. And you were asked a lot about plaintiff's medical conditions. We had a board up here. We had a whole list here. Did you read anywhere in the depositions that you reviewed that any of the laundry list of medical issues that the plaintiff may or may not have had before the event
What was he talking about?
kept him from being
EMDR or something?
a world traveler or on the go or even skiing that day?
The fact that 3 weeks earlier, he said to his primary care physician, "I feel like I'm getting old." That is most likely based on, as you said it, that laundry list of conditions. They're taxing. They're
Mushroom supplement? More like ashwagandha? Or like inflammation or something?
Is that problematic, but the complication of those various conditions do weigh on a person both physically and psychologically.
Sure.
Hold on a second.
But then if that is the case, Doctor, how do you reviewed some of the daughter's depositions, as you said, how do you account for their accounts of what happened with their dad directly after the ski crash in 2016?
I'm not going to make the claim that there was not a transient decrease of function up to 3 months. But beyond 3 months at time, what decline he had was more likely than not already the ball was already rolling.
Okay. You testified earlier that you've been an expert in many cases that have gone into litigation. Do you remember when you testified of that?
Yes.
Have any of those cases been ski crash cases?
No.
Okay. So this is your first ski crash related expert testimony?
Yes.
I wonder who all the people back there are.
Do you know what confabulation is?
Yes.
And what is that? Will you explain it for the jury, please?
Well, why are they bringing up confabulation? I feel like that sounds bad for Terry.
Confabulation means making information up.
And it's not just lying per se, right? It's not just you're grabbing it out of thin air. There's a little bit more of a clinical definition for it. Isn't that correct?
I don't know where you're going with this.
Well, it's not just confabulation is an actual medical condition. It's not just creating lies, correct?
It can be related to a medical condition, yes.
Is it often seen in situations where people have had a brain injury?
Yes.
Okay. So inconsistent.
What about people who are compulsive liars?
May be attributable to confabulation if his story is to be believed that he has a TBI.
So,
Like an Italian mob boss or something?
That symptom, confabulation, to the brain, alleged brain injury, sure, it's possible, but
like a stroke or something?
Of other things could account for that symptom of confabulation.
Sure, but it is possible, as you just said. correct?
Yes.
And from the 2009 to the last scan that you saw, and I don't know when that was, probably the 2017 scan, have you seen any of his symptoms, the symptomology that you reviewed earlier, getting progressively worse from an actual imaging standpoint?
No, but we're talking about clinical diagnoses backed up, only backed up by imaging. Yes.
Sure. But there's no physical, you can't point to any scans that say this is different than it was in those early scans in 2009.
Nor would I necessarily expect to.
Do you know what the medical term discordant means?
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't often use that.
Okay. And what does it mean?
Well, it means loosely that things that don't make sense and don't add up.
Okay.
Disagreeing or incongruous?
Mr. Sanderson's
Incongruous.
medical records and radiology reports that you reviewed. I'm going to show this first page of Plaintiff's Exhibit 6 to the jury.
We're in the live? Okay, I forgot you canceled.
Do you see this radiology report right here?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to zoom in here for all of us, and I've
moved up to avoid the address on the bottom.
Sorry about that.
You want a Sharpie?
We'll just go. Do you read that that paragraph that starts with the word findings? Do you see that?
Someone in chat called her Gwyneth Paltrow.
Now, will you just read that first sentence for us right there?
Demonstration of
I can't
a
see.
prominent ventricular system
Oh, they're not going to show us?
discordant with mild cerebral volume loss in sulcal prominence.
Now, you have the degrees and I don't. So, does that mean that the prominent ventricular system, the issue with that ventricular system that you described earlier, is discordant or not related to or different from the mild cerebral volume loss with sulcal prominence? Is that what that means?
So, I don't suppose to get into the brain of the neuroradiologist, but that is a valid conclusion. So
that's my layman's approach of reading a medical record, and I recognize you have that, and I respect your position. But the medical records that you reviewed, discordant is usually used before describing this ventricular issue that you described earlier. Isn't that correct?
I think we were talking about two separate things: the enlarged ventricles, and as a separate issue, the mild cerebral volume loss.
Okay. And short of going well beyond both of our expertise and sounding more like an idiot than I'm sure I already do, I think we'll leave that one there. But these aging conditions that you describe, is it also within the possibility of medical certainty that you've offered your opinions that Terry Sanderson's condition could be, in fact, related to post-concussive symptoms?
That is not what the medical literature shows, but so I would say much more likely than not.
It is possible, correct?
As far as anything is possible, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Let me just check with co-counsel, and I think that's everything I have for you.
Where Kristen at? Did she ever come back? Oh, she's back there. I see her.
So if other witnesses reported massive changes directly after this ski crash in 2016, would you also attribute those massive immediate changes to...
No, you're just high on drugs right now, Apocalypse. The reality is distorted.
If other witnesses, ex-girlfriends and daughters, report massive changes in the plaintiff after the ski crash of 2016,
good question.
would you also attribute their discussion of those massive changes to regular aging?
This is a complex question. He had distress over very real rib fractures. He had psychological and physical symptoms that do influence, a patient's global functioning. Rib fractures healed. Bumps and bruises heal. What we're left with long term, so I don't disagree with the fact that people around the plaintiffs said that there were big changes in his physical and psychological function immediately after the injury. But those brain-related issues should have resolved within
3 months,
weeks to a few months. And what we're left with is
anxiety, depression,
69-year-old at the time brain with multiple problems.
Sure.
Yeah, because he's saying concussion should only last about 3 months. If it's more, then it's probably correlated with like anxiety, depression, or like psychiatric condition. I think he's mentioned this is like his third or fourth time already. Is Gwen going to take the stand? I believe so. I believe she's going to go up there and tell her side of the story again. Or maybe not, because she already did it when Sanderson's team called her up, right? I thought she was going to go up again.
But looking over the medical history that, like you did, you see that Terry Sanderson continued to try to seek treatment for something that was going on that he attributed to be fairly related to this accident, correct?
I would say that medical attention-seeking behavior started evidence by his primary care physician visit the 3 weeks earlier, and that was likely a ball that was already rolling.
So he was interested in his health before the ski crash. You've testified to that, correct?
Yes.
So he would be very interested in anything that he viewed to be very acutely changed. Isn't that also correct?
Yes.
So it would be part of that pattern to continue going to the doctor a lot up until you think that you're going to get some sort of resolution of your symptoms. Isn't that correct?
I don't suppose to know what was going on in the plaintiff's mind.
What's with the stream element command? What the heck?
Out from the back here.
Why is it like that?
Last question. What do you perceive to be Terry's life expectancy going forward?
I have no information to base a opinion on that.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah.
Mr. Owens?
You feeling better, Owens? Oh, here comes the big poster boards. Here comes the props. I mean, I like the props.
I'm going to read you what you told me your opinions
I
are
like 'em.
on redirect or on direct, and then I want you to say, tell me if anything has changed as a result of cross-examination. The compelling evidence is that plaintiff's concussion was mild and that he lost consciousness only momentarily, if at all. Is that still your opinion?
Yes.
Plaintiff's post-collision neuropsychological evaluation shows no evidence of impairment. Is that still your opinion?
It is.
None of the plaintiff's medical records support his claims that perceived symptoms of cognitive decline are related to the ski collision.
At this point, yes.
Another way of saying that is all current symptoms are explained by his pre-collision
Take a bathroom break. I gotta use-
aging and degenerative diseases.
Overruled?
Much more likely than not, yes.
And you were asked about a new word. Confabulation, like lying. You were asked about that, right?
Yes.
Did you review the deposition of Jenny Sanderson, the daughter?
Yes.
Did you observe she said that her dad would, in fact, be dishonest in order to get money?
Oh, what a great way to remind the jury that.
Yes.
Objection.
Beyond the
That's
scope.
not an evidence.
No, that's not an evidence.
It is.
Jenny Sanders is not an evidence.
Yeah. Overruled?
And that he seeks attention, and that the notoriety of this case makes him feel powerful. Did you read that?
I did.
And on our little break, you said it's outrageous. You said something was outrageous, that they would assert something. What? Do you remember what it was? His current conditions are related to the ski collision.
What's
Okay, I removed him as moderator and I added him back as moderator. I don't know. Maybe it's something about that.
Am I throwing you?
now? I'm picking my words very wisely.
Thank you.
The neuropsych evidence and the psychiatric evidence have long evidence to support that when a concussion like this alleged concussion lasts over months, there is a high concordance rate with the patient being involved in litigation and also media attention. Both
beyond the scope of his proffered testimony.
Maybe it's the YouTube thing.
Explained the post-accident.
Both of which are hyper real in this case.
Hyper real means what?
Very real. Very real.
What is hyper real? I missed it.
So, it's just a colloquial
Yo, Joe.
for extremely, so extremely real.
What is, again, extremely real?
The factors of this litigation and the factors of the media attention around his concussion case.
So what of those things is hyper real? What are they doing to him about his current symptomology?
Well, so
I'm trying to understand his response, Your Honor.
Overruled. It goes to the weight.
You got to dumb it down for me, please.
The fact that this is the first legal case that is ever televised in Utah makes it hyper real.
In what way to Mr. Sanderson? What is that doing to him, those facts?
Foundation, Your Honor.
I'm just trying to understand his comment.
Maybe you could go into a little bit more of the background behind this opinion?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand the point you're making, and then what it's based on. So you're saying this very litigation and the media attention is impacting Mr. Sanderson. Is that your opinion?
Overruled as a preface to the question?
Absolutely.
Okay, and then how?
So the
Disabled it? How do you disable it?
litigation, so a lot of money is in play here.
And how is that affecting Mr. Sanderson's symptoms?
Foundation, Your Honor. You can't
Sustained.
Did I miss anything?
I'm being told to sit down. Have a nice day.
Mr. Sorensen?
Just one question for you, Doctor. Is hyper-real a medical term?
No.
Okay, so that's has no basis in any sort of medical literature.
I would say extremely real, extremely relevant.
Okay, but again, you never conducted your own psychological evaluation of the plaintiff, correct?
No.
Okay. So that would be pure speculation about his motives or anything like that?
Based on a number of studies and
Joe, how did you do that?
Analysis of cases similar to this.
So case studies, but nothing directly attributable or applicable to Dr.
Not
Sanderson.
case studies, So meta-analysis of actual things that are in the medical literature.
Great. Thank you very much.
How'd you disable 7TV and BTV? I went to
Okay,
my
you may step
Chrome
down.
extensions.
Thank you.
It's not even on there. I don't know how. I don't know how to do it.
You ready for your next witness, or should we take our last break?
Definitely let's take our last.
Okay, we'll take a short recess.
How about we just end the trial for today? Let's go outside and enjoy the nice weather that's out there. I'm just kidding. I think they have a snowstorm over there. All right. Well, that's it for Stephen Edgley. He is a brain trauma expert. So he does not believe that Terry is still suffering from issues from his concussion, or if Terry even has a concussion, or if Terry even
Recess, thank you.
lost consciousness, right? Okay, click the puzzle. I did. Yeah, I don't know. It
I
says
can see that.
that's weird.
Plan for Carrie Oaks.
Good.
I guess I'm going to be Carrie Oaks.
Okay.
We just have to figure out who on our side is going to read the questions. Because there's only one additional question that would,
Is Meow? Is that 7TV? The Meow? It is, right?
and I'll respond as Carrie Oaks.
So Noreen could do it.
Well, that's what I had asked.
You good?
Or
Sure.
Bob.
I think it's nice to have both, of one member from each
You
team.
guys decided that to read it.
So I have the hard copy. Are there any objections?
I don't think there are on the mark.
Okay, I'll follow along if you'll
Yeah.
key me in on where you're at.
Yeah, there's some like objection calls for speculation, but I think we're good with everything.
Okay, thank you.
My bad.
We're taking a short break before you begin.
Your Honor,
Yes.
one other thing on Dr. Richard Bain on rebuttal. We don't know this yet, but we would like to propose that to hit Dr. Bain, and if it's okay with the court, that we have him testify at 9 or even 8:30, 8:45 Thursday morning for a very short rebuttal.
Can we deal with this at 5?
Let's do it at 5. Thank you.
Well, it's hard for us to propose it if it's not approved, and
You mean he's waiting for the word from you?
well,
That's part of it, Your Honor. He's trying to
this week is
schedule
his wedding. He had an emergency medical procedure.
Is his wedding?
his
daughter's wedding?
Oh, okay.
He had an emergency medical procedure. We notified the opposing counsel about 3 or 4 months ago that he couldn't do his attend trial, and so
Well, I'm not sure when your rebuttal case is, but if that's when your rebuttal case is, that's fine. We can come a little early on Thursday. If that's not when you,
Deal with this at 5?
Yeah, we can do
I'm
it.
not in the zone.
Getting back to Carrie Oaks, the witness, how are you going to allocate the time between the parties?
based on the time of the questions that they asked.
Well, the
So
thing is,
apparently there's one question for the defense and the rest of it's for the plaintiff. So however that works out to be.
Ours was about 15 minutes long. They proposed, I think, like a half an hour, 45 minutes of additional questions.
So we didn't call her, we didn't want.
You had designated her as a witness, and we only wanted 15 minutes. If you want to just let us do our 15 minutes, then that's yours.
Why don't we do this, counsel?
Noreen has a comment in response to that.
Yeah, so this is not going to take.
Did you have to close out the chat and then restart it?
So let's go ahead and change questioners depending on which side has asked for that question, and then I'll be able to keep track of the time.
Oh, we didn't do that. We just marked jointly the time. It's literally, Your Honor, I would say their time is probably 5 minutes of the 15
Total. Are you fine with 5 minutes? Okay. Then 5 minutes of the time will go to the defense and the rest will go to the plaintiffs.
Okay, I wasn't involved in theirs.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Owens was complaining about the time because I think the judge is going to have the jury go deliberate. Oh no, they were going to do closing arguments like Thursday. Was it Thursday noon? I think. And then Owens, little battle going on right here. Was it today? Or is that a different day?
We're just waiting for the jury.
Comments. Filed by your questions incorrect. Yes. Okay. And you reviewed it. You reviewed it.
Go ahead and set up.
Draw, and we may need a second to do that.
Okay. So please don't discuss the case with any of the other witnesses. Thank you. Is ready?
Need a second to do that.
You guys remember that? Maybe it was okay. Someone remember 3:37:22. 3:37:22. Maybe it was the end of yesterday.
That we need to make some accommodation for, and so why don't we wait with completing Mr. Graff's testimony until we can fit it in sometime a little bit later. Maybe later tomorrow, or if you want to schedule him for a specific time, we can do that as well.
Steve Graff has flexibility to show up anytime.
I don't know.
He's not
I don't
the
control
the best
Steve
snow season in the world. This year at Salt Lake City, but
And I would add that Michael McMahon doesn't remember the treating Terry Sanderson. It's just a record review, and there's very little he would have to offer because he has.
Mr. Graff, one makes sense.
If we can hold him to 10 minutes, we can live with it.
In the morning? Tomorrow morning?
Yes. What we can't live with is it's 10 minutes and now it's 2 hours.
Well, are you going to do another 10 or 15 of redirect?
James is on it.
Probably not.
I will commit to 10 minutes.
All right, then we'll call him in the morning.
Mr. Graff did say that he's available.
Okay, so why don't we get him back in the morning, and we'll start as soon as the jury's here. If they're all assembled at 10:02, we'll start.
And Judge, just for the record, I have never, in lots of trials, lots of jury trials, I've never seen so many sidebars in the case as this one.
Is that
Requested by the case.
Is that a compliment or a criticism?
It's coming.
You're working very hard, Judge. Thanks.
Anything else, counsel?
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so come early. The jury has been asked to be here at 8:45. If they're all assembled, we'll start.
Oh, it's right here, I
We may
think.
need to read his transcript in too. Having the Your Honor, the plaintiffs still have not rested. That was supposed to take place Friday at the end of the day.
Yeah, this
I had Apple Martin, Moses Martin, and Brad Falchuk all ready to go this morning, and they were unable to testify. As I understand it, plaintiffs will not oppose Apple and Moses having their deposition transcripts read into the evidence. Can we confirm?
Mr. Sykes?
That's correct, as long as our additions are added, which I've given counsel.
Thank you. And Brad Falchuk is still, we still haven't made a decision. We may need to read his transcript in too. We have 2 full days tomorrow.
The court hasn't made a decision about what?
Oh, sorry. Brad Falchuk is the husband. With me?
And what decision do I need to make about that?
I'm sorry.
You need to make a decision. Okay.
Thank you. I'm speaking through a mask, which makes it hard. Tomorrow, Tuesday, can I give my lineup?
What's the lineup for tomorrow?
McMahon.
Oh, you're giving the lineup. You're giving the lineup. Okay, go ahead.
I'm starting with, finish up Mr.
Graff.
with him on.
My objection to, we're already terribly behind.
Just a minute. Is Mr. Graff in the room here? Maybe you better run out and grab him and make sure he's going to be here at 9 o'clock in the morning. Somebody from the plaintiff's side.
So 4 of our witnesses have been thrown off, just to let you know, because we had 7 planned for today.
And that's your choice, counsel, to throw them off. So each side gets 50% of the trial time, and you're making a decision about how to allocate that time.
Based on the assumption that plaintiffs would be done on Friday.
And that's between the 2 of you.
Okay, I'm not complaining, I'm just putting this on the record. And so we have 8 experts, 4 tomorrow, most out of state, 4 on Wednesday. So we're lumping in now people onto Thursday morning. Anyway.
You see that I've got in the time for Thursday morning, it's 2 hours and 2.75 hours or something like that. That includes closing arguments.
Wow. That means 0.75 hours. Well, Tuesday morning or Thursday morning.
It's just an estimate of what's available. If we take up a lot of time in out of jury hearings, that'll get smaller.
And you're running an excellent court, but I'm just saying an hour for closing on both sides means essentially no evidence on Thursday morning.
Well, you can start your closings earlier than that. It just depends on when you rest your case and when the plaintiff rests their case. But your half time includes your closing argument.
See, thank you for telling me that. I hadn't focused on that. So you envision the jury commencing?
Yeah, meditation is great. It's something I got to do more often. Meditation is really cool. Also, like writing things out as well, organizing your thoughts and stuff like that. But
deliberations at about noon?
That would be in a perfect world.
Okay.
And I understand.
You hear that? They might do closing arguments Thursday. What day is today? Today's Tuesday. Woo-hoo-hoo.
You know, we don't live in a perfect world, and so if they have to be charged a little bit later than that, they have to be charged a little bit later than that.
Thank you.
But that would be in a perfect world.
All right. So my concern, sorry to be so long on this. We have Michael McMahon, a physician assistant, Paul Bogger, our ski expert, Irvin Schur, our biomechanical expert, and Stephen Edgley, our neurorehabilitation expert. They are not flexible.
Okay, I just wanted to share that with you guys. They should be back. Let's see, 3:37. What did I write? 3:37. All right, guys, wake up! 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 I wish I could play that song on YouTube, but I think I'm gonna get strike for copyright.
After.
Oh no! I stopped writing. I stopped writing my dreams. Oh my god. Writing the dreams is pretty cool because sometimes you completely forget about it and you go back and read it and you completely like jolt your brain. But yeah, I don't write my dreams down anymore. What I'll do is if I'm trying to sleep at night, I'll just sit there and try to remember some of my dreams that I had. But yeah,
After the collision.
dreams are crazy.
Yeah, that's over vague, and that's I'll withdraw it because I agree that's
Not everything. It's not everything.
Right. As far as level of length of unconsciousness, do you agree that you weren't stopwatching yourself?
I have no idea.
Yeah, and yet you did tell people it varied over time. First a few seconds, then 5 minutes, then 10 minutes. You did that, right? Do you disagree?
Yes, it did vary.
And why did you do that? Why would you say, I don't know, then it's a few seconds, then it's 5 minutes, and then you told your psychiatrist at the VA it was up to 10 minutes long? Why did you change?
I had no idea, and I was searching. I really had no idea, and I was trying to answer. I sometimes make that mistake of guessing.
Bye, Sherry.
And it was to try to get the attention of the doctor.
I know. I can't wait to bolt to go check out my yard, and I don't know. I just want to sit outside. It looks so warm out there.
Do you remember telling me that?
I don't. I don't know how to.
Let's find it.
What's the date?
Let's go to page 95.
Which deposition? 1, 2, or 3?
One. They're all cumulative, so the page will tell you that. Page 95, starting at line 7. It turned into 10 minutes. Do you know that you gave varying answers to people? And then whenever you can pull it up, page 95.
Yes.
The witness says, and then can we go to the middle paragraph? Yes, I do. And that was referencing the fact I personally did not know. I was not a witness to how long I was unconscious. And so somebody told me it was 2 seconds, and somebody said it was 10 seconds, 10 minutes. And so I didn't know. It was hard for me to say. And then, next paragraph, it depends on my visit. If I want to make a deal out of it, and that was the reason for my visit, then I might say for 10 minutes. I might pick the worst. That's kind of how we are. We go to the doctor's attention. We go to get the doctor's attention about a specific theme.
We're back.
Let's wait for the other side.
Conscience, conscious. Conscience, conscious.
Would you like me to go get them, Your Honor?
Yes.
Or is okay.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Who's going next? Carrie Oakes? I just want to see who's going to testify next. I'm consciously unconscious. I feel like I need a nap. And a tub of gravy.
Are we on the record?
And fried chicken
Okay,
skin.
we're back on the record. Counsel are present and parties are present. Mr. Owens?
Yes, thanks. So we're thinking this Carrie Oakes is going to go about a half hour, and then we're trying to figure out how to best use that other half hour.
Sure.
Okay.
One option is, well, here's the question. How strictly, we now have essentially one full day of evidence left. How strictly are you keeping us to like 4 hours each left?
I'll take the Popeyes skin.
Strict.
Strict.
So when you run out of time, you're done.
Okay, so
Soup is my comfort food. What about you guys? Like noodle soups.
I'm trying to be mindful of the jury.
So depending how much time is left, then we'll call Terry Sanders back to the stage, back to the pulpit.
We talking tomorrow?
No, if we have time before
tonight.
5.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
All right. Ready for the jury.
Hot dogs. Yeah, my comfort food is noodle soups.
We're doing.
I will.
Noodle
thank
soups.
you.
Noodle soups.
Take your seat.
Yes.
Okay.
So many ways to make them. Isn't that just 2 ways?
That you'll read. No, I think not. The lawyers will point out
Grilled
errors in your.
with some char on it. It's the best.
What page are we starting on?
So
We are starting.
funny thing.
All right, get up and stretch.
Okay.
Thai food. Ooh, but it has to be home cooked Thai food. Restaurant Thai food is.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Like American Thai food's like Alfredo,
Who's
like
doing
creamy?
the questioning, Miss Aberama?
Creamy shade?
Okay.
You want to see some more Terry? Here you go. Here's Terry. Oh, wait, that's not Terry. Yeah, like, pho. Pho's my comfort food. Although I like the Cambodian version where they have the noodles seasoned and they have the pho broth on the side. Oh, so good. An ice cream magnum. I bought these dairy-free ice cream sandwiches. They're so good, though. I usually don't like coconut, but it's actually pretty good. I've never got into Alfredo. I've always liked like the tomato creamy pastas, but never like the white creamy one.
Thank you. You may be wondering why Ms. Van Orman is seated as a witness. We are now going to read a deposition, old school style. So the witness name is Terry Oakes.
Carrie. K-E-R-I.
Thank you for that correction. It's listed 2 ways in here. Carrie Oakes, and the person that will be reading Carrie Oakes' part is Miss Kristen Van Orman, and the questioner will be Miss Aberama. You may proceed, starting on page 6.
Really? I didn't know they do
Would
this.
you like me to state the page number and the line number?
I think if you, right now, just whenever you skip areas, tell me where you're going.
Okay.
And probably
But
just the
otherwise,
page. Don't need to do the lines.
Will
Yeah.
do. All right, starting on page 6. Good morning, Miss Oakes. Could you spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's K-E-R-I, and Oakes is O-A-K-S.
And do you know about what year you started working at Deer Valley?
It's page 12, Your Honor.
I like this role play.
1990. Actually, that was about that area, give or take a couple of years.
Page 16. Okay, when we talk about the incident or the ski collision or the ski crash or similar words, let's just agree right now that we're talking about the incident that occurred on February 26, 2016, involving Gwyneth Paltrow and my client, Terry Sanderson. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, now I would like to go through some of the parties to this case.
I like
Do you
Kristen,
know
so I'm
my
enjoying
client,
this.
Terry Sanderson?
Not beyond seeing him on the hill that day.
Okay, have you had any other contact with him prior to that or subsequent?
Where I spoke with him, or no?
Okay, what about Gwyneth Paltrow? How long have you, or before this incident, do you know Gwyneth Paltrow?
That may have been the first time that I skied with her family. I don't recall exactly how many days I skied with them.
Page 18. Okay, 1 or 2 ski trips you've skied with Gwyneth Paltrow, correct?
Correct.
Sorry, if you could speak up.
Correct.
Ouch.
Okay, what about Brad Falchuk? Do you know who he is?
Yes.
Did you ski with him on the ski trip that involved this ski crash?
In what capacity?
I mean, did you meet him?
Yes, we met him.
Okay, and I understand you were teaching primarily one of the children with some of the children. Is that correct?
Not his children.
Okay, whose children were you teaching?
Gwyneth's.
And who are they?
Apple is specifically who I was with.
Okay, and were all of the ski trips with Brad Falchuk and
I think
Miss
that's kinda high
Paltrow's
for me.
children? They were all on the trips with Gwyneth Paltrow, correct?
Correct.
You didn't ski with Brad Falchuk or the children on the trips where Miss Paltrow was not there, correct?
Correct.
Did you know who Greg Ramon is?
No.
Do you know who Eric Christensen is?
Yes.
How do you know Eric?
Through Deer Valley, we work together.
How long have you known Eric?
Since, I don't know the exact amount of years, but most of the time that I've been an employee here, I've known him.
Please don't speak into the microphone. It's so loud.
What did you discuss on the day of the collision with Eric Christensen?
In particular? What in particular?
Anything about the collision with Miss Paltrow and my client, Terry Sanderson?
A relief that everybody was safe.
And who was everybody?
Everybody, meaning both people who collided.
Miss Paltrow and Mr. Sanderson?
Yes.
Page 53.
Sure.
So just before the ski collision, please describe what was happening. Had you all met at the top of Flagstaff Mountain, for example?
Yes, we got off the chairlift, decided that we were going to go down to lunch, and...
Can I interrupt? When you say we got off the chairlift, who is we again? Just so we're clear.
The we would have been Gwyneth, Apple, and I were on the chairlift. I believe that Eric was with Moses. Then we met up with Brad, and I cannot remember exactly where his kids and their instructors were. They may have been down already, having the table for lunch, so we decided to go ski down Bandana to the Empire Lodge for lunch. Then as we started skiing down Bandana, it was not crowded at all. There was really nobody on the run. And Moses and Apple wanted their mom to watch them, wanted to do the side of the run, and she could see them ski. So we stopped to cross the run. The run was clear. There was nobody in front. It stands out in my mind because that's a rarity. Bandana was empty where we were, and so we had just crossed the run. And as I looked before we crossed the run uphill, there was really no one in sight, except farther up by a slow sign from where we were. And we crossed, made 2 turns, and then I heard the sound and looked over, and that's when I saw that they had collided, and we were both on the snow.
What was the sound you heard?
Just I heard her voice, and that's what caught my attention.
So I want to just go back over this slowly.
No, just go to 56. Oh, sorry.
You inserted a word inadvertently.
I apologize. Then I heard the sound and looked over, and that's when saw that they had collided and were both on the snow. Go ahead and just read the rest of the page, that's fine.
And what was the sound you heard?
Just I heard her voice, and that's what caught my attention.
So I just want to just go back over this slowly. You started skiing down Bandana without Apple and Moses, correct?
I'm sorry, which page?
Still on 55.
Okay.
You want to ask that one more time?
I have a thing
So
for
I want
older
to
women
just
who
go
look
back
fierce.
over this
Kristen's
slowly.
just
You
exactly
started
that.
skiing down
Fierce.
Bandana without Apple and Moses, correct?
And Gwyneth and Eric, correct.
And you said you crossed the run. Was that near the top of the run?
Near the top of the run.
When you say you crossed the run, does that mean you went skiers left?
Yes, we were on skiers right, and then we had slowed down, or actually, I believe we might have even stopped enough that we were in a group. And then I looked uphill before we crossed, just to make sure it was safe. And then the kids and Eric and I crossed the run.
To the left?
To the left, to skiers left.
And were Eric and you above Apple and Moses when you did this?
He was behind. He was above hill, and I was more to the side and a little above hill.
And then what happened after you started crossing to the left?
We crossed to the left and started skiing down the side, and then we heard, after, as I said, 2, maybe 3 times, heard the sound of, it was more Gwyneth sounded surprised. It was like a surprise sound, and we looked over and they were both on the ground.
When you started to cross to the left, did Miss Paltrow then go straight down to the right? Is that what she did?
She stayed on the right, but she did not go straight.
Were you able to see her while you were watching Apple and Moses?
Yes, I was able to see her.
How was she skiing?
She skis small radius turns, consistent speed. At this point in time, it was slow because she wanted to be able to see the kids. They were not skiing fast because the kids are not fast.
Was she then going to stop and look up, or was she going to look to the left? Do you know?
She was not going to stop because we were skiing.
Okay. Is it your understanding Miss Paltrow was going to look to the left while she was skiing to her children skiing?
No, I cannot say what she was going to do. They were in her sight, and the goal was to ski down to the lodge for lunch.
When did the topic of Miss Paltrow watching her children come up?
Watching her children ski.
Excuse me. When did the topic of Miss Paltrow watching her children ski come up?
It was, "Mommy, watch me, and we want to go ski this," and so we took them to the side. It wasn't a detailed plan on how she was going to watch. It was just a plan to ski down to the lodge.
Okay, and when Eric, Moses, Apple, and you started skiing to the left, was Miss Paltrow skiing on the right?
Correct. She was skiing on the right.
Page 68. Was Miss Paltrow agitated?
When she was first getting up, because she was very surprised and shocked, because that was her comment, was that he hit her.
What was her comment?
Her comment was that she was hit and was frustrated, but then as she got up and she checked on him. He checked on her. Everybody was quite calm. Nobody was agitated or yelling.
When did she ski off, Miss Paltrow?
I don't recall exactly. I believe she was there for most of the time, and yeah, she was there for most of the time. I think that when it was verbalized that everybody was okay, Mr. Sanderson verbalized to us that he was okay, he was fine, and that was his response to her checking. We checked. Ski Patrol checked. And so then at that point in time, that's when we said, okay, let's start. We can start dispersing because everyone expressed and we were acting as if they were just fine. It was just a collision, no harm, no foul.
And earlier you mentioned that Mr. Sanderson got up. Do you recall anyone helping him get up?
We were there, both Eric and I were there to help him. I don't recall that he didn't need us to lift him off the snow. I don't recall needing to give much assistance, but we were there for both parties to help them both and make sure they were both okay to our abilities and then assess him. From then, we would assess if there was the need for Ski Patrol to be called, but they happened to ski by and check themselves.
Page 71. And why didn't you write an incident report that day?
Because to our knowledge, nobody was hurt. Everybody left the scene on their own volition and everybody was able to leave. And it was, again, like just any other incident where people, got tangled up and everybody was okay and everybody left. And so.
Page 82. Did
Maybe
Gwyneth
later.
Paltrow say she didn't see Terry Sanderson before the collision?
She did not use that. He wasn't in front of her, so he was not in front of her, but she didn't use that phrase. She said, "He hit me."
You're assuming she was in front of him, correct?
I saw that there was nobody in front of her when we were skiing, and so that's not an assumption. There was nobody on the hill with us in our immediate vicinity.
Page
Okay.
106.
Interesting. Yeah, it's going to be
So,
tough for
just
Terry.
Before the collision, Gwyneth Paltrow's children, Moses and Apple, wanted her to watch them skiing, correct?
Yes, we were skiing together down the final run down to lunch.
Miss Paltrow was skiing down to the right, looking up at her children to see them skiing, correct?
She was skiing down on the right side. Her children were in her periphery.
Can you orient me one more time to what page we're on?
Sure, now we're on page 107, starting on line 14. So she was looking over at the kids to see them ski.
I can't say exactly where she was looking. They were in her periphery. She could see them while looking ahead to ski.
So Miss Paltrow was distracted, looking at her children while she was skiing just before the collision.
I would not say, well, I can't say that she was distracted.
Was Miss Paltrow looking at her kids while she was skiing down Bandana Run?
When I saw her, she was looking ahead at the run in front of her.
Was she also looking at her children skiing?
I did not see her looking at her children.
Kristen's hating this part right
Miss Paltrow
now.
was distracted when the collision occurred, looking at her children, correct?
She's not looking at her children when I saw her. She was looking ahead, skiing down.
Probably
so
does.
She wasn't watching her children. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I didn't. They were in her periphery. I don't know what she was looking at directly.
Poor Kristen.
I don't know that she was looking at them directly. She was looking ahead where she was skiing when I saw her.
At the moment of the collision, though, you had not seen her for 3 to 5 seconds, correct?
Probably 3 to 5 seconds.
So you don't know where she was looking, other than she was supposed to be looking at her children, right?
I don't know exactly where, that she was looking directly at them. I do know that when parents ski with their kids, it doesn't mean their eyes are glued on their kids. They can glance at them. They can see them in their periphery. And as long as the kids know the parents are there and they're in their visual, that's what the kids want. I don't know exactly what she was doing. The children were satisfied.
Moses and Apple wanted their mother, Gwyneth Paltrow, to watch them ski down Bandana, correct?
That's what
Hey,
they
Judy.
had said. Watch us ski this, Mom. Okay, that was the conversation.
Page 111.
Oh, this is
Okay,
different
and then
than what
maybe
Kristen
you already answered this, but
presented.
In that, when you last saw Miss Paltrow,
Kristen was saying that they were like, "Mommy, mommy, watch me ski," while they were actively skiing. This is a different. This is a different story than what Kristen was painting.
the 3 to 5 seconds before the scream, did you observe whether there was anyone below her on the ski hill?
I observed that the area in the front of her was empty.
I think that's it. 111.
No, the judge is reading it to make sure she doesn't skip words or add words.
You may. Right.
Yeah, get her for recall. I liked her.
Mr. Owens, you may call your next witness.
Could we have a quick bench conference here?
Yes.
What an interesting trial this is. Taxi, does anyone think Sanderson can still win this trial? I think Gwen has the upper hand at this point. I think I'm hungry, actually. When you guys get really stressed out, do you eat a lot? For me, when I get really stressed out and I get really hyper fixated on something, and I don't eat. But I wish I was one of those people that eats a fuck ton with stress. Anderson. I think it's over for him. Hey, Moon. I don't forget to eat. I just get really, I know I should eat, but I get really hyper fixated. I'm like, I don't want to eat. I don't want to eat. I don't want to eat. Yeah, stressed out, no food. Glad to hear you got better people in your life now. Sounds like you've been through a lot from what you mentioned here. I did not pick the right folks in them since I found much better though. Yeah, I feel you. I used to hang around some horrible toxic people. But, that's just how it is. When you're younger, sometimes you make mistakes. You tend to give people more chances, be more forgiving. And then you learn from your experience, right? You get a little bit older and then you start being a little bit more picky with who you hang out with. 24 hours without eating. Oh, dude, I would have to be like depresso espresso for that. I wish I did it when I was stressed. Cocoa Beans is very bad. GP all the way. Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, she has the upper hand because her experts all came in person live. She's got the entire Deer Valley Ski Resort employees behind her. When Terry went up on the stand, seemed to be like a normal, okay person up there. Like, you don't really see any obvious signs of like brain injury or anything. And I'm not saying he doesn't have any, but the jury might just see how he presents himself and just be like, oh, this guy looks fine. I don't know what he's talking about. Oh, and the animations too. I think the animations really help. Even though they're not entered into evidence, but the animations really help tell Gwen's side of the story. I believe he hit her, and once he found it was GP, he decided to try and cash in. You think he was faking his brain fog? I truly believe that he thinks that Gwen hit her. I feel like he tried really hard to try to, recover from the brain injury. And then when things just weren't really getting any better, that's when he decided to file the lawsuit. I feel like if he wanted that cash grab, he would probably do interviews right after the accident, selling his story to TMZ and who knows who else, saying that like, oh my God, Gwen hit me. And then doing like a bunch of like interviews and stuff like that. I think he did like one press conference. But I just feel like if he wanted to really milk it, he would do like a bunch of press conferences, talk crap about Gwen. You think he's like obsessed, declining in health? That's where symptoms come from. Yeah. You can actually convince yourself out of the lies. Oh God, I don't deal with those people. Those people are like frustrating to deal with. One's car alarm's going off out there. What is it? Whose alarm is it? Huh? Is that your car, Steve? You got a car now, Steve? Hi. Dark agreed. Even if it's family. Oh God, I don't give family special treatment. If you have a toxic family member, cut him loose. Cut him. Blood don't mean nothing. You think he lost points when he didn't show up in the courtroom in the beginning? Yeah, I thought it was kind of weird too. I would have think that the jury would be like, what the hell? Why is this guy not here? You don't think he's after the cash grab, but you do think there's something weird about him. You know, a couple folks who believe things they made up as they said them. It's fascinating. Yeah, it's hard to keep track of your lies. Compulsive liars are so funny. If you ever like deal with one, the way they pivot and they twist their narrative, their stories, and then when you confront them, they twist even more, they turn even more. Yeah, cut those people out. And it's kind of funny because like when you run into them as adults, like kids, I can understand because kids sometimes lie for a reason, right? They want to impress people, make friends, yada yada yada. But when it's like adults that do that, oh my God, that's a whole nother issue. You think he had a medical episode that caused a crash? Realized it was a celeb, had to plan. I mean, it seems like he has his money. He owned like a private like eye clinic with a business partner. He retired. Probably doesn't have to worry about like medical stuff because it has the VA. Kids are already grown up by that point. Traveling. Oi! Try to steal my food. Oh yeah, someone says your dogs. There you go. Oh, there's right there. There's one. There's another one behind me trying to steal my food. Oh, I know all about toxic moms. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Alec. Can we go back to call him Alex Murdaugh?
The parties have stipulated a fact, and it looks like it will save us some time.
Yay.
Mr. Brad Falchuk, who may or may not testify later, depending on how much time there is left in the case.
Okay.
The parties have stipulated that he would testify were he to be called as a witness, that he did not see the accident. Is that correct from the plaintiffs?
Yes.
From the defense? Did the court correctly?
I believe so.
Brad's her husband, right?
He may or may not be called if there is time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And so we'll now move to the defendants have a deposition to read.
Yes, we're going to try to get to the two kids' depositions. First,
Are we reading the entire deposition or marked
no,
parts?
the marked version, Moses.
You conning people over, salami and cigarettes.
We're calling Peter as a fake Moses to the stand.
Okay. So
Steve,
Peter will read
do you have
Moses.
a marked copy? I don't think I have a marked copy.
Your sister was a pathological. What's hard growing up seeing your big sister doing, getting punished, still doing it. She does take lying to a whole new level. Tells people went to Harvard. Yeah, there's this girl that we knew. Oh my God, she used to lie so much, but the things that she would lie about would be things that were so easily disputed. She told people that she was going to like NYU. Told to people that she went to this other college, but then like people would see her at the community college. And I don't know. Pathological liars are
I'd
just
like the
really
lawyers
fucking
to
weird.
each read their
I don't get
side of
it,
the
but
questioning so that we can capture the
maybe I should read a book
minutes
about
used by
them.
each side.
I just need to get my copies back that I gave to them.
What if we, because we don't
She's got kids now. I hope she's better now.
we'll read out
So why wouldn't you hear about like crazy, interesting people who have kids now? But hopefully they've changed, you know. People can get better.
Let's do this.
Yes. Oh, that's right. That's right. They're not.
Yeah, I watch Patrick Teahan on YouTube. He does a lot of videos about like how to deal with toxic family members and things like that. So, like a cool dude.
This is kind of weird, but I'm the questioner and you're Moses.
Correct.
Do you recall how old you are at the time?
You need to start. Tell us what pages though, please.
Thank you, page 7.
Oh, he's not gonna go up on the stand?
Yes. Page 7.
Line 22. Do you recall how old you were at the time?
9.
Okay, I'm turning the page.
You need to clarify that for me.
Yeah, let me know what you thought. What your thoughts are, Judy.
We're going to back up because there's some gray.
Back
Could you
it
just
up.
spell your name for the record?
Protected identity.
Okay, so we all stipulate is Moses Martin. I'm on page 7. As you know, we're talking about this ski collision that occurred about 4.5 years ago. Are you familiar?
Oh, Crappy Childhood Fairy. Patrick Teahan did a collab with them. I didn't watch the video yet.
With that?
Yes.
And I'm going to pick up where I was. Do you recall how old you were at the time?
9.
Okay, and you recall the ski trip in February of 2016, correct?
Yes.
About 4.5 years ago, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you recall skiing that morning that your mother was involved in the ski collision, correct?
Yes.
I'm now turning the page to page 9.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it for you.
Okay. When this ski collision occurred, do you recall where you were at the moment the ski collision occurred?
I do not recall where I was at the moment it occurred.
Did you see the ski collision?
I did not see the actual collision.
I'm not saying
Okay,
use
so
it.
let's-
I'm not saying use it as like replacement therapy, but I don't know. I enjoy their videos, so if it helps you, hopefully it does. No, wait, my link is not working. I don't understand what's going on. Can you guys see the link that I just put in there?
Just start maybe at the beginning of the run. You got off a chairlift, correct?
Yes.
And the run is called Bandana. Are you familiar with the Bandana run?
Yes.
Okay, at the time of the collision,
Did you, or just before the collision occurred, you were skiing from the top? Is that correct?
Yes.
And who were you skiing with?
From what I recall, my instructor, Eric. Page 11.
Page 11, line 22. And you were skiing with Eric as your ski instructor just before the collision, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall who else was skiing with you at that time?
No.
Was your sister AM, meaning Apple, nearby?
Yes.
Do you know where she was in relation to you on the hill?
No.
Could she have been below you?
Yes.
You don't recall seeing your sister?
Not exactly, no.
Tell us what happened on the bandana run just before
Can you guess
the
whose blood it
collision.
is?
What do you recall?
I recall skiing with my instructor and briefly seeing the collision. And then he skied over and I followed him. And I saw my mother and a person behind her that he had crashed. Who had crashed?
Okay, did you hear a noise before the collision?
No.
And the person behind her, was that a man?
Yes.
The world will never know.
Moving to the top of page 13, was this person uphill from your mother?
Yes.
How close were they, your mother and this other man?
As I recall, decently close.
Let's just say, this close, see my hands, they're about a foot, about 14 inches apart, or were they further apart?
I think something like that, but I'm not 100% sure.
Were they touching each other?
I do not remember.
Was her head above her skis, so her head was uphill and her skis were downhill?
Yes.
And the man that was nearby her, where his head where was his head in relation to hers or to his body? Was his head uphill or downhill?
Uphill.
So I'm just going to go back a little bit. So when did you first realize your mom was involved in a collision? How did you realize that?
I realized the equipment that she was wearing because I know that she wears what she wears when she skis. And then I realized that it was my mom. So I was standing around. I realized that it was my mother.
And did you hear a noise that told you there was something going on, a commotion or anything?
When I skied over, I heard my mom yelling at the guy.
What was she saying?
She was saying something along the lines of, "What the F word? You just ran into me."
And anything else that you recall at that moment?
No.
Was she standing up when she said that?
I do not fully remember, but I believe she was on the ground lying down.
Okay, did she get up by herself?
I do not remember.
I'm just going to go back in slow motion to, let's say, 3 seconds before this collision occurred. You were skiing with Eric. If you're facing downward, skier's left is on the left side and skier's right is on the right side. Do you know which side you were on the hill just before this collision occurred?
I was on the left side.
Do you know how far on the left you were?
No.
Do you think that...
Hey, Crystal.
But farish.
Okay. Were you closer to the left edge of the ski hill?
I believe so, yes.
And do you recall anyone else on the hill at that moment?
I do not remember.
Were there other skiers on the hill?
Yes.
About how many?
I'm not sure.
And so, what made you ski over to your mother? Did someone tell you?
I was following my instructor, but I did not know what was going on.
So you followed your instructor over to where your mother and this other man were lying down, correct?
Yes.
That scene, your mother and this man laying down, what else do you recall?
I recall skiing over, seeing a few people around them. I remember my instructor seeing what was happening. And then I remember my mom on the ground downhill of the man that was uphill from her. And I recall that they were both on the ground at the time that I skied over.
About how far away do you think they were?
I do not recall. About a foot, maybe.
I'm asking how far apart your mother and the man were when you skied over there.
I'd say a foot, maybe more.
Were they touching?
I do not remember.
And do you remember your mother getting up?
Yes, but not for a while.
Okay, how long was a while? Like, 5 or 10 seconds?
I'd say 2 minutes, maybe.
And how did she get up?
I do not remember.
Did she get up by herself?
I do not remember.
Did someone help her?
I do not remember.
Do you recall a large man next to the ski collision location?
I do not remember.
You said there were some other people there. What do you remember?
I remember seeing a few people, not a lot, but maybe 3 people, not including my instructor.
So there was your mother, the man that was involved in the collision, and then there was your instructor. Ooh. Were there any other people?
I believe so.
How many other people do you think?
I do not recall.
Hey, Varun.
Was there 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 maybe?
I do not recall.
And then what did you do after you skied down to your mother?
I stood there wondering what was going on, and then I believe that afterwards we went to eat lunch.
I remember it. And who is we?
As I remember, it was being me and my instructor, and I'm not sure whether my mother came down afterwards or with us.
So you skied down with your instructor to the bottom?
Yes.
Of the hill?
To lunch.
So you skied down the hill with your instructor, Eric Christensen?
Yes.
Anyone else ski down with you?
I do not remember.
Just before the collision, your sister was somewhere in the area skiing with you?
I believe so.
Anyone else in the area?
I don't remember.
Do you recall Apple's ski instructor?
No.
Do you recall her being present, the ski instructor for Apple?
I don't remember.
Do you remember Apple's ski instructor's name being Carrie Oakes? Carrie?
I believe so.
So was anything said when you came down to the collision site where your mother and this man were?
My mother said to the guy, "What the F word, you just ran into me."
And then anything else that you recall?
Not that I recall.
Were people talking?
I believe so.
Was the man talking?
I do not remember.
When I say the man, I mean the man that was involved on the ground or the snow next to your mother. I think it should be on the snow next to your mother, correct?
What do you...
When I say the man next to your mother, the person that was involved in the ski collision.
How old was Moses when this was taken?
So that's...
I do not remember if he was talking or not.
It was 9 when it happened.
Remember if your ski instructor, Eric Christensen, was talking?
I do. I don't have a closer memory on that, no.
Did anyone besides your mother say that they had seen the collision?
More transcripts are actually really fun to read.
I do not remember.
Do you remember talking about the ski collision at the bottom of the hill?
Vaguely.
What do you recall?
My mother saying that she got hit or ran into.
You said you went to lunch afterwards, correct?
Yes.
Did you discuss the ski collision at lunch?
I believe so.
What do you recall?
Not much.
Who was at lunch with you after the ski collision?
Oh, the only people that I remember are my sister, my instructor, and my mother.
Since the day of the collision, have you talked about the ski collision with anyone? Anyone else you've talked to about the ski collision?
I don't remember.
Do you think you might have talked about it with some other people?
Yeah, I don't know. They might have mentioned earlier, and I didn't hear it.
I'm now on page 25. When you skied down to the collision site before you left, did you notice any ski patrol or medical people come by?
I do not recall.
Do you recall any other people in green uniforms at the collision site besides your ski instructor?
I do not remember.
Before the ski collision, do you recall saying something to the effect of, "Hey, watch me ski"?
No.
Have you ever said something like that?
No.
After the collision, this is bottom of page 26, after the collision, when you were watching your mom and this man on the ground, did Eric appear angry at all?
Not at all.
Was he yelling, raising his voice, shouting, anything along those lines?
No, not at all.
Why are you so sure? It seems like your memory's a little faded in some areas, which is okay and understandable.
Bye, Morden.
But I
Trial's
want to know
ending
why
soon.
you're so sure about this.
Because I remember him addressing the situation very calmly.
How so? What stands out to you?
He tried to find out what was going on and try and see how he could help everyone. He tried to help everybody get out of the situation safely, and yes.
Do you remember anything specifically he said?
Not specifically.
I think plaintiff's counsel, Lawrence, asked you some questions about, they were sort of vague about what have you seen? Said, hey, watch me ski. Maybe a better way to put this question.
Mommy,
have
Mommy,
you ever
watch
told
me
your
ski.
mom, hey, Mom, watch this, before you decide to do something on your skis, if you'd like her to watch you ski?
I do not recall saying things along the lines of that.
Did Eric help your mother stand up?
I do not remember.
Do you remember Eric helping up the man that was involved in the collision?
I do not remember.
Do you remember skiing down with Eric after you left the ski site?
I don't know if it was exactly Eric, but I did ski down alone. I did not ski down alone.
Okay, how close were you to Eric as you skied down towards your mother when you realized there was some commotion or incident?
Close. I skied closely to him.
And then you stopped near your mother?
Yes.
And then how long after you stopped did you ski down? Was it like a minute or two?
I do not exactly remember. My best guess would be somewhere along the lines of 2 or 3 minutes.
So you were standing there about 2 or 3 minutes, you think?
I think so.
That completes the questioning, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, interesting. More
Call your next
witnesses.
witness.
Do you want to play Apple and you ask the question?
We're going
Yeah, I
to read
guess-
another deposition of Apple.
I guess Gwen isn't testifying again.
Is that okay with you guys if they just do it?
Yeah. Just let us know the pages, because remember, I don't have a fully marked copy.
Thanks.
You guys know I used to have blue hair.
Can you just spell your name for the record, please? Oh, sorry. Page 11.
No eyebrows.
Line 13.
Protected identity.
And your last name?
Blue hairs and no eyebrows.
Okay, you understand that this is a lawsuit involving a ski collision at Deer Valley on February 26th, 2016. Are you aware?
Yes.
Microphone more toward the center of the two of you. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Page 12, line 3. Okay, and do you recall this event back in February 26th, 2016?
Yes.
Okay, how old were you back in 2016? Were you
11. No.
Oh,
12.
this is the daughter?
about
Daughter.
11 or 12?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, what was your skiing ability at the time?
Intermediate. Beginner.
Okay.
Somewhere in between.
About how many times have you skied approximately before this date in February of 2016?
4 times.
Page 15, line 10. Okay, and do you remember your ski instructors on that trip?
Yes, we had Carrie, Preston, and then my brother's instructor, who I can't remember the name of, and one more female instructor that I also cannot remember the name of.
Page 16, line 7. Okay, that morning, do you remember skiing with which instructor?
Carrie.
Okay, and your brother was skiing with another male instructor, I think you said, correct?
Yes.
I'll just represent to you that his name is probably Eric Christensen. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
17, first line. Okay.
Apple Smith.
So do you
Apple
recall that the
Grace.
morning of February 26, 2016, when you were
Apple's
skiing
really
with
pretty.
Eric and Moses and
Yes.
Carrie, where had you been skiing that morning before the incident with my client?
We were on the mountain at the hotel, and that we were at. It was a ski in, ski out type of thing. We were mainly on the greens and blues.
Do you know about how many runs you had skied before the incident?
5 or 6, I'd say.
And were you skiing with Carrie that whole time?
Yes.
Was your mother skiing with you at the same time?
Yes.
Did your mother ever ski different runs when you were skiing with Carrie?
I don't remember.
Okay, your brother Moses, about what level is he as a skier?
Beginner?
Okay, now I'd like to go to the bottom before the ski collision that's subject of this case, okay?
Okay.
So,
I know, bring
you were
Kristen
at the top
back.
of the ski hill, and I believe the run is
Told
Bandana.
you guys, Kristen
Do you
was doing
recall the name
good.
of the run?
Yes, it was Bandana.
And why do you know it was named Bandana?
It was our favorite run.
Page 19. And you remembered the ski run because it's your favorite run, correct?
It was, yes.
And it was also the run you go down to the hotel you were staying at.
Yes.
Okay, next I'm going to ask you what you recall happening on that run, but before, do you recall this ski collision?
I did not see it, but I recall the events following it.
Okay, well, what was going on during the time just before the ski collision?
We were on our way to lunch at the lodge.
And who were you with?
I was with my instructor, my brother, my stepfather, my mother, my step-siblings, and their instructors. But we were all a bit scattered on the run, so some of us were in front, others were trailing behind a bit more.
And who was with your group?
I was ahead with my instructor, my stepsister, and her instructor.
Your brain is in Oregon.
Was Brad Falchuk with you?
No.
Sorry, that's page 20. So, just to clarify, at the time of the collision, there was you, Carrie Oakes, your ski instructor. There was IF, and then there was IF's instructor, who we don't know whose name yet. And then there was also your brother's instructor, Eric Christensen. And then there was your brother, Moses, correct?
Yes, but I was not with Moses and Eric. They were a little up the run. I was closer to the lodge at the time.
21. About how far away were you from your brother Moses, as you recall, just before the collision?
I would say I don't really know how to say it. I was further down the run. They were in the middle of the run. I was towards the end with my stepsister. I was not with Moses or my mother.
And did you know when the collision occurred?
Not the exact time, no.
Where does Gwen live? In LA? California?
I don't remember.
Did you hear a scream?
I did hear some commotion, but I was further down, so I decided to continue to go down to the lodge.
Okay, so when you heard the commotion, is that what you think is the collision?
Yes.
And when you heard that commotion, did you look anywhere?
I don't remember.
Did you see your mother after you heard the commotion?
Again, I don't remember.
So I'd like to know just a couple seconds before the collision.
We should make a bingo card. That'd be fine.
After the collision, so only about 5 seconds of time. So you heard something, a commotion, right?
Yes.
And then did you see anything?
I don't recall if I had seen anything or not. I think that I did, but I don't remember.
Okay. And when you heard that commotion, you're with Carrie Oakes, your ski instructor, right?
Yes.
And where was she in relation to you? Was she above you or below you?
I believe she would have been in front of me. That is usually how we skied. She would lead me.
We're on 23 now. Okay, so the 5 seconds around the commotion that you believe was the collision, you were with Carrie Oakes and IF, and then the 3 seconds afterwards, what did you do at that point?
We continued to ski down to lunch.
And did you know at that time that there was a ski collision?
No.
When did you first learn that there was a ski collision?
When my mom had arrived at lunch after we had gotten there, about 5 minutes after.
And how did you learn about the ski collision?
My mom told me. She was very...
No.
She told us what happened.
What did she say?
She said she came in and she immediately... I noticed that she looked a bit shocked. And I asked what had happened, and she said, "This a-hole ran into me. He ran right into my back." And I remember she did this motion saying that he ran into her back. And they both went down. But I remembered that's what she said.
24. So let's go back to the moment of the collision or the commotion. You heard the commotion. You didn't see the collision, but you continued to ski down.
Yes.
Did Carrie Oakes ski with you?
I believe so, yes.
And she skied with you down to the bottom?
Down to where we were eating, yes.
Okay, and when I say the bottom, I mean the bottom of Bandana Run, which is where the lodges and
Yes.
eating places are. Is that clear?
Yes.
And so right after the commotion, Carrie Oaks, IF, and you skied down to the bottom of the Bandana Run, correct?
Yes.
And who is at the bottom of the run when you got there?
I don't remember. I just know that we were meeting everybody to eat.
Okay. I'm sorry to keep going back to the commotion. Did you see anyone else on the ski run at the time of the commotion?
Well, there were other people skiing, but again, I didn't really pay attention to what had happened. I just heard some sort of screaming going on above me, but I continued to ski down, and I don't remember if I turned around or not.
Okay. Did you recognize the screaming? Whose voice was it?
It sounded like a woman, but we were so far down, I couldn't really put anything to it. It wasn't very clear.
Okay. How soon after you got to the bottom did your mother arrive?
I would say 5 to 10 minutes.
So you were waiting for her at the bottom?
Yes.
And what about Brad Falchuk? Was he with your mother when he arrived at the bottom?
I believe so.
Did he arrive sooner than she did?
I don't remember.
Is Brad
Well, I'd
Falchuk
like to
a
go
famous
back to the
person?
commotion and just let you continue and tell us, to the best of your memory, what happened. So you heard the commotion, and then what happened?
And then we continued to ski down, and we got to where we were eating lunch. We started to take off our gear, and then sat down. And then shortly after, my mother, Brad Falchuk, my brother, I can't remember if my stepbrother was there or not, but everybody else followed in after I had arrived.
And who is everybody else?
To the best of my ability, I'm pretty sure it would have been my mother, my little brother Moses, Brad Falchuk. I would say 1 or 2 more instructors, and my stepbrother BF.
Okay, do you recall which ski instructors were there?
Again, I remember Carrie, my instructor, Preston, who skied with BF and IF, Eric, and I believe that there was one more female instructor, but I can't fully recall.
Okay. Do you recall anyone else besides the people you've mentioned at the side of the commotion?
No.
I wish I could afford a ski
We're on
instructor. It'd be really
27.
cool to try it.
So when you're at having lunch, was the ski collision discussed at lunch?
Yes.
And what do you recall about that discussion?
Give Kristen
my mom
some
was
line.
explaining what had happened, saying that a man ran into her back and they both went down. And she was in a state of shock. And she decided after that she was not going to ski for the rest of the day, which she never does. She always stays on. But she decided to get off because she was in shock and she was in a bit of pain.
Did Carrie Oaks say anything?
I believe there was a conversation between them. I don't recall what it was about, but it was probably about my mom getting off the mountain.
Okay. Do you recall anything else?
I recall getting back onto the mountain for a couple more runs, and then I got off the mountain, and I think that my mom was getting a massage.
Okay. When you got back on the mountain after lunch, who were you skiing with?
I was skiing with Carrie.
Anyone else?
I don't remember. Maybe my stepsister?
Okay,
Do you recall
Steve.
skiing with MM?
I
Moses?
I don't remember.
Okay. Were you concerned about your mother at the time?
Yes.
What was your concern?
Well, I never see her really shaken up like that, and she was very clearly visibly upset, and she had some sort of pain. I can't remember what, but she was in a little bit of pain, and I remember that's why she went to the spa to get a massage.
Did you discuss the ski collision with anyone after you left lunch?
I think
I feel like
that
if you're in
my
pain, though, you're not supposed to get a
step-siblings
massage,
and my brother
right?
and I, we
Supposed to
talked
just, like,
about it
chill
because
out?
my brother was closer to the collision, and he had also said that he skied into her back, and they both went down together.
This is Moses. Can you tell us more specifically what Moses said?
Well, Moses was kind of telling us what had happened. I don't know if he for sure saw it, but I know that he was with people that saw it, and so they had told him what had happened and that it was what he said.
He said that my mom got hit in the back. Oh, what did he say again?
He said that my mom got hit in the back and their leg.
Maybe
when
like a
she
light
went-
massage?
They both went down together after somebody had skied into her.
I usually
into
get
her
sore
back.
after a massage.
We are on 30. Okay, when you finished skiing, did you discuss the ski collision?
Yes.
With whom?
I believe we talked about it at dinner and after. I was checking in with my mom to make sure that she was okay.
And what did you discuss?
I asked her how she was doing, how she was feeling. She said she was in pain. Again, I don't remember where exactly, but she did say that she was in pain. She had gotten a massage, I believe. So this was around dinner time, and we had just kind of gone over what had happened.
Did she say anything about my client, Terry Sanderson?
She had earlier in the day, not immediately after, but after 5 minutes after we all met at lunch, she said that he had skied into her back, and she called him an a-hole who had skied into her back.
Anything else you can recall?
I remember she was very frantic about it, so she probably said something along the lines of that, but that would be all that I remember to the best of my ability.
31. Okay, when you discussed it with your mother and you said she was frantic, what do you mean by that?
She was in a state of shock. She was very upset, and she was in pain.
Since that collision, have you seen your mother in that state of shock like that since that?
No, not like that.
So you discussed the ski collision that night at dinner, and do you recall you were staying at a hotel suite or something?
Yes, we were in a hotel.
The next day, do you recall what you did?
I believe we skied in the morning. I can't remember if we had left that day or not. The next day, I don't really remember much.
33. And do you recall how many ski instructors were with you at the time of the collision when you started skiing again?
I believe either 3 or 4.
And one was Carrie?
Yes.
And one was Eric Christensen?
Yes.
Oh, I've never done Thai
Was
massage. My
another
friends tell
one
me they cry.
Preston?
Yes.
Was there anyone else that you recall?
I believe that there was one more person, but I can't be too sure about that.
Okay. Did anyone tell you they had seen the collision?
I don't think so, no.
Other than your mother?
No.
35. Okay, earlier I think that you said Moses and said other people had definitely seen the collision. Do you recall saying something like that?
I don't think that I said that.
What do you recall Moses saying?
I remember him sort of telling what happened. I don't know if he saw it or not, like saw the actual collision, but I know that he saw my mom on the floor.
I believe I said that he saw my... Let's see. Oh, that's you.
I believe I said that he saw my mom on the floor, but I don't think that he saw the actual collision.
Okay, so after the commotion or collision, you skied down to the bottom of Bandana Run, correct?
Yes, but again, I personally didn't see the collision.
Okay, but you heard this commotion.
Yes.
Did someone say to you ski down to the bottom of the hill after the commotion?
No, we did not think anything of it. We continued to ski down. I don't even know if we stopped.
The we includes Carrie Oaks?
Yes.
Did anyone ask you to wait by the side of the hill after the commotion?
No, I don't remember that I don't know.
Yeah, just people who do
Do you
massages
recall?
in general.
Do you recall seeing anyone going to
They can
help
fuck
your
you up. They
mother
don't know what
after
they're
the
doing.
commotion?
I, again, did not see the aftermath. I had continued to ski down, but I believe that people did help her.
And what makes you believe that?
Because I assumed that she would have needed help up, and she was close to her boyfriend Brad, who is now her husband, at the time, and both my brother's ski instructors and I believe BF's ski instructor. So I'm assuming that they would have helped her.
But Carrie Oaks stayed with you down to the bottom of stayed with you down the bottom of the hill?
Yes.
What about Eric Christensen? Do you recall what he was doing after the...
I believe that he was with my brother, who was near my mom. So he was near the collision.
Hi, ragtime. Well, Owens kept complaining about how the plaintiff they took up too much time, and then Owens is like, oh, it's messing up my schedule, so no one can testify anymore. So we're just reading depositions right now. We're reading the deposition of Gwyneth Paltrow's daughter. They're just acting it out. It's
Okay,
interesting.
and do you recall which side of the hill you were on? Let's talk about skiers left and right. That means that if you were skiing downhill, the left would be the skier facing downhill to their left, and the same on the right. Do you know which side of the hill you were on ski?
I don't remember.
Okay, do you think you might have been in the middle of the hill, or the side, or near the edge of the run bandana?
I don't remember.
39. Can you be sure exactly that Carrie Oakes didn't stop and help your mom after the collision, or do you remember that at all?
I don't remember. I think that we were further down because I know that we got to lunch first, so I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Do you recall before the commotion on Bandana Run saying something to the effect of, "Hey, watch us ski down the hill"?
No.
Do you recall if Moses said something like that?
No.
Do you recall if any of your other people in your group, like IF or BF, say something like that?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm just going to show you something here real quick. Do you recognize the person on the left there?
That's Carrie.
That's Carrie Oakes?
Yes.
42. So Carrie Oakes was recently deposed, Apple, and she actually has specific memories of being on the scene of the collision. Would you defer to her testimony of specific memories rather than sort of your vague memory that she has with you?
Yes, I could have easily been with another instructor. I believe IF had an instructor.
Lawrence, I think we have a picture of Eric. Can he... which has a picture of him on the cover of it. He looks...
Listen, they didn't sign up for this, okay?
He did.
Oh, isn't he the one? Oh my God, I remember him so well. He was the best. Oh my God, he was the best. He would give us candies and he would tell us...
Ooh.
Yes, that's Eric.
Would you say he was under 50 years old?
I don't remember. I never really skied with him, so I never really saw his face. That's the end of it, Judge.
Thank you.
They're like, thank God it's over.
Moses and Apple were ready, willing, and able to testify in person on Monday morning. But
Objection. I'll discuss that after I excuse the jury. Okay. I'm going to excuse you now until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I will recess. Please do not
Today
discuss
was a
this
rough
case
day.
with anyone, including other jurors. Please do not attempt to learn anything about the case outside of the courtroom, including from other jurors. Please avoid radio, TV, internet, and newspaper reports on this case. Please keep an open mind throughout the presentation of the evidence. And finally, please do not form or express an opinion on the case until such time as it is finally submitted to you for deliberations. Have a good evening.
Man, today was a rough one. I feel you, jury. I feel you guys. Oh, the polite applause, yeah. I was going to say that too, Sherry. I only listen to the radio when it's Christmas season.
Okay, Mr. Owens, what
Gwen's
was it
like,
that you
peace.
wanted to put on the record?
I would always prefer live testimony to reading transcripts, but the kids were not available.
We know, Owen.
And mostly I just want to put that on the record. I was expecting to take over the case on Monday morning, given multiple assurances that I could do so, and I was not able to do so.
Like his fifth time bringing this
Multiple
up.
assurances were, if we're done, and we intend to be done. It sounds like some kind of a statement that we didn't do something we're supposed to do. And they took almost as much time cross-examining more on some of these witnesses, and that's why we didn't finish. In my humble
Yeah,
opinion.
you could have called them live. You still can call them live. But I understand that you wanted to put that on the record, so
They
thank you.
became unavailable.
Hi, Chai.
All right. So we're going to take a short recess, maybe 5 minutes, and come back and work on jury instructions. Is that right? Okay.
We're not coming back. We're peacing out.
Just take a quick bathroom
I'm ready to go
break and
outside.
We'll be right back, and hopefully we'll wrap it up by 1/2
All right, guys. I would love to be here and watch the jury instructions. I'm sure it's going to be really interesting because it's funny to see the lawyers banter back and forth, but I'm getting sleepy. I'm getting tired. Today was a rough one. You guys want to go look at Owen's website really quick, though? I like his website. His website here. Epperson and Owens. Owens right there. Oh, wait. Is that the Clark Kent without the glasses? The Clark Kent. She's the one that did the reading. We know him. I don't think I've seen these two before, though. Steven. Oh, wait, his name is Steven? I just keep calling him Owens. I had no idea what his name was. Stephen W. Owens is the president of the firm. He was elected president in 2009-10 of the Utah State Bar. Steve clerked. Oh, his name is Steve. Oh, Steve. Steve clerked for the Justice. Sorry, I can't say that word. Justice Richard Howe of the Utah Supreme Court has spent 25 years defending clients, including healthcare providers, in several licensing actions in Utah state and federal courts. He's earned the AV preeminent highest rating by Martindale Hubbell. He's named a legal elite in healthcare law by Utah Business Magazine 2007 and present. One of only 5 super lawyers in medical malpractice by that publication. I know he's a Steve. I love Steve. Steve has successfully defended numerous jury trials, obtaining 4 successful verdicts in 1 year alone. Is it weird that if I ever have kids, I'm naming them after my dogs? The Steve name is going to live forever. For 6 years, he served as elected commissioner for the Utah State Bar. Steve was awarded National Harry S. Truman Scholarship for his leadership in public service. He is a member of the Phi Beta Kappa and was a William H. Leary Scholar at the University of Utah Law School. He's a member of the Utah's Defense Laws Association. Oh, he speaks French. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi? He's been married for over 30 years, has 2 daughters. And wait, Steve is a grandpa? Steve looks young to me. Oh, wow. How old do you guys think Steve is? Owens looks like he's like 50, maybe? 50? Is that grandpa age already? I love Steve. Steve. It's okay, David. Maybe sometime in your past you met a horrible Steve. I don't blame you. You think Paltrow's a snob? Paltrow's paying attention to her child. He broke 4 ribs. She has no injuries. She's bigger than he is. I don't know. That's debated because Paltrow's like, 5'9", right? What's his name? Terry. Terry said he used to be 5'8", but he shrunk to 5'5", which I know old people can shrink as a result of like loss, I don't know, like cartilage between the bones or something like that. But like 3 inches, that's a lot. I don't know about that. Do I speak French? No, I just know the Voulez-vous coucher avec moi song from Moulin Rouge. I used to love that song. It had like, I think Mia was in it, Lil Kim, Pink, and who was the 4th person that sang that song? Steve has widely lectured to medical malpractice attorneys, Utah State employees, paralegals, and school children on various aspects of the law. In addition to his general caseload, Steve routinely takes pro bono cases for those who cannot afford legal help. Volunteers in a variety of worthwhile religious, political, and community programs. Steve! All right, what's the name of the... Oh, Egan. Oh, yeah, his name is Egan. Egan. Let's see. Pretty cool, though. Steve's got, like, young attorneys on his team. James T. Egan is a partner. Oh, congratulations! Partner at Epperson and Owens. He joined the firm in February 2016 because of a long-standing interest in medicine and healthcare. His practice focuses on medical malpractice defense. He's experienced in each phase of a medical malpractice case and has helped defend multiple cases all the way to defense verdict at trial. He also has experience with professional licensing and privileging cases. As an undergrad, James arranged healthcare policy debates around the country for a national nonprofit, worked with speechwriters for the Secretary of Health and Human Services, spent a summer at public health organizations in India. He received a bachelor's degree in English and political science. I wish if I can go back, if I could turn back time, I feel like majoring in English would be pretty fun. From the University of Utah, where his thesis in literature received the Best Thesis Award. I want to read the thesis now. From the Honors College. At graduation, the College of Humanities selected him to speak on his convocation and honored him as the exemplary student of his graduating class. James first worked for the law firm as a law student before graduating magna cum laude from J. Reuben Clark Law School in 2014. He served as an associate editor for the school's law review, 2-year membership of his Jessup International Moot Court team. At the school's very first Nelson Galbraith Fellow, he spent the first 18 months as an attorney working on a case of potentially wrongful conviction with the Rocky Mountain Innocence Center. Very interesting. All right, guys. Any last thoughts? Anything we want to get out before we head out of here? Maya. Oh, yeah, Maya. Did I say Mia? Shut up. Maya. Yeah, it was Christina Aguilera, Maya, Pink, and Little Kim. Love that song. That was my jam when I was a kid. All right, guys. Well, tomorrow it seems like who's testifying tomorrow again? Brad Falchuk might testify, might not. That's Gwen's current husband. And then they might call Terry back on the stand for the rest of cross examination. And I don't know. What else is there? That's about it. Oh, yeah, we were on Goop earlier. Here's a Goop website. If you guys want to buy the candle, it's here. This smells like my vagina. What does it smell like, actually? Geranium, citrusy, bergamot, and cedar. Absolutes juxtaposed with damask, rose, and amberette seed to put us in the mind of fantasy, seduction, and a sophisticated warmth. Oh my God, who wrote this description? Oh, there's a little roll-on if you guys want like the cheaper version. There's a roll-on perfume version. Hands off my vagina candle. What the heck is this? Interesting. Very, very interesting. Well, there you go. If you guys want some candles, $75. Let me know if you guys ever try. Let me know what it smells like. I get headaches sometimes when it's certain scents. So I'm very picky about candles. Dude, gag gifts are not supposed to be $75 though. Oh my lord. If it was $35, I think it'd be a really cool gag gift. 35, 40's pushing it for me. All right, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you guys hanging out here. Today was a pretty meh day, There's some times when we're a little bit snoozy, but I have my notes here. Yeah, if you guys have any questions or anything, we'll talk about it, I guess, tomorrow. I'll be back again. I start my time, and usually what I'll do is I'll watch the trial, and then if I miss anything, I'll go back and we'll speed up a little bit. I think today would have been a good day to watch the trial in like 2 times speed. But I thought they were gonna have some exciting, or I thought they were gonna have some interesting witnesses today. Like I thought Terry was gonna come back. I thought Gwen was gonna come back, and then like all the kids were gonna testify and stuff like that. But guys, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. If you're new here, feel free to join the Discord if you like. Discord is like a community. I don't know, for all of us to hang out, post things on there. What else do I usually say? I don't know. That's about it. Like the video. All right, everyone. Take care. Thank you, and I will see everyone later. What time is your time? I'm in the UK. Oh, my time. When do I start? Well, I actually hate it that they're on East Coast time. Or sorry, they're on like Mountain time. East Coast time I used to complain because the trial would start at 6:30 my time. But I liked it that they end at 2 p.m. my time. Now they end at 4 p.m. my time. And I usually I don't know, I get tired. But I usually start around I'm Pacific time. I normally start around 10, but I'll push for maybe 10 or 10:30. But yeah, guys. Yeah, thank you so much for hanging out. I'll see everyone tomorrow. And if not, I'll see you the day after that, and 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 the day after that. Bye, everyone. Take care. Watch the YouTube videos. See you all later. Bye. Yeah, have fun eating your Magnum at 12 a.m. in the morning. I was going to say 19 a.m. in the morning. Yeah, have fun. Take care. I'm going to go eat my coconut ice cream sandwich, my canned food, and my frozen